What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is in your time. It is Saturday, August 23rd, 2025. This is NCCTV coming at you live from, wait, what are the docks called in Soul Hackers? Like literally, what is the name of this place? What are the docks called in Soul Hackers? There are no docks named in the provided search. Oh, come on. The place where you go to change your personas. That place. I can't think of it. HK, thank you for the super chat. Getting the ball rolling, yeah, indeed. A journey of 1,000 Sisyphuses starts with just one roll. Just one roll of the ball up the hill, which is what I'm looking at right now in terms of the concurrent viewers. Chat, concurrent viewers is a strange thing. I stream on Twitch and YouTube now, and so concurrent viewers is something that I, you know, like there's two sets, you know, there's of concurrent viewers. I don't usually check. I don't watch it like a hawk or anything like that. But apparently people have been gaming the system with bots. All right. And when Twitch put those bots on into the deep sleep, people's numbers look a little different. People's numbers look a little different. Seriously, like it's like a place in... Where do you go to change your personas in Soul Hackers? Let's try that. Oh my god, I fucking hate AI. And I'm saying this because I'm looking at Google. When you Google something, it Geminis it. Soul Hackers 2, fuck you! Oh my god, you suck! I am so sorry, chat. Let's get back to what I was saying before I got distracted. This is NCCTV coming at you live from the docks in Soul Hackers 1. We are live, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels and jellyfish out there. All my forest and sea creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyberbrain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life. Or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat, people are asking about my bag of eyeballs here. No, this is a bag of eyeballs, right? Okay, so Throne is working again. Is it? It makes the noise. Interesting. I thought I disabled it. I did. Oh, okay, well, it's working now, so I guess that's good. It was just yesterday. Throne took a day off yesterday, chat. And I took 4 days off this week, which is wild. I never do this. I shouldn't. I shouldn't be taking so many days off. Oh my god. But yeah, you know, at least I got my trip planned. That's the important part. Let's just put this on loop. I really like this song. I has eyeballs. Yeah, that's my scandal. I collect eyeballs. These are baboon eyeballs, actually, and no, actually, it's longan. People are asking, is it rambutan? I could see why you'd say that. What was the other? Lychee. Yeah. See, these all make sense, but this is actually longan. How do I differentiate that? Rambutan has a like red shell with like tentacles all over it, with like little hairs, little cute hairs. More like tentacles than hairs, though. It looks like a sea creature, right? Lychee has like a red like alligator skin on it. It's like a reptile skin. And this one just has like a brown, it's like a brown paper bag, but it's a shell, and you pop that open and you get these suckers out. And this is supposedly like longan juice that I have procured for my beverage for today. All right, so what am I supposed to do here? We've got the butterfly goal in place, so yeah, super chatters, you will be able to work toward. We got a butterfly yesterday. Butterfly, bonus goal, everything. So anyway, yeah, usually the super chatters beat me to that, and I have to just credit you with some butterflies. This time I got to it early. All right, so I heard a sound. That sound means something. And indeed, it means I need to change the Vietnam, sorry, I need to change the bonus goal. Okay, so it looks like we're at 8. That's what I need to put down. But yeah, End of Destiny chat is currently in progress. Come on, I can't. There. Given the choice, butterflies would generally prefer drinking blood than nectar. I mean, there's plenty of blood today over at DGG. Oh my god, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? You know, the fun fact, like, if you order something in Thailand, instead of coming in, I don't know, whatever stuff comes in the US, it comes usually in a plastic bag that is wrapped up. Look at that. Oh wait, you can't see because it's too light. I move it back here, maybe you can see. That's a very tight rubber band. That's an incredibly tight rubber band, and the trick is to pull this off, which it helps to have fingernails. Oh my god. Okay, here, I'm gonna do the cheating way. Not like the hardcore cheating way, which is to just take scissors and cut this, right? But the sort of cheating way, which is to get right underneath the rubber band. Oh my god. There. That's why Draculito hangs around the butterflies and the blood combo. Yeah, well, I mean, that's why we have the butterflies, to make sure that, like, we don't attract Draculito. Because, I mean, wouldn't it be sad, chat, if there was, like, a little vampire, a little baby vampire, and you had to spear it? Like, I don't know if I could bring myself to do that. Even for a goddamn vampire, like Draculito, I mean, like, because it's little, it's little, it's cute. Why would you want to hurt it? Oh my god. There we go. Okay. God damn. That's a lot of longan. And that's a lot of juice. Let me just drink some of this juice so I can fit the rest of it in here. It's a little sweeter than coconut water. Oh my god, let's put the eyeballs in here too. These are some pretty big boba, right? Compared to normal boba? Oh no. Why would you kill vampires anyway? I learned from the interview with the vampire. Well, you know, I think it was Mark Fisher's fault, honestly. Why do we want to kill vampires? Why does everybody want to be Helsing? Like, look, Ani DeFranco said that everyone is a fucking Napoleon. Well, also everyone is a Van Helsing too, right? Everyone is, they want to stare into that abyss until they see the monsters. They go and chase the monsters, and then in the process they become the monsters. But yeah, it was never real clear with me the metaphor that Mark Fisher was presenting in exiting the vampire castle. Oh my god, okay. That's actually pretty good. The lime makes this, right? Like with many things, regular humans are the real monsters. Yeah, I guess so. But wait, yeah, so yeah, why are we talking about Mark Fisher when we should be talking about Destiny? I believe because Mark Fisher might be tempted to defend Destiny, right? Mark Fisher, in that very essay, defends Russell Brand and says that it is us being classist for judging him for being sexist, right? Be like, oh yeah, so he calls women birds occasionally. I mean, that's just a class thing. Every chav, you know, calls women birds. Like, it's like he's in his like defense of Russell Brand. For, I get, yeah, it's a weird thing too. A fucking millionaire. We're gonna defend him based on like the fact that he wasn't a millionaire when he was born, though. He became a movie star later on. Yo, Joel Severed, thank you for the membership. That is 7 months for you. And also, right back at you there. Right back at you with the heart emoji. But yeah, we were just talking some theory. You know, that's what we're going to do today, chat, is we're going to do a theory stream. I feel like we've been covering too much drama slop, and, you know, the results are not good. I'm worried for your class consciousness. That's why we have to talk about how Russell Brand, the rich comedian, is actually the real proletariat. And if you work at Starbucks and you are making, let's say, a matcha latte for somebody, you're actually bourgeoisie. You're the freaking labor aristocracy there. So stop giving Mark Fisher a hard time, okay? No, I gotta stop punching the corpse of Mark Fisher. This is bad. I actually, people think I don't like him. I do. I enjoy, there's a lot that Mark Fisher has written. There's a lot that Mark Fisher has talked about that I very much, you know, has given me a lot of insight, right? Exiting the Vampire Castle, not the best work that he ever had, and constantly on the lips of people trying to defend the indefensible. That's why I bring him up when we talk about Destiny today. Do I have a nice reading for Lent? Is that what you do on Lent? Mark Fisher being the kind of guy who would defend Destiny is probably why he is not around anymore. I don't know. Chat, again. I don't want it to get started that I'm like a Mark Fisher op or something, a Mark Fisher hater, that I'm like kicking the man in the grave. But yeah, I do feel like we spun our wheels, you know, in the early 2020s based on a lot of the kind of class reductionist fantasies of people like that. And I mean, really, that's the first crash out, isn't it? Is Mark Fisher, like, exiting the Vampire Castle? That's not an essay. We can now correctly identify that as what it is. That is a crash out. That is a boomer ass crash out I'm guessing, you know, based on, you know, his background, like an academic who is getting called out by by students, you know, for stuff that's not okay anymore. And he's like, this is the real problem with leftism. People cancel their teachers. I can't believe the class, they canceled me. They canceled me. I'm supposed to grade them and they're canceling. How can I grade you when you've got the power of cancellation? And so he comes up with this whole contrived, like, you know, metaphor that I never quite figured out. Are the vampires bad? Or are the vampires the persecuted, right? Like, are the vampires, like, you know, the leftist cancel culture, or is he the vampire and, like, we're all hell singing him, right? I've never figured, because it could go either way. It's a very confused metaphor that we are not directly going to address today, although I have read it and laughed at it in the past. We're going to be talking about Destiny, unfortunately, or fortunately, because it may be the end of Destiny. I mean, he doesn't think so, but oh my God, he's like, I mean, that's even worse, right? When you go on and, you know, do your cope stream. And you start, and you know, you start off with, yeah, no, I'm definitely, this is like the end of me here. I'm definitely done, you guys. Mark Fish Aider? The power of cancellation compels you, I guess so. But yeah, the other thing that we've got on tap today in terms of bonus content is a story about Asmongold. It's not just about Asmongold, though. It's a story about Twitch, and it's not just a story about Twitch, though. It's a story about live streaming. It's a story about numbers and how they are funny and how they are misleading and how, you know, this is like, I feel like this is like the what, anybody ever see that old documentary called What the Bleep Do We Know? Anybody ever see that? It was like one of these, like, I mean, like the point of the thing was that, like, I don't know, there's some things that science doesn't understand, and therefore science could be wrong on everything. Everything. You think that's air you're breathing? Right? That's not But yeah, it feels like the what the bleep do we know, the questioning of the quantification and the objectification, questioning of like the nature of material reality itself. Yeah, it's a conspiracy. Well, it was an early one, right? So it wasn't right-wing coded. It was actually left-wing coded. It was actually for like yoga, like moms and stuff, right? Where they're like, the science cannot predict the type of the exact type of you know, the pattern of crystallization that will go on in a different in a distinct, like, you know, piece of ice that's freezing, right? And therefore it must be our thoughts that are forming the pattern of the crystal, because science doesn't know. So it must be that we're doing it psychically. Isn't that amazing power, chat? Early crunchy crowd, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know, is it early crunchy crowd? Like Carlos Castaneda was writing his bastardized anthropology in the 60s and 70s, so that people often will refer to Castaneda as the godfather of New Age. And honestly, it's compelling shit. Like, Castaneda is a good read, I would say, but it's a good read in the way that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is. In fact, it's a lot like, if you want like a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but with psychedelic drugs, set in the Yucatan Peninsula, mostly, I think, and you know, with a mysterious mentor named the you know, the Spanish equivalent of like Mr. Smith, right? Then you know, read up on your Carlos Castaneda. But you know, but the funny thing about it, right, is that the first couple of books you're like, okay, I mean, like, that's, you know, like the most of the fantabulous stuff that he's describing is happening in the context of a datura type experience, or I think there's like some kind of smoking of mushrooms goes on, which anybody ever know about this? Like this is, you'll always meet hippies. They're like, no man, you can smoke shrooms. It's the best. I never got you got to smoke. Like it does. I don't think it works. I don't think it actually isn't the manga. It should be a manga. I think that Carlos Castaneda, I don't know, could reach a whole nother audience if he just did Teachings of Don Juan, Separate Reality, and all of the, subsequent books in the form of a manga. But the thing is, people would take it seriously again, and when people take Carlos Castaneda seriously, that's when people die. Like his followers who believed his story about jumping off jumping into a canyon or off a mountain or something, and being able to spiritually manipulate his assemblage point and cause himself to wake up safe in his bed in LA. Right? He's in Mexico. He jumps off of a mountain. He jumps off of a cliff or something like that. And in mid-flight, he like vaporizes, right? Because he's able to use the power of his mind that Don Juan has taught him, and he wakes up safe in bed. And it's pretty clear that this guy was just like, it was the 60s, you know what was happening. You know where Carlos Castaneda was getting this, and you could probably guess that maybe this mysterious mentor, this Yaqui, shaman that he met in Mexico may not have ever even existed. Most likely did not exist, right? As in fact, isn't there like a whole crumble up some dried shroom on top of the bowls? Does that really work, or it feels like a waste? Look, I don't like to eat them either. Okay, they're disgusting, and they've always been disgusting since the first time. Like my friend from high school brought in a Ziploc full of crispy, crunchy, cow dung flavored fungus, dried out, and yeah, it's nasty stuff. And it doesn't matter what, you can put honey on them, you can put it in tea. The only thing that has ever kind of messed with, like made it like less like bad tasting, is honestly chocolate, right? I've had it where you grind up the shrooms into a powder, and then you mix the powder into a chocolate and you make little chocolates with it. That's actually pretty good. I read some Carlos books way younger than probably appropriate. All I remember is I got zooted. He got zooted and turned into a lizard. Yeah, because the lizard helped him find somebody had stolen his books at school, right? He had some, I don't know. I didn't know that even back in the 60s books were, I mean, you know how this works with books, right? That professors don't really make a lot of money. Oftentimes if they're regarded as an expert in their field, they could, help work on a text or even a textbook or something like that. And they do make some money, from the books, but then what happens is this whole thing where the required reading list just grows and grows and grows because the professor's got a ton of friends and the friends need to get paid. And so the students need to buy the text that they're only going to read. Like, I swear to God, I've gotten text assigned and I've had 3 pages, right? I've had 500 page text, right? And there's only really, 1 chapter that we're even going to touch on. Please tell me Epstiny is done. Well, I mean, look, anything is possible, Craig Ash, but he is not coming back. Make a green smoothie with Sunny D. Wait, can you see is this on screen or something? Why are you saying make a green smoothie? Oh, make a green smoothie with Sunny D. And actually, that would be pretty good. That is available here. I don't even have to do that, right? I just go down to a certain town in Thailand that is famous for parties, and I can just buy a freaking, I hope it's not with smoothie. I mean, it's not legal, but for some reason, it is apparently available. Always thought shrooms tasted good. Really? I would eat them slowly and that's probably a great idea. You probably had some great trips there, or else Ellipsis. That's the way to do it right there. Surface area, you know what I'm saying? That's what our digestion is all about. It's all about surface area. That's why we got like little villi and micro. Do you know that in your digestive tract, you don't just have villi, like these little tendrils that kind of come out of your intestines to like maximize the surface area to help you absorb more nutrients from your food? You don't just have the villi, right? The villi have little villi on them, and they're called microvilli. There's villi all around, chat. It's a world of villi. You're supposed to munch them? I guess. You know, you're probably right. You're probably right. Yeah, they're gross. They're gross. I don't like the way they taste. And maybe it's just the fact that the first thing I ever found out about them was that they grow in cow shit, right? And I'm talking about your standard cubensis. There's different varieties that grow in different places: cyanescence, azurescence, as you like it, as you will. Yeah, they're the bog standard shroom grows exceptionally well on a cow patty for some reason, but I prefer them grown in a rice and what is it? A rice and vermiculite substrate. Yeah, there we go. Little rice and anyway, chat. I'm not trying to give anybody advice here. I get in trouble for that. My sister gave me DMT. Oh my god, that shit sounds scary. I have never tried that. It sounds wild, right? This is like what Joe Rogan uses when he talks about the machine elves and all that stuff. Like it's this thing that, like, I mean, you know, like a normal like psychedelic trip is something that you eat the shrooms, you wait for an hour, nothing's happening, you chew a few more caps, you wait for another hour, you think you start to feel something, then like 2.5 hours into it, it kind of hits you, right? And it takes you, like, in the next 6 hours are wild. But with the DMT, apparently, this is like an instantaneous, like, you know, 0 to like 1,000,000 miles an hour. And it's instantly. And like what I've heard is that people, what do they first, like it's smokable, right? So they smoke it and then they kind of lay back, and then there's like geometric I've never tried it. Okay. This is just, I'm describing other people's experiences, right? This is one I have not tried, but like, yeah, they lay back and then like all of a sudden there's like geometric patterns everywhere and just like all this like sacred geometry going on. And then they meet the machine elves. All right, this little Oompa Loompas come up and they're like Oompa Doompa. And I don't know what they do. I mean, I feel like some people say they sexually interact with the machine elves, which are tiny. Is that right? I don't know. I've heard various things from and the whole thing is, I feel like if you like watch Joe Rogan and you hear him talk about machine elves, you will probably see machine elves, right? I don't know if that's necessary. I don't know if that's necessarily in the DMT itself, right? You met aliens. I heard my friend say, no, I'm serious. I know I sound like I'm like, yeah, a friend told me. I have tried a lot of different, things. Like I've tried salvia. Which is another very quick change in consciousness, a very short change in consciousness, but I've never even seen DMT. I would not know where to get it, honestly. Last time I did shrooms, I played Yu-Gi-Oh! All night with my friends. Let's not say the last letter. Oh my god, Sophia, I should sign up for a company that's like, do you enjoy LS Day? Look, I know you've heard of Sebede and THC, all right? But what we got here is some LSD from Sunshine. What is the company that sells that stuff that Sam advertises called again? DMT is that strong? I don't know. I've never tried it. I have never tried it. That is one that I actually have never tried. You've also tried salvia. Yeah, salvia is interesting. It's not like, I can't imagine. Does anybody use Sunset Lake? That's right. Does anybody use it as a party type, substance? Does anybody use salvia and you're just like, oh yeah, and I listen to music and I'm like dancing and I go out with friends, right? Al Ash Day. There we go. That's Al Ash Day. Once Alex Jones did a rant about how actually everything is controlled by clockwork elves and the dude was serious. I bet Alex Jones seems like one of the guys that the Clockwork Elves are definitely licking that guy. Like, right, they surround him, they take him down like Gulliver's Travels, and then they just go to fucking town on Alex Jones's junk. Oh my god. No. Chat, and he loves it. He's like, oh, that's terrible. I can't believe I imagined that. Chat, if machine elves are real, I'm so fucked, because they're probably pissed at me. They're like, I can't believe you shipped us with Alex Jones. We would never lick Alex Jones all over his parasite body. Salvia means sage in Spanish. Yeah, the same family as a sage. I think both the herb sage and the plant that grows in the American Southwest and well, no, the whole American West, right? The one that the hippies are buying up all the white, the hippies are making the white sage, which is actually like a sacred plant to some in some traditions, right? I think they're putting it in danger because they want to smudge everything, right? They want to burn it and clean off the bad karma, the bad vibes. Not a party thing. It was just me and my friends. They were super nerdy about all kinds of alternative substances. Yeah. I mean, that's what I found too. I just can't imagine after having tried it that anybody would. It's not enjoyable in the way that. Wait, I mean, I'm just going off of stories that I've heard of people talking about DMT, right? Like, there's machine elves, they interact with you. I think that people describe those interactions in vastly different ways, and yes, some of them are of a sexual nature. So, but yeah, I can't speak from experience. It's not my lived experience. I don't know where people get DMT. One of my friends did salvia right before I was going to do it, and then he grabbed onto the ground yelling, "Don't let me fall." Oh no, that I politely declined afterwards. Yeah, that's the thing, is it's like, it can be like a life-changing experience. It can be like, it's one of those things that might not feel, yeah, but let me describe it this way. The vibes are not positive in during the experience itself, right? Oftentimes the vibes are rough, but the afterglow of salvia, honestly, the emotional, yeah, because you just survived something that was super, depending on how much you had, you may feel like you just survived something super intense. You may feel like you died and you were reborn again, right? It's that kind of stuff, right? It's like a life-changing sort of things. The most intense 3 minutes of your life, yeah. And I remember, like, most of my the scary experiences with salvia. All right, do I need to turn on my, I can't tell if I need to turn on my air conditioner or not. I always get hot right when I come on stream. Yeah, I mean, this is like, one of the first Destiny videos, honestly, that I watched was Destiny streaming with a guy a streamer that's no longer with us, named Wreckful. And Destiny, I think, is on some Al-Ash Day. Didn't Daniel Tosh do salvia in an attempt to race Tommy Chong, who had just smoked Mary Jane? Oh my god, I don't know if I'd be able to run straight on salvia. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna fall down or something, but like, I feel like my depth perception is kind of out of whack. Never tried psychedelics. I don't think I should, to be honest. The high I felt after I died in surgery and came back to life. Yeah. That can be life-changing as well. You get hot when what on stream? Like right when I sit down. For some reason, I'm like totally comfortable. I put the music on, I set things up, and then as soon as I sit down to stream, I'm just like, it's a little hot in here. It's a little warm. I'm a little sweaty. I don't know what's with that. But yeah, we covered a little bit of the Destiny situation yesterday. We covered the first Hasanabi response video. Oh my god, now it's all like gone out of my head what I was gonna cover. Like what specifically? People go on ayahuasca, basically plus a MAOI, MAOI or MAO inhibitor retreats have here in Scandinavia where everything is illegal. You know, I feel like something like that goes on. There's like an industry. Is it in Costa Rica? The stream is fire. That's probably why. Is it in Costa Rica? Maybe. Where there's like a place where there's a lot of like, you know, the place in Central America, I can't remember what country, but like a lot of like Anglo-American immigrants to there will experiment with yage, which I believe is a particular preparation of ayahuasca. And they will charge others for an experience. Now, I mean, there's a tradition of this in you know, several different cultures where, like, you know, someone who's regarded as a shaman within that society will guide people on experiences involving ayahuasca, right? So that is a real thing that exists, but there's some question as to whether, you know, the people that don't have a relationship to that culture and are offering that experience to others, like are really, you know, is it Costa Rica? Yeah, if they really are, if their own like tutelage in the what is it basically a art? I mean, nothing is art like shamanism. That's like was one streamer grabbed by a cult? Yeah, I think there's cults down there too. I think there's like, you know, I mean, these kind of end up being not just cults, but just like really scammy cults. I would scam gringos so hard. Yeah, drink it, you'll be born again. Yeah, I'll get back to you later. Why does it taste like piss? No reason. Holy shit, laughing. Oh my gosh, yeah, the dentist is an interesting experience for sure. For me though, that stuff, general public, I always got that from work when I worked in the diner industry, I guess you'd call it. Worked in like restaurants that had, you know, whipped cream toppings on the menu. And so they had whipped cream in the back room, and wow, it's an interesting thing to have happen to you during work, and then you just go back and you're just like, you gotta do a table after that, right? There's honey that makes you high. Oh god, I think I've heard of that too. Is it that the bees are pollinating a THC plant? I know that's not what it's called, but you know what I'm saying, chat, right? Slowpoke Steiner. I don't know about that, Shakespeare. Like that the fumes from the whipped cream bottle are not exactly making things slow. It's called Mad Honey. It says ACAB includes tone police. Anxiety orders and nitrous basically cures me temporarily. Interesting. That's really cool. You know, this was, you know, one of my first jobs. Not even yeah, first job out of high school, right? Himalayan and Turkish mad honey, but is that what it is? It's that they're pollinating you know, cannabis plants. mixing yellow and blue Powerade, and giving it to them with a wooden spoon. Does that make green Powerade, or does that not work with Powerade? Does that not work with artificial color? Okay. We should jump into this Destiny stuff. The sooner the better. I can't keep procrastinating. I need to tell you about the bonus content, right? So that number right now says 8. And if it gets to 100, we'll do some bonus content. The content after the content. I'm going to cover as much of the Destiny crash out as I can. All right. I'm going to cover some more of Hasan doing his victory lap before we get to the crash out. We'll save the crash out for last. And if you're good, in other words, you know, if this number gets to 100, I'll cover one of these topics as well after the Destiny stuff, right? So what do we have today, and what are people voting for? That's what I want to know. I gotta bring this up here. All right, so it looks like the Ethan meltdown. Hasan and Philly D is in first place, that's a good choice. That's a good choice. Don't let me dissuade you, all right? From whatever your choice is. 60 of you have voted already. If you haven't voted, you can make your voice heard over on youtube.com. That's where the poll goes on. Feel free to watch me on Twitch. Feel free to watch me on whatever. But to vote, you'll have to go to youtube.com/nocommentchick, and that's where the voting is. Right now, Ethan's meltdown is in first place. Bad Empanada Smokes on that Destiny pack is in second place. Asmongold's number, oh my god, that's in last place? Wow. Dan Saltman leaves the Destiny pod. I just put too much good stuff on here. That's what I did, chat. I put too much, there's too many good things on here. It is hard to choose, it is legitimately hard to choose just one. Because I'm telling you that Asmongold's story is going to blow your fucking mind, right? Remember when I told you that Asmongold was the biggest political content creator on YouTube? I may have lied. Unknowingly, I may have lied, right? His numbers were huge, right? I've definitely seen him with like 100,000 watching more often. You'll see him.
Joel Siver, super chatted $5.87. We need to get this butterfly goal rolling.
Butterfly fans want to get the butterfly goal rolling. It makes sense. And let's. Yeah, I've been telling you about Asmongold's numbers. They're depressingly high. Hasan noticed as well. He commented on what he called a vibe shift, right? You've heard this term before. This is, I believe vibe shift is our term. I believe that, was Chapo? Is it Chapo that started talking about vibes? But yeah, the right-wingers took that over, and they described America choosing Trump over woke as the vibe shift, right? That we got a vibe shift, things are going to be different now, and indeed, there are a lot of people that are just getting sublimated, especially, colleges, law firms, companies, CEOs. There's a lot of people just kind of rolling over for Trump. It does feel like a vibe shift a little bit, but, Hasan was talking about that in terms of Twitch, that, I guess it makes sense. I mean, like there's Trump voters out there. There's people that voted for Trump, like a lot of guys under 25, I guess, kind of shifted hard to Trump. So it makes sense that if they like Trump, there should be a political streamer for them. And that was Asmongold, right? Well, it turns out that Twitch has finally cracked down on the bots, at least temporarily. You know how this works. It's code. The bots are code. So, Twitch finds a way to get rid of the bots, to not count the bots, to do whatever with the bots. and then the you know, the code wizards find a way to get around that probably. So, you know, it's but in this brief little look that we've got, that's pretty much, you know, like bot free Twitch. Like, what does it look like? Asmongold's numbers look like half as large as they were before, and so you know, that tells us that he's not that much bigger than Hasan, if bigger than Hasan at all. Wait, I'm still, wait, did I mess this up somehow? There it is. Okay, yeah, we do need to get the butterfly goal rolling. Thanks for helping us get that started, Joel. We are 1/10 of the way towards the butterfly goal. So that's the other goal besides the bonus content goal that I told you about. That's this goal right here, which I should update because it needs to say 14. If that number reaches 100, we will cover the top item that you're voting for. Right now, it's not just the vote. I'll explain that in just a second. But first, let me explain the butterfly goal. So I have butterflies, right? And they go really nicely in my hair. But because Twitch has set up this thing called the super chat goal, and I'm supposed to try to figure out something to use it for, I decided to make it so that like 10 super chats will get us 1 butterfly, right? So yeah, that's what we got it. If we've got 1 super chat now, thanks to Joel, and we're getting the ball rolling on the stream in general. So that's the butterfly goal. You've got, I think I gave you 3 hours on that one. Let's see. Yeah, 2 hours and 12 minutes is what time we have left to make the butterfly thing happen. The other goal that we have is this one right here. That's the bonus content goal. And that is the possibility of me hanging out after stream, or making the stream a little longer, like not ending the stream as quickly as I normally would, and towards Bad Empanada. Okay, I'm gonna try to catch this right when it happens today, because like yesterday I think I missed a few of these, but yeah, thank you for helping me illustrate that point. So yeah, this number goes up every time that a super chat, a super sticker happens, every time that somebody gets themselves a membership on YouTube, every time that somebody gifts a membership on YouTube, right? This number goes up, right? It also goes up when somebody donates on Throne, which right now I am still funding the Vietnam trip. I went ahead and I bought my ticket, and I paid for my accommodations there. But I'm going to keep that open because I know that that's not like, I'll be wanting to do some stuff in Vietnam, hopefully take you with me, maybe do a little IRL streaming if we can do that in a safe and respectful way. Put my throne thingo towards towards Bad Empanada smokes the pack. Okay. I thought there'd be more people interested in Asmongold, but no, it's what is this, like 13 now? Okay. So yeah, like that makes it go up 2. It also you know, if you want it, like, so the Throne is a site that I normally use to crowdfund things like, you know, these lights back here, things for the stream, things that make the stream better, the lights that are on me, or things like that. Because I'm in Thailand and I don't exactly know I don't know if Throne can deliver stuff to me out here until I find a way to like hook it up with Lazada. Maybe Lazada could handle it. I am gonna just, you know, I'm just having a cash goal on there, and that cash goal is going to paying for expenses while I'm in Vietnam. We've already got basically the flight and the hotel covered. Now I'm looking to you know, cover any kind of, you know, any kind of things that I go to that cost money, or trying different foods there, eating some banh mi hopefully while I'm Asmongold is lame. Well, I mean, you're gonna see him, he just got crushed by this by Twitch actually managing the bots. But yeah, that is the Throne goal. It's throne.com/nocommentchick. Also, if you sign up for my Patreon, patreon.com/nocommentchick, that also goes to this. And also, if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free with something called a Twitch Prime sub. It's this magical thing that if you have Prime, you can hook it up to Twitch, your Twitch account, and you can get a free sub to use on the channel of your choice, which will entitle you to all the benefits of being a sub, right? So you'll get the emotes and everything else that comes with that, and it'll cost you nothing. It's no cost to you, and it puts a little bit of money. It takes money from an evil corporation and puts it in the pocket of your streamer. It's a little bit of money, but it's, you know, you're doing your part if you're using a Twitch Prime sub. That's really cool. You could also buy yourself a sub. They are twice the price as YouTube memberships, but people still buy them. I think it's for the emotes. I think people really like the animated emotes over there on Twitch, and there's something about the Twitch experience too that people really like. But you can get yourself one for $6. You can also gift them, which is very generous, or if you throw bits my way, any of that will raise this number. If this number gets to 100, we cover one of these topics. If it gets to 200, we cover two of these topics, three, you know what I mean, etc., 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 right? Basically 100 per topic is how it works. So where was I? Yeah, I explained the butterfly goal. I explained that thing. Oh yeah, the other thing that I need to explain is this up here. You've already seen some people donate either through Throne or through YouTube and then tell me in chat like, hey, I like this topic or I like that topic. What that is I give you the ability when you donate to put your thumb on the scale a little bit if you want to. If you want to put your thumb on the scale and help your favorite topic win, you can do that. Now, people can also, when they donate, they can say Vox Populi if they don't like the idea of somebody coming along with money, flashing some cash at me and basically bribing me to cover, something else, right? Vox Populi is like the anti-influencing, right? It's a minus, right? So it's minusing all this other stuff. So you can also say Vox Populi, or you can say, I want to see Irene play some video games, which we're, 45% of the way towards a video game stream. So that's a perfectly valid thing as well. And again, it's the same stuff that makes this number go up, enables you to, put your money where your mouth is, add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, just by letting me know that in chat. But yes, the same stuff. It's super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick or patreon.com/nocommentchick, or if you support me on Twitch, any of that enables you to put your money where your mouth is. And all you got to do is let me know in chat, like, hey, I just donated and I want to see that Dan Saltman. I want to see what's up with Dan Saltman. What's going on with that? What's going on with Dan Saltman leaving the Anything Else podcast? What's up with Asmongold's concurrent viewers getting cut in half? Right? What's up with the Bad Empanada thing? Is he smoking on the Destiny pack? He kind of is, right? He's been on Destiny's case for a long time. And you can just let me know which of these things sparks joy in you, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So we're gonna get into this right here. We got to talk about Destiny, and we got to ban one of his fans. Looks like the mods already got to it. So let's we may have some of that, chat. It's kind of like bees at the end. Do you ever notice this, chat, with bees and wasps at the end of summer, right? They like, I don't know how this works, or maybe it's yellow jackets. Wait, what's the story? I thought that bees like hibernated or something, but you what I'm talking about is like, if you ever encounter bees in fall, they're angry. They're super angry. And they'll sting you. Like, I remember going to like an orchard, like on a school trip or something. Like, we go to an orchard where they make apple cider, and they show us like the apple trees, and they're like, yeah, this is where they grow the apples. These are the, apples for, but the apples that fall down, I guess you collect them and you turn them into cider or something. And so they were, so anyway, like a bunch of kids drinking cider out of Dixie cups, throwing the Dixie cups away into the trash and attracting massive amounts of bees, which would then sting us. Bees have shit to do. There are 0 bees anymore. Yeah, that's right. Bees are under threat. But yeah, that's what the Destiny fans are right now. They're bees at the end of summer. They are bees in the fall. Their queen has died. Their hive has been burned to the ground. They're not going to be able to reconstitute their colony in any way, and they're just pissed off. They're just pissed off, so they'll come into streams with Destiny in the title, and they will bitch. They will bitch and they will moan. Bees are cuties. They never sting me. You know, I made a deal with the bees a long time ago, and they've kept their end of the bargain, right? I told the bees I will no longer eat honey, all right? I made a sacred promise to the bees, and in return, they are not supposed to sting me, and guess what, chat? They didn't sting me. They haven't stung me. When I stopped eating honey, the bees stopped stinging me. So, I mean, you can say what you will about bees, you know, and how they get angry at the end of the year, and how, you know, it's so easy to have a misunderstanding with a bee. You know, you're not trying to fuck with them, but somehow you make them mad and they sting you and it sucks. You step on them, like, you know, walking in the grass as a kid. I stepped on a bee me too, yeah, when I was a kid. Like, I was like literally walking with my parents, right, on concrete, and or not concrete, it was like asphalt, right? I was on asphalt, and it was hot because it was the summer, and I didn't have shoes on because my parents weren't, I don't know, they didn't think of that, right? They were like, let's go on a walk, you know. They didn't think to put shoes on the kid, which you should do, maybe put shoes on the kid, right? If you're gonna have the kid walk on asphalt, please, like, little feet, they're very sensitive, you know. Just because you can walk on the asphalt doesn't mean that they can, right? So I am like, okay, you know, if we're gonna walk, I'm gonna walk in the grass because this asphalt is way too hot. And sure enough, there's a bee in the grass. I step on the bee and it stings me, and, you know, it freaked me out. I don't eat honey either. It grosses me the fuck out. It tastes like bee saliva, and I just can't even smell. Oh, the smell makes you gag, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of honey fans out there, and I'm not trying to yuck your yum, but it works for me that I don't eat honey and the bees don't sting me, so that's pretty cool. But anyway, like, I think I've explained how all this works, how everything works. Thank you for the resubscribe, ShaxBA. That is indeed 12 months, 36 months for you. So proud of you, my friend. Here is to many more years, and several emojis, heart, trans rights, and wait, what is this one called? Oh my god, chat, I forgot what this one is called. Cozy? Wait, what is that emote called? I used to know. Like, Lumiru, I think, had one of those. Snugs. It's called Snugs. Yeah. God, this just took me on a trip back in time. Peanut butter and honey is incredibly underrated. That's my mom's shit, right? You wonder what was in my well, I didn't really. You wonder what was in my brown paper bag at school? It's peanut butter and honey most of the time. Sometimes peanut butter and jelly, occasionally bologna or roast beef. That's a weird thing to bring to school, isn't it? Wait, making honey for the white man? Bee movie? I've never seen Bee movie. Yeah, I think that's a Snugs, right? ShaxBA? Is that what that one's called? Is Lumiru still streaming? I have no idea. I stopped really paying attention to Lumi, you know, when I found out that they were, you know, kind of, you know, friendly with Vosh. Like, I just was like, I was kind of out at that point. Which is strange. It's the strangest thing in the world. It's the strangest thing in the world. But I think the story behind Lumi and Vosh is that Lumi had issues with Destiny, like, right? Destiny's I don't know if it's because Lumi, you know, said something that made the Destiny fans mad or something, but yeah, it's pretty awful to, like, you know, target and victimize like a like a wholesome streamer like a Lumi's community, right? And I think that the Destiny community, if I remember, no one carried me. I think maybe my mom picked me up and carried me back to I don't know. Did anybody carry me? Maybe not. It doesn't seem like a very my mom thing to do. The only time I can remember them carrying me is when I fell off a cliff. They were really, like, I didn't know if I was in trouble either. It was one of those things where I was like, I was definitely hurt. And they were definitely worried about me, but they wanted to yell at me, but they were too worried that I was like fucked up. But anyway, yeah, so I think the story with Vosh is that because the Destiny community was so mean to the Lumi Roo community that Lumi just tried to be chill with any streamers from that. I think they just were trying not to have a fight. I don't know. But first, yeah, there's you know, they've collabed a few times. Bees are pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, they've kept their bargain, right? That's pretty amazing. I'm still afraid of them. I'm still very afraid of bees. I'm more afraid of bees that actually chat than I am of DGG. We'll see if that is, how high was the cliff? You know what? I don't know. I was a little kid, so it was pretty high, but I bet if I went to that cliff now, it wouldn't look like much because I was super little. I was teeny tiny. So, you know how everything's bigger when you're like a little kid? I'm thinking it's one of those things. What happened was like, wait, I'm trying to remember. Why was I on the fucking cliff? I mean, we always played on the cliff, but we didn't go near the edge. And for some reason I did that time. I don't even remember. But I do remember rolling down the cliff and like trying to stop myself. And when I tried to stop myself, it hurt, you know? And so I just kind of like held in my arms and legs and I just was like rolling. And I got really, really dizzy. I think mainly I was dizzy. I don't think I got, you know, bonked on the head or anything like that. I think I just kind of rolled down the cliff and was like extremely dizzy and disoriented. And obviously my parents are very worried because, you know, I just fell off of a cliff and, you know, anyway, but they were also mad at me because I wasn't supposed to be playing that close to the cliff. Anyway, chat, enough childhood stories. Let us leave childish things behind for now and get into some really mature stuff. That is the drama slop content that you have been waiting for. Playing over at Don't Play Over by the Cliff. America has basically genocided our bee population. Yeah, it's probably got pushed by your sister. My sister's not that bad. Like, I almost want to just like forgive her and start over, right? Because the whole thing is like those sibling rivalry things, it can just go back and forth forever. And like, you know, who wronged who? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. She's my sister. She was my bestest friend when we were little bitties, when we were little itty bitty, you know, kids, and you know, you know, I don't know. I remember it being her that struck the first, you know, that betrayed me by, you know, lying to my parents, getting me in trouble because she thought it was funny that my dad would, you know, spank me and he wouldn't spank her no matter what she did. So yeah, it's one of those things. I don't know. Anyway, we got Destiny to attend to. Destiny waits for no one. What's up, JD Pondon? There's Willie Mack. Slop Tuber Willie Mac. Did we watch this one yesterday, chat? I can't remember. There's a bunch of Hasanabi I got to go through, and then I'm going to show you a Destiny stream. I'm going to show you, I don't know, I can't guarantee you this is the last Destiny stream. It kind of doesn't seem like it, but it is definitely a form of crash out, and it is pretty fucking enjoyable. Yeah, let's try to figure out if I've seen this one, and then what else, like... Open that playlist. Oh no. Oh my god. Okay, I thought it was an ad. That's how a JStalk stream starts? Looks like Quemon and JStalk have been talking about this Destiny downfall. Okay, the one we watched was Destiny is Finished from Hasanabi from Hasanverse. And then, yeah, this one we haven't watched. Destiny and his army is out of control. Destiny is going to prison from Hasanabi Productions. This is the hard part about covering the Hasanabi industrial complex, is that if it was just Hasan putting out all of his videos, you know, the way that Vosh does, then you would see, you know, it'd be really easy to tell if we've watched something before, but because of the nature of the Hasanabi industrial complex, it's really common that there's overlap between different clips, right? Or even clips that are like essentially the same content, but have a different thumbnail and a different title because they're from different channels, right? You know, you feel me? So I'm going to try to feel our way through this situation. We'll see if we want to... What do you think, chat? What do you... Wait, first of all, I got to ask you, what do you think about Quemon and JStalk, right? What are people's thoughts on these two? Oh my god, you can't even see Quemon? Quaalude, that's what we will call him, chat. We will call him a substance that no longer exists, maybe? Does it exist? I don't know. I always hear about that in terms of the 60s. God, the 60s, you know, I probably wouldn't be alive if I was born in the 60s, honestly. Should probably be. Bisexual lighting is back, that's right. We're trying it again. I couldn't quite get it to go on to Waluigi. I really want to light up this area right here. Oh, chat, should I get some track lighting? I bet I could get some cheap. I bet I could find really cheap, like, RGB track lighting here. Hasanabi Industrial Complex is wild. I don't know who they are. George Jackson says they're terrible. Yeah. So, you know, the reason I'm asking this is that I was, I ended up watching JStalk. JStalk's been covering the fuck out of this. You know, apparently ever since the Pixie shit happened, he's been like going ham on Destiny. But, you know, I mean, like, I know who he is. You know, I mean, this is a whole crew that they're like, you know, their favorite word is the R slur, and, you know, they're not, maybe even they're like less like socially progressive than Destiny, which is a feat in and of itself. But yeah, they've been pretty negative about Destiny.
Narwhal_ by super chatted $5. I know it's like 90 minutes long, but it would be cool to watch the new Elephant Great.
Ooh, it would. It really would.
One of these days.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, and it is really, that's why I haven't watched it yet. I haven't had time. But yeah, Elephant Graveyard's got a new video about how Joe Rogan killed comedy. And thank you for the super chat, and good suggestion, Narwhal. I will try to work that in. Because if nothing else, then so I can... so Orelsa Ellipsis says, I like Quemon more negative than positive with JStalk. Quemon is very interesting, says Splash. I mean, it is interesting given that he is literally a Chud logic orbiter, right? And look, the thing about Quemon, the difference between Quemon and Chud was that Chud like joked about, you know, trans people in ways that Quemon was sometimes kind of serious about. So if anything, I would have, you know, expected Quimon. And the other thing too that I gotta mention is like the Groiper Riz that I don't even want to call it Riz, chat. I don't even want to call it Riz, but like the you know, the kind of the way that the Quimon's kind of, you know, Groiper coded, right? And I don't know if Quimon's like in the middle of a, you know, like, I mean, he's pretty young, right? So, you know, you could change your mind about things. You become a different, like, I'm certainly a different person that I was at, you know, at age 14 or 13 or 12 or whatever Quimon is right now. I definitely, you know, grew up since, you know, being a tween, you know, like Quimon, but yeah, it's, you know, it is important to note that, you know, these people do come from a place. It's not a good place. I don't want to like, you know, give the impression that I'm like, all right, well, you did content with such and such, or you used to be in the Chud community. So, you know, you're forever damned. I mean, obviously people can change. I just like the thing I worry about. I heard J-Stalk talking the other day, and he was specifically gunning, I don't think for a Hasanabi raid, because I don't think Hasan even raids people. And definitely given the fact that Quimon, he did something, didn't he do something to Hasanabi? Wait, you wouldn't know who they were? Wait, wait, are you saying I like these people? Quimon is on BE's Epstiny dono list? Wait, what does that mean? But yeah, like what J-Stalk was saying was, I think he was dual streaming on Kick and Twitch, and he ends his Twitch stream, and then immediately afterwards he's like, "Oh, Hasanabi just got out. Damn. I should have left my Twitch on." Like as in he's gunning for like Hasanabi viewers, that's weird to me, right? That's the Hasanabi J-Stalk viewer. I mean, that's either a weird person, or I don't know, maybe J-Stalk is putting up another, you know, kind of front right now. I don't know how much of this is a play. These two legitimately don't like Destiny, and they don't like him specifically because of his character flaws, right? So let's give them their flowers for what they're... Wait, oh, you're joking, George. You're joking that I like them. Yeah, I mean, look, Quimon said, you know, bad things about me. I didn't take them too personally, because again, you know, like 12 years old is a very impressionable age. All right, I will say. And, you know, I mean, he's at the start of his streaming career, and, you know, I don't want to, you know, say anything to, like, you know, I don't want to crush him in his infancy like that. But Destilane Maxwell, we haven't talked about her in a while. Not so erudite. They're edgy. They are edgy. Yeah. So it's this kind of, I mean, not even critical support. I mean, these aren't leftists. They're not necessarily even political streamers. And the takes that they do have on issues are sometimes even more objectionable than Destiny. That being said, there is something to admire about a person that has the sort of moral consistency that you see them display by calling balls and strikes on the Hasan, Destiny, Hasan, Ethan stuff, where it would have been really easy. Like, Quimon did legitimately lose about half of his audience from reacting to Ethan stuff and being like, I kind of think Ethan's full of shit here. I actually, Hasan's got a point. You know, you just shit like that, and it got him like crushed and targeted. I mean, J-Stalk is definitely like under the crosshairs right now from Saltman and his crew. So yeah, they're definitely the enemies of my enemy. But the question is, are they my friend? I don't know, chat. Maybe I'll have he's an adult. George Jackson, like, I mean, he is like, this man is 6 years old. What are you talking about? I wasn't an adult at age 6. I didn't grow up until I was at least 11, chat, before I became a little adult. But anyway, let's let's get moving. I just wanted to check in on that, how people are feeling about that, because it kind of crossed my mind with J-Stalk in particular, that I might be giving him a little bit too much benefit of the doubt, but at the same time, I don't want to err on the other side and be overly judgmental or not allow people the space to grow and change, etc. So we got our eyes on them, chat. I might have to do you remember the President Sunday stream? You will be watching Hasan in just a few short minutes, George Jackson. We will be getting to the Hasan. I'm trying to remember. What the fuck was I saying? I forgot. Let's watch some Hasan.
Somebody find the quote of what I said. And I will keep saying things like that. And I'll constantly keep doing things like that. And I hope Hasan keeps...
He's so badass, dude. He's so badass. I like that. I like that it's just, this is not what I said at all. Like, my point is, and I'm going to repeat it one more time, okay? Also, I saw this. Every generation of Twitch streamers, before we dive into like the news head first, every generation of Twitch streamers has this exact same issue. Here is Stable Ronaldo calls out the fakeness in the streaming industry, saying people genuinely don't like each other anymore, and he can't figure out the reason. There's plenty of money viewership content. I don't know why this is a thing. This has happened in every single generation of streamers, okay? Every single one.
Why is a child a streamer? I mean, you gotta blame, I'm sorry, you gotta blame the parents, right? We're talking about Queeman, right? Why is a child a streamer? Why is a child like indulging in Nick Fuentes like aesthetics? Why specifically? Why is a nice Jewish boy like Queeman doing Nazi dog whistles like 109 countries? I literally saw Queeman do the 109 countries thing the other day, and the answer, just like Willy Wonka, blaming the kid is a lie and a shame. You know exactly who's to blame, the mother and the father, right? And that would be Chud Logic and some e-thought from Twitch. I'm trying to remember who the mom is, chat. Yeah, I do remember Queemon was spun off from Chud Logic and like an associated act. Somebody else that was on Twitch, blue hair. I don't remember her name, chat. She's not, I think she stopped streaming years ago. So anyway.
Every single one. I came up with the crop of talent. Like before my generation, the generation prior to mine was like Ninja, Tfue, Pokimane, right? They all popped off. And then my generation of streamers were like, myself, XQC, I think it was like Nick Merckx as well, kind of. You could put them in there.
We're talking about generations here. And if you're talking about me, if you want to put me in this framework, which, who asked, right? Who am I? But let's do it anyway. I'm actually at least a generation after Hasan. And for what he's talking about, like, no, was I friends with any of these people? Nick Merckx, Stable Ronaldo, FaZe. No, this was not my crew. This was my crew was like, like Lance from the Surf. Okay, so like, just for a framework, like Lance from the Surfs and Non-Compete had already been going by the time that I started. ContraPoints was like the big hero for everyone. Everybody wanted to be ContraPoints, and it was like that. It was like the outgrowth of like BreadTube into the Twitch streaming scene, which was populated by a bunch of different people. Most of those who are not around anymore. Most of those who did not make it. Some of whom were once my friends and then became my enemies. I mean, it's just like so much Demon Mama, right? Demon Mama. There's a good frame of reference. Chud Logic, Demon Mama, and God, is there anybody else? Still, I mean, not that Demon Mommy's even around anymore. Yeah, that's my generation. I think Chud Logic and Demon Mama is like the best.
Who else?
Yo, Joel, thank you for the gifted sub to JD Pond Don. That's very generous of you.
Ms. Kiff, that was another one. Ludwig, right? Cutie Cinderella. Like, this was our gen of content creators. And if you notice, like, there's a lot of drama in that gen. Like, there's a lot of people who have actively fought one another and don't with each other at all any longer. And now this generation after us is like Aiden, Speed, Kai, and then I guess like the second version of that has been like the Phase Boys as well, if you want to loop all of them under the same umbrella. And there are always content creators in this space that just kind of do their own thing. Lyric is a great example of this, right? You know, Moon, Lyric, like there are always content creators that like kind of do their own thing, right? But there's also content creators who collaborate with one another. Like,
I do my own thing now, don't I? Is that how I would be perceived? I wasn't always like that, right? When I started off, I was like all about the collabs, which is wild because I feel like the collabs are actually more valuable when you've got a little bit of a community, when you both have like somewhat of a community. I don't know how, you know, much collabs help when you were as small as I was at the time, but yeah, because of the, you know, the friendships that formed and then were broken apart because of all the fucking anime betrayals that happened, it kind of, I don't know, scared me off. And the fact that so many people that I made friends with were in that dog pile on me, just their first chance to, like, you know, attack me and take what little was mine, like they jumped on it. It kind of made me a little bit paranoid. I really do try to not to be like that though. Always worry when you cover Hasan, you're gonna pause at me yapping in chat. Wait, whoa, that's the wrong button.
I would say Keizo is like this new generation's version of like.
Is it Keizo or is it Queso? I always call him Queso. Is he Keizo?
Lyric.
Sounds like Kaizo.
Right? Keizo just does his own thing. He like collects.
It sounds like a cheese, maybe.
People every now and then, but he just like stays out of everything. He stays out of trouble. He stays out of
one in chat if you know who we're talking about, Keizo.
Drama. He's great. And basically, I mean, he's been doing his own thing. He's popping off. Whereas like a lot of these other guys, they collaborate with one another, myself included. Right? And ultimately, from my personal experience, what I've seen that has taken place is that when money gets involved, when there's too much money to be made, when there's too much clout, okay, I think ultimately...
It is actually pronounced just like queso? Wow. Okay. I think I like queso. I mean, I haven't watched enough to be consider myself a fan or anything, but yeah, whenever I've turned on Queso, he's playing like Minecraft, which, you know, that's, you know, yeah, he's a gamer. I mean, he's including gamers, right? Hasan's on Twitch, so even though he does politics and just chatting and commentary, a lot of his friends do gaming, right? And he's probably jealous of them too, because he likes to play games too. It's just that nobody wants to watch him play those games. So, my friend, I see in person 5 times a year showed me Queso. Just thank God it wasn't Andrew Tate. Nice. Elephant Graveyard video is great, but it would take Irene 6 hours. You're right.
People find themselves fighting over one another and like fighting for like the seat at the top, I guess. It becomes like very... I
mean, this is real too. This is real too, right? Some people, you know, they get involved, they make friends, and then, you know... They see where they end up in terms of the hierarchy and they don't like their position and they start I don't know, it's like their disposition towards people, their former friends, you know, people they started off streaming with that are doing slightly better to them becomes really, really toxic, right? There's a lot of jealousy. In fact, that's the biggest thing that fucked us all. There was a lot of us, chat. There was a lot of like, I mean, I know I say BreadTube now, and that doesn't impress anyone because BreadTube is kind of worn out its welcome. You know, kind of disappointed a lot of people, but you know, the group that, you know, so a group of like intersectional leftists, right, that started off streaming, that I started off streaming a lot with, and it was just really disappointing to see them, you know, some of them turn into absolute snakes.
Transactional relationships become very transactional because like before 2020.
Wait, HK's got a comment on queso. If you, if you make your omelet with a bunch of milk, no salt and pepper, and then overcook it, the meal would be bland, right? That's queso to me. He's just a basic. Is that what you're saying? Like that he's just like a basic streamer, kind of. Like he's got flavor, doesn't he always bang the desk? Isn't that queso's thing?
A lot of content creators were just like friends with one another, like legitimately friends with one another, right? In my generation of content creators, like the top dogs.
That's so sad. It's so sad. That's what I wanted. I wanted to just be friends with everyone, but
we were all friends with one another. We like legitimately hung out with one another. You know, Trainwrecks, XQC, even Asmongold from time to time. And it wasn't like a thing. It wasn't a big ordeal to just like collaborate with someone, right? And at the time, they're
Can somebody explain to me, Queso? Is it like, because what I got from it like I don't even know. It felt like he had just started playing Minecraft. I'm not sure, but it felt like he had just picked up Minecraft and he was like really good at it, like immediately. Like, right, he was going through like all the things and like, you know, asking chat, you know, like, how do I get this? How do I get that? How do I get to the end? But he's kind of like, he's a lot better than, he always thirsting after Leon Kennedy from, what's that game? I can't remember the fucking name of the game, but I know, yeah, Leon Kennedy. Some of these people were just POSs that hid their true selves. Yeah, I definitely know a couple of those. I don't know where they went to, but the last I checked, they were yelling about me on Twitter.
Opinions weren't the way that they are.
Long time ago.
So when you say like, ew, you're reflecting on that with like today.
Thank you, Resident Evil. I don't know why I thought it was Silent Hill. I get Resident Evil and Silent Hill mixed up.
Opinion. You're reflecting on what these guys look like now or what these guys say now, but it wasn't like that back then. They just weren't like that at all. And I think throughout time, I feel like those collaborations became like more serious, more professional. Like there was an expectation, a tit for tat. It became way more.
Yeah, I remember that. You give somebody a tit and they give you a tat. It's pretty like you let them. You give them the tit and then they do a tat on you. Something like that.
Right. And
that's got to be so weird, chat. Can you imagine getting a tattoo from somebody that was like, you know, drinking milk from your booba?
People got segmented.
I guess it's a fair exchange. You know, it's pretty high in protein and calcium and
your bomb in terms of like my generation, like no longer collaborating with one another and no longer having us, I would say was like during COVID, XQC's mistreatment of other content creators kind of started this drama a little bit because he would just like treat every content creator like a NPC.
Did people get wild during COVID? Is that when the drama started?
And because he was...
Oh my God, chat, I'm having so much trouble. Okay, COVID, like if I remember correctly, right? There was stories about COVID in like October of 2019. And everybody just kind of, you know, like, you know, when you hear about the new bird flu has been spotted in, Indonesia or something like that. And you're just like, I don't care. I'm not in Indonesia. I'm not a bird. I don't give a fuck. Right. It was like that. There've been a million of these things, you know, that affect some other place or didn't end up being like a huge like pandemic or anything like that. Right. And I assumed COVID would be the same. And then by like December, we knew it was going to be worse than that. Then the lockdown starts sometime in early 2020, if I remember correctly. And there's all this confusion. Yeah, so that's 2020, like early 2020, when when actual COVID, when COVID started to affect the things that you can do. And then 2021 for me was the year that all the drama started.
Rewarded tremendously.
I shouldn't say that. There was drama before, wasn't there? There's the drama from 2021, but then I think the summer of 2020. I feel like I got in some kind of crazy drama in the summer of 2020. And it didn't have anything to do with any of the, debate bro streamers. It was just random, so-and-so doesn't like so-and-so.
For that, no one really said anything about it, and a lot of people just kind of let it happen.
Yeah, I remember that in 2020. I was like, I was thinking it was gonna be like 2 weeks and done, right? I was thinking it was gonna be like 2 weeks and done.
It wasn't even just GTRP. It was like Among Us, GTRP, No Pixel. Every time there was like a serious collaboration, that's where it initially started. That's where the fissures initially started. And, there were some people who called them out. I wonder who those people are. And, they got yelled at quite a bit. And I was doing that as a friend, too, at the time, because we were still close.
Okay, so I want to remind us that this is actually about Destiny. He's talking about his past. It's reminding me of my past. But eventually this video becomes about Destiny somehow.
And then after that, it just kind of kept spiraling over and over again. Then there was the kick ordeal. A lot of these guys were getting money from a crypto gambling casino online. And, of course, when financial interests come into play, there's also obviously people that want to protect their bag. And then Kick gets created as a website after stake.com is banned off of Twitch. And in the process, a lot of the people that went over there they had a lot of animosity. They had a lot of anger to.
Yeah, Moni the Whale brings up that it was a very different situation if you were considered an essential worker. If you're working at a grocery store or one of those jobs that's considered healthcare, one of the jobs that's considered essential. You didn't get to quarantine.
Towards those who didn't. And then I think the big nuke obviously was the Miskiff train wreck stuff, right? And it just imploded, and no one ever. People became extra cliquey, and no one ever hung out with one another the same way ever again after that. But that was just my gen, right? A long, convoluted, complicated Twitch history, and now I think this is happening for these guys as well a little bit.
I was the smallest one here. I don't think my take on this is.
Thank you for the butterfly, Sarah. That's got us. I think we're 3 out of 10, 7 super chats away from the butterfly.
I actually have a take. Let's start. Oh, should I start starting?
He's very cloud driven. Ludwig talked about how so many creators talk to him after streamer games about not.
So that's Ronaldo.
That's so funny to me because I've been friends with most of the people that were there for literally the past 6 years. Okay, including all the new talent. I'm pretty friendly with them, and I'm not upset. You know what I mean? Who is someone random getting upset after never having any relationship whatsoever? Not even upset because I understand you have to fund these big initiatives. And
chat, you know what work I was doing at the time when COVID started? I was a massage therapist. That is one job that really got put on hold during the pandemic.
Some of those companies that fund these big initiatives.
I was doing massage. I was doing massages, and I was also teaching kickboxing. Also, in my state, which I hated at the moment. I hated this when it happened, right? Because gyms got closed down for a fuck long time. So my job just as a trainer just disappeared. And then but I mean, obviously, I think the only time I got sick was after Amy Komori, thank you for the super chat. I think the only time I got sick was actually when I did go, when the gyms reopened, I went back to one and I immediately got sick. So I realized it's no joke. It's really hard to, maybe you could do outdoor physical activity, but in terms of like inside stuff, it's you're playing Russian roulette with like only one chamber, not having a bullet in it, right? It's a very dangerous game. But yeah, my like Epstein's employees. Yes, I was working at Mar-a-Lago at the time, I believe. I was working for Massage Envy.
Obviously, going to be companies that work with the state of Israel and are not too fond of
Wait, no, by that time I think I had a better job than Massage Envy.
my commentary on that same state of Israel, or even actively fund Donald Trump's big beautiful bill. So that's so funny that like people get mad. They really hated you for being the face of getting state banned off Twitch. Yeah.
Myself into this a little bit. I don't actually think streamers have egos. I think streamers just don't like each other. Simple as that. And it's not based off egos. It's just based off they just don't like each other. And people fake friendships. And put question marks all you want. I'm going to be honest. I just don't think people like each other. I don't really know why. I think there's plenty of money for everyone. There's plenty of viewers.
This is the healthy attitude to have on this, for the record. I do think there's a lot of ego involved as well. But I think there's a lot of clout. There's a lot of ego. There's a lot of money. There's financial interests involved as well. And once like money, in my experience, what I have realized is once money is a part of this process and people get...
Wait, what did he say? Streamers don't have egos? Oh my God. I hope that's not what I'm guessing what he meant was that it's not about the ego, the fights, the drama. It's not about the egos. It's about people just not liking each other. Takes an ego to put yourself online in the first place. Yeah, I would say. Is that what he did? Does Ronaldo seriously say? Here, let me roll it back. Because that must have been a misspeak. There's no way that somebody would, like, in all seriousness, say streamers don't have egos. I will say, though, that, people think that it's all about ego and that's the personality type that's attracted to this business. Maybe being too precious about your ego is not super helpful for staying in the game, right? Because your ego, your image... Chat, do you know what it's like to have like various communities earnestly believe that you are a horrible person? Not just like you said something wrong or you had a bad take, but that you are a fucking monster. That everything bad that happens in that community is like you're pulling the strings somehow, right? Can you imagine? Like that was my reality for a couple years.
And they really hated you.
I was the villain.
In the face of getting state banned off Twitch. Yeah.
Myself into this a little bit. I don't actually think streamers have egos. I think streamers just don't like each other. Simple as that.
I mean, you're right. That's what he said. I don't think streamers have egos. I hope what he meant by that was he doesn't think it's about the egos. God damn, is that a cat tree back there, chat? I wish I was a cat. I would be the best pet cat. But only if you got me a cat tree. I would need to climb.
And it's not...
And I would probably scratch up your bed and your couch and your stuffed animals.
Based off egos. It's just based off they just don't like each other. And people fake friendships. And...
You'd have to watch me in the kitchen because I'd try to jump up on the counter and eat stuff.
Put question marks all you want. I'm going to be honest. I just don't think people like each other. I don't really know why. I think there's plenty of money for everyone. There's plenty of viewers.
This is the healthy attitude to have on this, for the record.
Okay, so what Hasan...
I think there's a lot of ego involved.
What Hasan is saying is the healthy attitude is to say that there are more fish in the sea. Because what happens, chat, if you get focused on one community and or one group of people, one demographic, and being the streamer of choice for those people... is that, yeah, that's when the petty shit starts. That's when the catfighting starts, right? That's when you want to, like, that's when people are, like, wanting to destroy each other. Because they see each other, they see each other as being, like, competitors, right? And what Ronaldo says there about that, there's, I mean, it's not an infinite audience, right? But it's a pretty humanity, or viewers for a certain type of content. There's a lot more people out there than you realize, and I don't know. It's a more healthy attitude than what I saw from a lot of my contemporaries
as well. But I think there's a lot of clout, there's a lot of ego, there's a lot of money, there's financial interests involved as well. And once like money, in my experience, what I have realized is once money is a part of this process and people get driven by that financial imperative, as opposed to just like taking taking whatever money you're making and like being excited at the prospect, being excited at how fortunate we are to even be at this position, instead of just like actively just like hanging out with friends and trying to make people entertain, they're rizzing girls up. You know what I mean? Like it's a job in the sense of like, it's still supposed to be entertaining. You're supposed to be doing the, okay. People are saying 6 hours, fucking chatters. Jesus Christ. Like for a lot of these guys, they're just like having fun and filming themselves in the process of having fun and making a lot of money. And it's that amazing. And I say this as someone who thinks my position, which is definitely a little bit more,
that sounds like Kai Cenat stream he's talking about.
More serialized and a little bit more serious,
like having fun with friends and filming it,
than what these guys are doing as an unimaginably immensely privileged position to begin with as well. So anyway, no love for Wubby 7. Wait, what do you mean? What happened? No,
that was shameful music. Yeah, that was look. It's a music from that was created from a podcast. That it's literally a parody. It's Chapo's parody of White Boy SoundCloud rap.
Talking about Whoopi's doing incredible shit with Will right now. IRL streaming is way more exhausting than desktop. I disagree with that. As someone who does both, you're actually 100% wrong.
Yeah, it's probably a good thing Chapo didn't quit their day job to do. They had a second podcast called Episode 1, and the idea of Episode 1 was we do like one episode of podcasts that we wish existed, that should exist, right? We just like make up a scenario and imagine these people have a podcast, and we act that out. And this podcast was, white, Midwestern, SoundCloud rapper wannabe dudes or something. They were I mean, they did definitely, yeah. Well, I don't know if they were spot on or if they were just that bad at producing music. You know what I mean? Maybe. I mean, they do match the demographic kind of in some ways.
What? I didn't leak shit. He said that's true.
Okay.
I think it's bad on mainstream channels. It's extra bad in the VTuber space. No, I will stand.
Wait.
I think
is this true, chat? Any VTube fans in chat? Ophelia, I'm more into kink than sex nowadays. I've heard the same thing from Donald Trump, actually. When I was talking to him the other day in Mar-a-Lago after massaging some clients. No, chat. This is gonna become a meme, and then people are gonna hear it and they're gonna. Anyway.
Desktop streams are harder and worse on.
But yeah, what is the deal with the drama in the VTube space? Is VTube like? Wait, was it true or not? Wait, what part? Me meeting Trump? Wait, like. I'm just, is it true that there's vicious drama in the VTuber space? Is it true that is that true? Is that real?
On your fucking mental and have a worse toll than doing IRL streams. I do both. I'm telling you, I've done both for years. Okay.
Oh my God, chat.
one of the best aspects of Twitch was that there is like a big community here, you know? There was a massive community here where content creators would like genuinely get together and hang out and have fun. And that's gone. And that kind of sucks that it's gone. Okay? It fucking sucks. But that's why I love the FaZe boys, because they just still keep that energy. Yeah, but you don't do both at the same extent. Like, you ain't Irish streaming 8 hours a day for weeks on end.
VTubers always seem to have mad drama.
You just flop for a few days. I mean, but in my experience, when I do like
My VTubers are chill as fuck.
4, 5, 6 hour IRL streams, like, I
Oh my god, I guess I've had all kinds of experiences with VTubers too. Like, I mean, I even did I dabbled in VTubing myself, although I gotta admit, I didn't work very hard on the model. And just like, you know, kind of out the box and then blue hair. But wait, that was one of the VTubers. The other VTuber was more of a what is that app called that like changed voice mod? It was more of a voice mod creation than anything else.
recognize this when I started going to the protests. Okay, I was in the middle of these fucking protests, getting shot at for like 4 hours straight, getting fucking pepper sprayed and shit. And that literally took less out of me than sitting here and having to listen to chatters yell at me over fucking minutia. I would rather go to a protest and get shot at, okay, than have to sit through like a drama segment with members of my community fucking chirping at me over like some minor disagreement that they've decided is the absolute worst possible thing.
Narwhal by nature, I think that's called a ping tuber. Is a ping tuber a VTuber?
That could have ever happened. Yeah. I mean, fair law. Also, chat. I mean, flip. It's fine. I'm telling you, I love this community. Law, he hates the chat. Law. No, I love my community. I'm an incredibly fortunate person. But I'm telling you, it takes a fucking mental toll.
Quiz time, chat. Who is the most toxic VTuber that I've ever had to deal with? Anybody know?
Okay, I'm telling you. You're so sensitive, Hasanabi. Wait, what? Anyway, I'm demanding an apology for you interviewing the ice cream man.
Nux. I've never interacted with Nux.
Anyway, does chat appear in your dreams? Not as much anymore, honestly. I don't know what happened. I don't know at what point.
Is it a thing, chat? Have you heard other streamers talk about this? I should have had at least one dream where I'm on stream. I've streamed a lot. The Dubster. Oh my god. You know, when I first encountered this frog that you speak of, the frog formerly known as Doobie, Shadman, what? Oh my god, you think I'm yeah, like I got my Shadman art right back there. No, I don't. Oh my god. Oh. But yeah, when I first encountered Doobie, I think he was just a name in my chat. He super chatted at me, and before I knew it, he was going on Stardust to talk shit about me. But you know, he was not a VTuber. He was just he was a detached voice on voice mod. Because this guy is like super concerned with his OPSEC. He never wants to get his track record online associated with the job that he does in real life, which is likely something requiring networking, something like insurance. My guess is that Doobie is selling insurance when he's not stealing other people's discords, but I don't know for sure. But yeah, no, Doobie was not a VTuber until a few years later, but you're very close. You're very close when you say the Doobster. Can you think of some associated acts?
Because like, remember, I used to talk about how like I would debate in my dreams, right? Like I would come up with like talking points.
Oh, Nux is a centrist. He's not like that anymore. HK, have you checked in on Nux lately? It's all anti-SJW shit now.
Sometimes, like I would come up with like commentary, in my mind while I'm sleeping, while I'm dreaming, and then I would wake up and then I would write it down. I'd be like, damn, that's a good fucking.
I've never done this. That's pretty good. Oh, Chud, good call, because Chud, not a lot of people remember this, but Chud was a VTuber. Chud had a strange, like it looked like a hippie. It looked like a hippie with a beard, like nose ring, I think, and a blue like dyed beard. But then the other VTuber, of course, when Chud was talking about issues that some people were uncomfortable with a white dude talking about, and they were like, Chud, you don't get to say this as a white guy. And he's like, all right then, and he shuts down his screen, and he comes back in blackface, in digital blackface, right? As far as I'm concerned, Chud Logic invented digital blackface that day. He just turned his VTube model. In fact, it wasn't just, you know, a random like black dude. It was, he looked like a minstrel type image.
Talking point.
And it was like, apparently that's a really funny joke to his community.
And I'm always on, but minus 10 aura, I'm always on. I mean, it's not aura. Nothing I do is aura. Let's be real. Maybe if there was like daily fun like the old days, it wouldn't be so bad.
I'm surprised nobody's getting this.
Can you believe we used to watch real estate videos?
But yeah, you were really close with the guests of Doobie.
Kill you for that?
Doobie's probably the second most toxic VTuber.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it actively. That's why we're doing the community census. That's why I'm bringing back Chad Vice with not one, but two special guests. Second special guest is being announced right now at this moment. Chad Vice tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific time. Vanilla Mace and Phase Adapt. That's right. It's going to be a fucking banger. Okay. I am so stoked. Yep. Weak ego, to be honest. Wait, what? Weak ego. Fake friend. Do IRL every day. Okay, dude, train is the same. Weak ego, to be honest. You don't have to ban guys like that for saying that. It's
there we go. Narwhal by Nature's got it.
fine. You can say stuff like that. I'm not even like, I'm not frustrated by any of this, by the way. I'm just.
Oh no! I reminded you of the KSI Labubu.
Like, this is in spite of all of the.
A VTuber named Pixie. I don't remember one. There was a Pixie with PXIE was the Destiny orbiter that is currently suing him.
All of the tremendous fortune that I have seen in my fucking life and in my career in particular. I don't know how we moved on to like.
No, the thing about the Eris VTube model is like. You know, like, I mean, I don't know. Like, look, I'll be honest, right? Obviously, she and her team, because she did have a team behind the VTuber, they know a lot more about VTube modeling than I do, right? But I just remember that the Eris VTube model, like, it was like it could turn like this or like this, and so yeah, like it couldn't turn like that. Right, it couldn't, like, there was no independent head movement. So whenever they would want to turn the model would just go like this or like that. And I was like, just like a cursed Momo doll.
IRL, I think, is like more fun to do and less like brain and soul sucking than a desktop. It could just be a me thing, to be honest. Bet you won't read this. Do you think about chat after you nut? See. Do you understand what I mean when I say this shit is worse than fucking IRL streams? Do you understand it, chatter?
I'm kind of surprised. I'm like, now that Hasan mentions it, it's pretty weird, right? Because, you know, like I was in school for a long time, definitely had dreams at school, definitely had dreams about massaging, you know, clients that would come in, you know, as these shambling, you know, masses of filth. And I would have to, you know, Chihiro style, you know, kind of wash them down with like, medicinal herbs and stuff in order to, you know, fix their souls and stuff like that. But I don't think I've ever had a stream. That's weird. With the amount of hours that I put in, it's kind of wild that now I'll have a dream. Now tonight I will probably dream of chat, and it's Hasan's fault.
Do you understand it better now? Do you understand it better now? Do you understand it better now? Okay. Example proven instantly. Okay, instantly. proving my goddamn point. Listen. The thing is, the reason why I say IRL is better in general than desktop is also because, like, I think being outside is healthier than having all of your interactions be on the internet. That's it. Because, like, I interact with fans nonstop.
I don't know, chat. Do you want me to try to do IRL streams in Vietnam?
I interact with fans nonstop in the real world when I go out, right? And none of them are asking me questions like that. Because, as I always say, human beings in the motherfucking real world, in the meat space, behave very differently than human beings on the internet. The same guy who will say some shit like that is not going to do that. Anyway, that's a joke anyway. I'm not like being serious or sincere.
I don't know what it's like. Do you need to have the pack? Because I don't have the pack. What I have is a cell phone and a selfie stick. Right? This is the kind of, IRL stream that I would be capable of, and I guess I'd be relying on I don't even know if I get 5G. I don't know if that would work. Though there's only one way to find out. I guess I gotta try it, right? I mean, obviously, I'll have good internet in the place I'm staying. I made sure to secure that. Always get Tetris syndrome type dreams when I sleep after not smoking weed. Wait, Tetris syndrome dreams? Like you're playing Tetris? As long as you're feeling, yeah. I mean, you gotta protect her. That's the other thing that, like Hasan, you would think that Hasan, there'd be at least a little bit of anxiety associated, like, because unlike myself, Hasan is a recognizable figure to a lot of people. IRL, and he definitely has had like ops come up to him. He definitely has had like Destiny fans come up and talk shit to him IRL.
About that.
Shit for everyone, and there's plenty of content for everyone. I don't really know why this is even like a thing. Like, I just don't know why people are scared to say they don't like people. That's the smallest one.
Don't you feel like you can? One guy did say, "I'm shaking. D owns you" or something. Yeah, exactly. That's the one time where like a internet cringe lord behaved like he was an internet cringe lord, but in real life, and it was such an inconsequential experience. It was such an inconsequential experience overall, and it was like a major fucking own for that person. That
Is he talking about Destiny?
Take care of itself.
Wait.
And speaking of which, by the way,
sorry. Is he talking about when Destiny hung out with Ludwig? Is that what we're doing here, chat? I hate Tetris. What is Tetris syndrome dreaming? I've never heard of it. Trying to place things within each other to make them fit all night. It doesn't sound like a good way to dream. I like Tetris. I like dreaming. I don't think I would like Tetris in my dreams. If that's what you're talking about, like your dream is Tetris, it's a little too anxiety. Like, I'd rather have a chill dream. It's not just the creators, it's also their audience. Good point.
Very same person who has egged on his fans to like stalk me in real life, because the Destiny owns you guy was from.
Oh, that's what he's talking about. That was the guy I was talking about that approached him in real life just to say apparently Destiny owns you.
Best, who has now been outed as a pedophile as well from his community. Here's what he recently had to say, and then we're going to move on to the news.
Frogman, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Thank you that's very generous of you, Omega Star.
If this is the norm for political justify attacking or killing Hasan, 100%. If it's going to be that every single Zionist, every single Jew, everybody in Israel, even your content creator's wife or whatever in the West Bank, like if that's the norm, then you could basically kill every online content creator you want. Like if that's how we're going to run these norms down, that's fucking insane. I don't know, somebody find the quote of what I said, and I will keep saying things like that, and I'll constantly keep doing things like that, and I hope Hasan keeps.
He's so badass, dude. He's so badass. I like that. I like that. It's just, this is not what I said at all. Like, my point is, and I'm going to repeat it one more time. Okay. It doesn't matter who this person is. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite content creator. It doesn't matter if it's me. If I
Oh my God.
went in, joined the Israeli occupying force.
Globus, you just temporarily got moderated by Automod for saying he's so dumb. I didn't realize that Automod was that hardcore.
Okay. Train
You all know the story, right? Like, there's the same reason that I keep on talking about this fucking drama from the past, is that, like, I got really harassed bad in 2021 and for a few years after that. And for that reason, to make shit manageable for the mods on Twitch, we had to just set up the strongest moderation possible. The idea was that, you know, they're not going to have time to catch everything because we were literally being botted. Like, we were being like hate rated with bots or something. And so, like, they'd have so much to do in terms of that you know, we needed it to like auto mod people if they just said something rude. And so, yeah, that's why calling Destiny dumb is getting you auto modded.
with the Israeli occupying force, went into the occupied West Bank territory on a night raid, and I got shot at. That's free game. Okay? Because the occupied people have a legal right to militarily resist against the occupational force. That's it. That is a matter of international law. Take it up with the UN. You can clearly people try to actively move the conversation away to something I didn't say because that's a position that you can't really defend, right? That's not like, you can't just be like, I don't think that occupied people have.
Any SSRI queens wake up with random words or names in their head? I do, but I'm not on any SSRIs.
Have a legal right to militarily resist, engage in armed struggle against an occupational force. This has nothing to do with like individual content creators. Like what I'm talking about is very clearly well defined within international law and also reiterated over and over and over again. Okay. What he's trying to say is, oh, dude, you should go and kill Hasan. You know, that's it. It doesn't matter who it is. New name, child molestiny. Yeah.
Fucking crying about it. And I hope that fucking Ethan misquotes me because of some shit Hasan said. I don't give a fuck. If this is
Ethan and he'll scold Destiny for helping Hasan reframe the conversation to victimize himself. Destiny has nothing to do with what Hasan did to me. He had a flawless victory and his dumbass gave Hasan the ability to cry and be victim. Okay. That's interesting. Anyway, ooh, gray bars again. The gray is back. Yeah, this is not the first content creator that is like actively called upon their fans to kill me. And it probably won't be the last. As a matter of fact, this fucking dipshit was hanging out with famous pedophile neo-Nazi. Now we know why he was hanging out with him on his own stream. Also, at the time when that pedophile neo-Nazi Sam Hyde was also doing the haha Hasan Piker, I'm going to come to your house and kill you. So this is not the first time he's done shit like this. See Sam Stinney. Anyway. Stockman pieced out on his podcast with Epstiny. Yeah, that's bullshit. He's just trying to, I think the reason why his second in command, who utilizes his community because he has no motion outside of that, to engage in these like stalking operations is only distancing himself because he is an advertiser of Ethan Klein's podcast.
Sam Hyde did Skullgate and CPS, yeah.
And he feels like it's going to...
And then blamed it on Hasan. Always confused about why Epstiny is considered such a master debater when he consistently has such idiotic takes based on deliberate misunderstandings. You know, I don't know if I've showed you a lot of Destiny debates, right? I mean, I guess I technically participated in one since I disagreed with him on stream a couple times. Yeah, I think my friend MixVivian did a lot more debating against Destiny and Vosh and people like that. And I guess they're talking about like his kind of like thinking on his feet
look bad for Ethan if Ethan attacks me. And then I turn around and say, dude, you're getting money from this dude who is giving you all these talking points and this community that is like actively defending someone trying to procure child sexual abuse material. Like, what the fuck? You have no leg to stand on. So I think Dan thinks if he just like cuts ties for a little bit after actively defending Destiny, hopefully that'll give Ethan some stronger legs to stand on, when in fact it doesn't work that way. I mean, this is his business partner. Dan Saltman is the person that is the connective tissue between these two people. And he's directly funding. He's one of the
he's almost like a professional Hasbroist, and I don't just mean that in terms of like, you know, Hasbra and like pro IDF propaganda. I mean like, you know, in the grander scheme, he's a propagandist is really what Destiny is. And you know, the fact that he can even come in front of his chat after having admitted to being in possession of NSFW images of a minor, and that he shared back and forth NSFW images with said minor, is kind of amazing. I mean, not in a good way amazing, but his thinking on his feet is just grabbing onto some ill thought out Connor. He's a sophist. That's what he is. He's a really good sophist, right? Strongest power in debates is his ability to deride his opponents. You know what a good video would be? Like if I could find 3 times where Destiny got rolled in a debate. One of those times would be Demon Mama, right? That's what got Demon Mama all the harassment in the first place. That's when she started to get targeted by 4chan and the farms and all the rest, was when she had a fairly successful debate against Destiny. And it was something, yeah, I'm trying to remember how it went down. Does everybody know who Doe is? Doe, former Twitch streamer, used to go by Cyberwitch Lexi prior to being called Doe. But it was something with, I think, Doe and Liv Agar, where Destiny got into was it a Twitter fight with them, and said something about trans people and mental illness, which sounded a lot like trans people have mental illness, or to be trans is to have mental illness. I don't think that was exactly what Destiny was saying there. I don't think that was what he was actually intending there, but it really came off like that. And so Demon Mama challenges him to a debate, and that's when she started to really get harassed a lot.
Last remaining podcast funders, redact.dev.
Yeah, Frogman remembers all the lore.
You guys know that's Dan Saltman's company. And he's giving he's giving the talking points to Ethan, and his community is actively in here. They're in here probably right now, losing their fucking minds, looking for something that they can misconstrue, as they do every single day. This clip was posted. This clip was posted on the Destiny. Wait, what? They're defending D, losing my mind at the complete inversion of reality here. Then I remember that the H3 sub has been completely taken over by Destiny fans. They all think Destiny's a victim of a years-long harassment campaign by Hasan, when it's the other way around. Hasan ignored him for years. Yeah, so that's awesome. The only thing I will say here is that Destiny has been dealing with Hasan for far, far longer than Ethan. Ethan literally said that Hasan brought up Destiny the first time they met in person. He's survived like 6 years of Hasan's constant campaigns against him. He used to not pay any attention to them, but that led him to getting the current reputation he has now, where Hasan will lie about him to others, painting the most horrible picture of him that still somewhat persists. I
feel like we watched this part. I remember him talking about this before.
reason why people that get yanked from Hasan's cult literally only have to watch like one full video of his to realize he's been lying about him all this time is quite hard to overstate just how deep the Destiny Hasan feud goes. When you've seen how bad these communities are at their worst for like over half a decade, you lose any hope that the high ground will matter. What I really find funny about this is not only is it just the exact opposite of the reality, but my favorite is when they do like the liberal Zionist position between me and Destiny. The liberal Zionists like, well, both sides are kind of fucked. It's like, no, this is not a both sides situation, man. This has been an active cyber stalking operation with mass harassment initiatives. They always do this with like LSF too. Like LSF is literally run by a moderator in Destiny's community. And if you look at the top post in LSF, it's like Hasan sneezed wrong. And it's like 7,000 upvotes. And then all of the fucking comments underneath it is like, yo, he's the worst person that's ever existed, you know? And then they have the audacity to turn around and be like, Hasan obviously brigades this Discord. It's like, it's weird because it doesn't seem to exist. The Hasan defense on LSF. It's just no motion overall because you just push through it. And as long as you push through it and as long as you abide by your values, and you know, keep doing your own thing. A lot of these guys who are just like utterly repulsive, truly evil individuals, they just, you know, they keep fucking themselves up anyway in all of their anger, in all of their resentment, in all of their animosity. If you design your entire worldview around hating one fucking person and you don't have any sort of like discernible values, you are inevitably going to find yourself locked in to, I guess, defending Israel's genocide. Yeah, one community constantly harasses, doxes, stalks your entire family. Anyone you show any positivity towards with botted email campaigns.
Interesting. HK says, my niece just came in. She's 6 years old, same age as Queemon, and feels, I mean, they do grow up fast though. I feel like debating her would be the same as debating Destiny. It's like trying to teach a child that they can't, a child that can't grasp concepts. There are concepts, a lot of concepts that Destiny cannot grasp. There's a lot that Destiny says that to a fairly intelligent person shows Destiny to be, you know, not even a pseudo intellectual, right? Just, you know, he's got one interest and that's winning debates, right? Everything else is supplemented to that mandate. And but he's good at changing the subject when he doesn't know something, and then he's got the it's like a lack of shame that I think is one of his superpowers, right? So even though he doesn't know shit, he will turn that around on you and like memorize a bunch of facts and then quiz you on those and imply that you don't know shit, thus gatekeeping you out of an argument that he has no business participating in the first place, because it's a medal of honor for him. Like I told you, the reason that he argues for, you know, ethical CSAM and shit like that, the reason that he, you know, often questions age of consent matters and stuff like that, you know, yeah, part of it might be, you know, his own interest in those subjects, but part of it is to put himself, he like debate lords like Destiny, they love to put themselves behind the 8-ball and then do some trick shot where they actually, you know, I don't know, like, right, that's the whole skill, right? They want to take the debate, that the side of the debate that nobody else wants to take. That's why he's a contrarian. People talk about Destiny as a contrarian. We'll talk about Queemon as a contrarian. But a lot of the contrarianism in Destiny comes from the fact that he feels like it shows his prowess better if he can debate a topic, if he can defend a side that no one else wants to defend, right? That's why you get Vosh having, you know, which, you know, again, Vosh comes from the Destiny community. Vosh built his, you know, internet presence off of debating Destiny. And that's why you'll have Vosh, you know, give takes, you know, implying that a minor and an adult can have a relationship and not harm the minor, right? It's a difficult, you know, take to defend, I guess.
Platform deported.
That was 100% a diss on Ethan.
And then this community says, wow, they fucking suck. Also, he's a pedophile. These are the same thing.
Who's a smoother sophist, NCC, Destiny, or Jordan B. Peterson? I would say NCC. Definitely. She's a smooth criminal, actually.
The OJ dropped the Ghislaine Maxwell tapes. We're going to be taking a look at that as well, of course. It's a dead sub that gets propped up by Epstiny guys because they're larger.
All right. I feel like
the front page of Reddit. Yeah, but I don't think that matters all.
You know, remember what I was saying earlier about the overlap in different videos in the industrial complex? I feel like maybe we're running into that. This feels like deja vu, but then again, it could have already been. It could be because I pre-watched.
Much.
Release the DDG files. That's right, chatter.
In the grand scheme of things, like I think there's only the more the spotlight is on a person like Destiny, the more even people who know him as like, oh, the fast talking liberal debate guy who owns Republicans realize that maybe he's not such a good guy, and they come to that conclusion on their own. They don't need someone to like lie about who he is or whatever and actively make content about how much of a piece of shit he is by framing things he's saying in the most negative ways possible for 6 years onward. Whereas for Destiny, he has had to do that. And
Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, streamer. You have triggered my stand. Which punches things and makes them soft. No. Yeah, welcome, Cyber Dragon. You're out there in DC still doing some IRL?
because my position is not exactly popular among neck-bearded incels online who dominate every single fucking space, there is definitely a robust market for fuck Hasan style content amongst apolitical content creators and slop tubers alike. But even then, organically, those guys have realized maybe we shouldn't be aligned with this fucking weirdo loser who is so toxic that he has actively harmed people in his closest.
Oh, you went home after DC. I see.
Orbit.
Oh yeah, I keep on forgetting how late it is over on the East Coast. It's like 1 o'clock there, right?
Reminder that Hasan's Freak Squad has threatened to murder Destiny several times. Never happened. Never said that. I can understand why he doesn't give a fuck. He's been targeted by them for years now and has zero faith in Twitch. That's just a lie. And it's not just a lie, but it's like straight up projection. And it's
It's 2 a.m. out there.
I've always taken an approach of just gray rocking. That's what it's called, right? When you're dealing with narcissists.
Okay, now this part worries me right here, right? Look, I mean, I've dealt with really toxic people whose personalities I would describe as narcissistic. I am not a healthcare professional, so I can't diagnose somebody as having some kind of personality disorder associated with narcissism or anything like that. But there's a hell of a lot of content that is out there that seems to be geared towards people doing this exact thing. The person that you have issues with in your real life might be a narcissist, and here's how you deal with the narcissist. The narcissist will always blah 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 blah. I feel like most of that shit is like pseudoscience, right? I feel like there's a lot of just playing. You know how like ChatGPT will be a sycophant to you, like I think they had this in the latest South Park, right, where it's kind of telling you whatever. It's almost like toxic positivity coming out of ChatGPT when people like are asking it for advice and stuff like that, right? But it's like I feel like there's something kind of messed up with this. I don't know. It just feels like if everybody wants to think that there is something diagnosable about the person that you've got beef with, and sometimes that might be true. But if you go through life like fucking diagnosing everybody as a narcissist for not agreeing with you, I don't know about this. I don't know. So he's talking about when he says gray rocking, I think that's let me look that up. Let me make sure I know. I've heard Kevils mention this too. Gray rocking. psychological strategy for disengaging with emotionally abusive or toxic individuals. Grey Rock method. What it is. This is from Medical News Today. Cleveland Clinic's got an article, how Grey Rock method works. Let's click on Cleveland Clinic here. Oh, the site can't be reached. It doesn't like Thai IPs, I guess. I don't know. It's a method by which you act deliberately unresponsive and unengaged so that the abusive person will lose interest in you. Yeah, that's the general idea of Grey Rocking, right? Is that like if you kind of purposely make yourself uninteresting to the person, trying to harass you, trying to get under your skin. You never give them any feedback that anything that they do has affected you in any way. And I feel like I've, employed this method at times with certain people. I don't know if there's like research on this or anything, though. I don't know how, good of advice this actually is. I mean, it makes sense, right? And it seems to, I don't know, though. I want to say it seems to work, but it's not like I did a randomized control trial or anything. It's not like I, even just like, just testing out different, you know what I mean? I've never complained. Like my question, I don't know. I have ignored people and they have left me alone before. But the question is, did they leave me alone quicker than they would have if I had not ignored them? That's the real, I don't know the answer to that. Be brief when you answer any questions. Say yes, no, I don't know. Yeah, so opposite of open answers to questions. Be factual, concise, and impersonal. Nod or shrug. Avoid responding with any emotion. That is the key thing that I think. I'm pretty sure that, yeah, in the context of a streamer facing harassment, that's sound advice. Don't feed into their drama. Also sound advice. Be as boring, uninterested, and non-responsive as possible to the person doing the harassment. Obviously, you don't want to be boring to your chat. Don't give them any details about your life. Oh no. Keep busy during your interactions. I mean, what do you need to get a fidget spinner or something? I don't know. Anyway,
I've always taken this approach where I just don't. For years and years, I did not talk about Destiny at all, and I just kept doing my own thing. And in the beginning, obviously, my community was much smaller than his, and then it grew, and then he never let that go. He never let that.
Sounds like what you're supposed to do when you had a grizzly attack. Wait, there's one of them that you're supposed to be make yourself large and make noise. I'm trying to remember. There's the black bear versus the grizzly bear, right? And one of them you want to Ethan called Sex Pestiny an inspiration for him. Wait, when did that happen? Black bears you can scare, and brown bears. So really grizzly bears, because it's one of the bears is what is it? Oh my god, I'm trying to remember. There's one of them that will see humans as food, and there's one of them that will see humans as a threat to their territory. And I think grizzlies are the bigger bears. We've got totally different bears here, chat. Now that I've moved to Southeast Asia, I'm gonna have to find out. In fact, I think there's a really cute weird bear that lives around here, or lives in China, maybe. Playing with a Rubik's Cube while they're talking to you. There you go. Always been taught to speak softly and walk away slowly without turning your back with a grizzly bear. Okay, black fight back. Thank you. That's the one I was looking for. Black fight back, brown lay down, white good night. If it's a polar bear, you're probably fucked. But there's one. No, there's not a red panda. They are cute. I love red pandas. Sun bear. Yeah, Moino, if you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's a sun bear. Here, let me see if I can dig up a picture of, because like this bear is fucking adorable right here. Sun bear. Oh, it's so cute. Chat. Oh my God. Oh my God. I've got to meet one of these bears. If it's, you know, environmentally responsible to do so. Oh. This is, oh yeah, chat. You might have heard of this bear. Okay, so this was a famous incident with a sun bear, right? A sun bear, I believe, in a Chinese zoo. And the issue with this sun bear is that, well, look at it. Tell me what you think about this particular bear and what it might resemble. Here, I'm bringing it up. What does that look like, chat? Because a lot of people saw this bear in the zoo, and is the zoo that tried to pass a dog off as a lion? That's a suit. That's a suit. Yeah, a lot of people thought this was a person in a suit. But no, it's a real bear. Why are we shaming bears? I like sun bears. They look like they're crossbred with otters. Is that Hank Hill? It does have the Hank Hill dumper, that's for sure. But let me see if I can find some cute pictures of the sun bear. Oh. So here's the sun bear in its natural habitat. Oh, it's so cute. I mean, I'm sure it could, like, I don't think these, they're not known to attack humans, right? But yeah, when they stand up, they do look an awful lot, they do look like they could be a human in a suit. And they got the claws too. Yeah, I think this bear, they use their claws to rip into like rotten trees and stuff and eat bugs out of there.
That down. In the process, he clearly did not take care of his own son, who is now an out and
Oh, why the yellow on its neck? I don't know.
about Nazi. He let his own son.
Significantly smaller than brown or black bears. They do look aggressive. I mean, they have claws. You know, you wouldn't want to piss one off. You wouldn't want to get between any bear, you know, never get between a bear and its cubs, obviously.
In his Discord, where, you know, he turned into a Nazi. I feel terrible about that. And also has done a bunch of illegal things. And every single time he does something like that, his exit ramp has always been, and this is not dissimilar to like what XUC would do back in the day, when, you know, people would yell at him about gambling. He'd be like, well, what about Hasan? And then people would be like, oh yeah, you're right, Hasan is worse. Like, that's what he does. But after the 11th time that you get like caught doing some fuck shit all on your own, eventually, you know, your people in your fandom are obviously going to go, yeah, man, you're kind of fucked up.
If you're hiking alone, they may be a real threat. That's true.
Isn't this just internet drama? I mean, seriously, why give these people the time of day now? I mean, this is a crime.
In Japan, they hike with bells. So is this one of the bears? Yeah, because there's some kind of bears that the whole danger would be if you surprise the bear, right? Is that the black bear, maybe? If it's black, fight back. You just don't want to look like prey? Or, but there, I can't remember. Kaya is a bear. Kaya kind of is a bear. I met somebody who literally thought that the, you know the Kaya emoji You know what I'm talking about? Like the Kaya emojis in Hasan's chat. Oh wait, no, sorry. I think it was actually the fish emoji. I think it was the fish emoji that the streamer was convinced was actually a bear. And I had to laugh. I couldn't bring myself to disabuse her of this notion, flawed though it was.
Crimes.
Purple, thank you. Whoa.
But now there are freaking communists invading.
Thank you for the gift sub to Red Cyber Dragon. Red Cyber Dragon, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. For Empanada, I will.
It's not just internet drama. He was gloating because you lost a chunk of your audience because of the Palestine coverage and that he was going to have more viewers this year, lol. Anyway, I think they're using bots on Reddit too. I'm from Europe and I've noticed that some threads are being made late at night and early in the
69 viewers on Twitch? That's pretty impressive.
morning. No, he has a lot of European
Hey, nobody's botting me, are you botting me? Is anybody botting me? Don't bot me, all right? We don't want to see that. Like I think the Twitch killed the bots though, right? So this is full natty. We're at 69 with full natty.
a lot of European social democrats who hate me. Yeah. Also,
No TR, what is it called? TRT? Is that the no methylene blue?
yeah, one thing that I realized that I thought
No HGH?
was perhaps a little bit misplaced, but I thought it was like
No ivermectin?
indicative of this space, and what it had turned into is the last thing I'm going to say before we move on, was that I thought the top dog in Twitch politics was
No, I mean the chat's too active for it to be clanked up like that.
but something shifted yesterday, and it turns out we actually have a similar number of viewers, as a matter of fact. I mean, he was hitting like 50.
Oh wait, here we go with the Asmongold stuff. So I guess I am giving you a little bit of that. I'm giving you a taste of the Asmongold content. But if you want the whole enchilada, you know, let's check in on where we're at as far as the goals. We're at 3 out of 10 with 27 minutes left for the super chat goal for putting a butterfly in my hair today. I had somebody ask earlier, why do some of the chats count and some of them don't? Teal super chat or above counts. I think it's 100 Thai baht is what it pegs it at, basically where I'm streaming from. So I think that's like that's $3 and 20 cents or so. I don't know. It's $3 and some change. Will get you a teal super chat. And if we get 7 more of those, I will put a butterfly in my hair for you. The other thing I need to check on is the Ethan, let's see what the bonus content poll. 146 of you have voted so far. We still have the Ethan meltdown on Hasan and Philly D. Yeah, Ethan sees the Philly D video, which is very favorable to him, I would say, and gets pissed off and burns the bridge even further with Philly D. If we pick that one, some of the lore hounds in chat will have to fill me in. Oh my God, fill me in. I wasn't trying to make a Philly D joke there, but I guess I did. You'll have to serve me a Philly cheesesteak of lore, so to speak, on what, you know, where the drama between Ethan and Philly D started. And then Bad Empanada Smokes on that Destiny pack is in 2nd place. 3rd place we have Dan Saltman leaves the Destiny podcast. Thank you for the super chat, Crystal. Dan Saltman leaving the Destiny podcast. We'll see, you know, what that's about. I think it's performative, right? I think this is to give Ethan a little bit of breathing room so he can keep on having redact.dev as his only sponsor while not being slimed by Destiny's, or shall we call him molestiny now, I guess, Destiny's baggage, right? So, and then last place is the Clanker story, chat. Asmongold's numbers are fake. Was it bots? Did he bot himself? Put my jellyfish in Vox. I will, Omega Star, thank you. I feel like you've had a couple jellyfishes too, so I'll add all those up and throw that in Vox.
DK every day. He was always like 20K above, sometimes even 60K. I would have like 30K to 40K. He would have 60K. And now it seems like we have the same number of viewers, which is, I don't know what it is. I'm not even saying that I'm not making any inferences about this. I'm not saying that this is like something that Asmongold himself did, but it has been a significant decrease in the viewership after Twitch said that they were going to go after bots. Like I said, though, I don't even think this is like his own doing, for the record. Because like, if you remember when I was talking shit, when I was talking shit about Kick initially, when I was in Japan, not the last time, but like a couple times ago, it was weird that like the three people that were talking shit about Kick was Misgif, Pokimane, and myself. And we all got weirdly botted at the time. Like we had clearly like our view counts shot up, and it was weird. It was like normally in Japan.
So what he's talking about with view count shooting up, I've had that happen. I've even had mods tell me that they monitored the spike in views and they'd associated it with certain content creators or even Discord admins that I had mentioned. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's not scientific and there's no way to know for sure what that was about, but that could easily just be, you know, somebody's watching me and they're in a Discord and I mention their favorite streamer. They go to that streamer's Discord and they're like, hey, nocommentchick's talking about so-and-so, right? And people come in to see what's up. And that before realizing that I'm no longer talking about their favorite streamer. So it could be that, but he's talking about like view spikes, right? Spikes in viewers and being done specifically when he's talking shit about Kick. So that does sound like, yeah, it's somebody trying to, I've never understood what the harm was though. My, the kind of botting that I've experienced is more like when you get follow botted, right? If you've ever been in Twitch chat and it's just like follower after follower after follower, and you're like, wow, Irene's really popular. No, I'm not. It's not me it's me being unpopular with one person, not me being popular with a whole bunch of people, right? And so that I think can hurt you theoretically. Like Twitch could think that you're doing the botting, or you know, at the very least, you're going to get less response when you go live. And there's some kind of feedback mechanism where, like, if I go live and you get the notification and you click on it immediately, I think it sends out more notifications, right? If I go live and I've got a bunch of bots, they're not clicking on the notification, right? Then maybe Twitch thinks nobody's interested in my stream and it stops sending out notifications. I think there's something like that, but in general, what I do, I use a program when I get follow botted to unfollow all of those bots.
And it would be, especially in the weird hours that I was streaming, I would normally have like 20K, but this time I had like 40K. Now, it could be because people are getting bored of Donald Trump and pro-Trump content and pro-Trump sentiment. That could probably be a part of this. Or, you know, maybe whoever was doing it stopped doing it potentially. Why are bots bad? It's because it's fake. It's not real viewership. And Twitch is a very top-heavy platform. So if you are... No, it was bots. You got 30K in under 30 minutes every single day. Yeah, the thing is, when you have... when you're at the top of the just chatting section, for example, then it's very top-heavy platform. People just come and watch you. Like, organically, real viewers come and watch you as well in that process, right? Whereas... I mean, that's one of the biggest values for bots.
So like I said, that's your taste of what's going on with Asmongold. And the other thing I can tell you about Asmongold is that his view count, his like concurrent viewers used to be insane. Like Hasan's going to say they were on 50K. I've seen them up as far as like 100K. Maybe there was special events going on. Maybe he's covering like Trump doing something or something like that, right? But yeah, definitely like 50K plus is a normal Asmongold, was a normal Asmongold number of concurrents to see on Twitch. After they've taken the machete to the bots, which is, that's how you deal with a bot, right? Have you ever played Five Nights at Freddy's? It's like that. Sometimes, you know, you deal with, you know, you're working your shift as a security guard at Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. You open the door to the back, and there is an animatronic, a broken animatronic placed back, you know, in the alleyway. And of course, you're not just gonna bring the animatronic in, fix it up, and have it start working the floor, right, chat? You gotta interrogate that bot. You gotta make sure that that's a friendly bot and not a cursed bot.
And I think people do it for advertisers as well to like justify higher pay rates when they're doing sponsored campaigns and things like that. So what is this? XQC responded. Hasan talks about how right-wing commentary has popped off due to Asmongold and points to XQC copying the same rhetoric. Monkey see, monkey do. See Asmon pop off, making Nick Fuentes jokes. Greatest example. XQC doesn't have any worldview, just saw Asmon. Is it for kick? Is it for clout? Is it for Asmon? Is it grift? Is it for steak? Brother, you got us all biting our nails about this one. He makes fun of conspiracy Andes, yet pushes the most skits.
Yeah, he's been saying Asmon is the most successful. Well, he was, numbers-wise, he was the most successful, but I guess the end of that story is that once the bots were taken care of, once the bots were appropriately dealt with, ruthlessly dealt with, chat, Asmongold's true numbers seem to be a lot closer to Hasan's numbers. So, you know, he's maybe still bigger than Hasan, maybe, but pretty close to the same amount. So yeah, you know, the vibe shift that a lot of people thought that they felt, you know, on Twitch as well, but by virtue of Asmongold throwing up these insane numbers, you know, yeah, like Twitch is a big platform. There's probably a lot of Trump fans on it, but it's not like a inordinate amount. It's not changing. It's not like Twitch as an audience has you know, embraced Trump or anything like that. It's basically not as bad as we thought, is the TLDR. XQC's views went from 25 to 28k to 16 to 8k. X is smaller than Hasan now? That's wild, chat. I think Hasan's like 20k on a bad day, right? Isn't he like 30k on a good day, 20k on a bad day? Or wait, what is it? 30k on the weekdays, 20k on the weekends?
Narratives. How is this a schizo narrative? You literally saw Asmongold popping off, and you decided to do political commentary as a meta, and you tried to do the Asmongold style political commentary, and your audience fucking screamed at you for it.
16k when gaming. Hey, that's like 15. That's like 15.9 k more than I would get gaming.
Thank God there were fucking juicers who still had like, you know, brain cells, and we're like, what the fuck do you mean? Why are you trying to talk about politics like Asmongold? You're not doing a good job.
Oh,
for fucking months. He knows that that's the case. I think that's
Snow says he's been smaller than Hasan for a while. His chasing the kickback and all the controversy. You mean when the controversy, you mean like when he debated Ethan over like ReactGate?
The reason why he stopped. The craziest thing is, like, if XQC just stuck to not doing gambling and not collaborating with like some of the worst fucking content creators, and just stayed playing video games and eating his toenails and having a good time, high intensity fucking gaming sessions, he probably would be still one of the top content creators on the fucking platform. But you know, sometimes you make these decisions. Sometimes you make these sorts of decisions, and you know, you have to live with the outcome of said decisions. All right, let's move away from this stuff.
จากท้องทะเล
Chat, do you want a Thai commercial? Seafood is very popular in Thailand. I didn't realize they were importing some of it from Norway.
นอร์เวย์สู่จานแห่งความสุขของทุกคน
Okay. Wait, what is this? Oh wait, we should watch this.
Hi again, everyone. It is 5 o'clock here in New York. I'm Alicia Menendez in for Nicole Wallace. An incredible scene in the nation's capital this week when a crowd of residents drove away about...
Wait a minute, chat. Wait a minute. Is she real?
Everyone, it is 5 o'clock here in New York.
Is she a real person? Is she generative AI?
I'm Alicia Menendez
Chat, is she AI? I can't tell.
in for Nicole Wallace. An incredible scene in the nation's capital
Let's see your fingers, supposed MSNBC anchor.
this week when a crowd of residents drove away about a dozen ICE agents who were stationed at the Columbia Heights metro station. It is just one of the many scenes that show that Americans are not on board with Donald Trump's immigration crackdowns, which oftentimes are turning violent. That violence on display this morning in that same D.C. neighborhood when ICE agents surrounded a car, shattered the windows to arrest the two men inside.
Ice go home! 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 What are you guys doing?
These arrests, they are part of a show of force and they are happening everywhere. Even outside of schools. Yesterday in Encinitas, California, a father was detained after dropping his kid off in the morning at Parkdale Elementary School. The superintendent alerting the school community that, quote, this incident was witnessed by family, community members, staff, and students, causing fear and trauma across our district. The fear instilled across the country, it shows no signs of slowing down, with brand new reporting in the New York Times showing that deportation numbers are reaching new highs because of this surge in arrests.
Oh my God, chat, did I totally let the, let's check the... Butterfly Goal has 12 minutes left. We have 12 minutes to try to make, oh my gosh, Crystal Saphira, I didn't see your super chat, but there it is. Thank you for the super chat. I think, what am I, is it 53 now? I think that's what we're at. But yeah, I mean, this is, at least people aren't putting up with this shit. And I mean, you look at those ICE agents, you know what happened, right? Trump, who's come into office talking about government waste, has put out the most bloated bill, and it is especially bloated for one law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency is called Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, right? Yeah, essentially they've got like an unlimited budget now, and they are hiring your high school bully for, you know, like that's what they're looking for. That is the demographic that they're pulling ICE members from, right? You know, if you were big shit in high school, you should push people around. Now your life's not going so great for you. Well, don't worry, we got a job for you with ICE. You having trouble making that nut, Mr. Mackey? Oh, don't worry. ICE will hire you, and apparently Donald Trump will promote you since he's tired of Kristi Noem. Or is that only true on South Park? None of those ICE agents look trained. I mean, the only training they've gotten is bullying people their entire life, because that is the kind of person they're looking for there. I think we're at 53.
With an infusion of cash from Mr. Trump's domestic policy bill signed in July, ICE appears poised.
Yeah, good point. They've trained for this job all week.
Scale its operations even further. Faced with backlash over these aggressive arrests, what you just saw in D.C., the Trump administration continues to double down, claiming that they are going after the worst of the worst. But according to the New York Times, quote, almost all of the increase in arrests has been of people without any prior criminal conviction.
Does Chad understand why? Right. So what did they sell people on? Right. What did Donald Trump sell people on? There's a bunch of dangerous people. They're Hannibal Lecter. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. There's a bunch of fucking psychopaths. These other countries are emptying out their insane asylums, emptying out their jails into the United States and laughing at us, right? And nobody effectively questioned that narrative. The Democrats were too afraid. Oh my gosh, if we question his obviously false narrative, people might think that we're in favor of immigration. And look at the polls, immigration, not that popular. That's what happens when you don't push back. That's what happens when you don't establish a path to fucking citizenship while you have power. And yes, the Democrats have had power, many times. At the beginning of the Biden administration, they had all 3 houses, right? But yeah, they failed under, they failed to do it under Obama. I mean, there were, the DACA was something at least, right? But they failed to really establish that path, under 2 administrations now. And so what's going on right now is that their imperative, even though they said this was about violence, they said this was about safety, they said this was about taking out the worst of the worst, which they described as basically the majority of immigrants, even though if you look at the stats, you'll see that crime rates in amongst particularly undocumented people are way lower, which makes sense because if you're undocumented, you don't want to see the cops. You don't want to risk getting deported, right? You might not just be trying to live out your American dream. You might be sending money back to people back home, right? So there's a lot riding on you not getting fucking rolled up. So yeah, why would you're very you're very unlikely to want to commit crime when you're in that situation. But here's the real deal, right? They're looking at one thing. ICE is looking at, and Trump are looking at one thing and one thing only. This is mainly Stephen Miller that's kind of, pushing them on this shit, is that they want to get those numbers up. They want to throw up big numbers. They want to deport as many people as they possibly can. So chat, if you're looking to deport as many people as you possibly can, are you going to be more likely to do that arresting violent criminals who might have weapons, who might fight back, or are you going to be better off picking up people at Home Depot trying to do day labor, picking up some dad that's there to pick up his kids at school? Which of these is easier? Which of these is more efficient? Obviously, it is picking up the innocent person, and that's what they're doing. In fact, there's some people in ICE reportedly, not to, I mean, all cops are bad, but there's varying degrees even in ICE, and there's some people in ICE that are frustrated that they are not getting to go up against these violent forces of crime that they heard about, and instead they are deporting, they're detaining, arresting, and deporting fairly harmless people, and that's the way that Stephen Miller wants it.
And that is where we start this hour with Vice President for Immigration Policy and Campaigns at Forward US, Andrea Flores is here, plus pollster and president.
I thought they were going to say with Vice President JD Vance. JD Vance, what do you have to say about?
A brilliant Corners Research, MSNBC political analyst Cornell Belcher. And with me at the table, senior national and political correspondent for MSNBC, Jacob Sobroff. Jacob, I feel like we need a reset. What was the promise from the Trump administration? And what is it that we are actually watching?
I find it so nuts, frankly, that they continue to talk about that they're going after the worst of the worst. I just saw another post about it on, I think, DHS's social media today, because that actually is never what they promised. They promised the largest mass deportation campaign in the history of the United States of America. I appeared on this broadcast and others across this network from the floor of the Republican convention as thousands and thousands of people held up those signs that said mass deportation now. It was extraordinary to be there and see that in such a celebratory party-like atmosphere when what they literally were promising was ripping apart the country, deporting millions of people, literally the fabric of the United States of America. And when you watch those videos and you see what is playing out from quite literally coast to coast, from Home Depot parking lots today to streets like you're looking at in Washington, D.C., to the courthouse, 26 Federal Plaza here in New York. I just reposted, I've been trying to do this as much as I can, a video I saw from this morning at 26 Federal Plaza that was yet another family separation. And again, I always want to qualify. We don't know the specifics of these stories when they happen until we're able to vet each and every one of them. But the New York Times published that data today, that the vast majority of the increase in the deportations modeled after the 1954 Dwight D. Eisenhower program with that racist name.
Operation Racial Slur, right? You know the slur that has to do with people's backs They called it Operation Back, right? They literally named it after a racial slur. And Trump still mentions this operation as like a way of saying that what he's doing is not unprecedented. Yeah, that's true. America, despite having been like the home of the downtrodden, you know, that famous poem on the Statue of Liberty, has also at different times been very hostile towards immigrants, even when stuff like the Holocaust is going on, and you know, you've got people that are whose lives are very much in threat trying to seek asylum. The United States has closed its doors on people. This should be shameful, right? To say that you want to repeat Operation Ethnic Slur should be shameful.
Name that deported 1 million Mexicans and some Mexican Americans. So Americans as well were deported. That's the model for the program. They're ripping.
Yashoki, let me try. Like, okay, so it's for anybody who's wondering like what the name of the operation is, like, right? If I haven't been clear enough, it's Operation Opposite of Dry Back, right? That's the name. That's the name of Eisenhower's anti-immigrant pogrom. And if I remember correctly, I feel like citizens were deported too. I feel like it was just like there was like a racial basis on which they were deporting people, not even like your immigration status or anything like that.
That's the part. It's not family separation at the border. It's family separation in the interior, and it's playing.
The fucked up thing, Yashoki, is I don't think I'd be moderated by Twitch or by YouTube. I think I could say this word. I don't want to say it, right? And it's kind of shameful that that's not considered every bit as much of a slur as some things that you would get moderated for.
Every single day all across the country, this is what they promise, this is what they're doing. But what I don't think they anticipated is that it's not, these are not just activists that are standing out there with phones. Everyday Americans are seeing this happen every single day, and they're outraged by it. And I think that will only continue to grow.
Okay, how do they not anticipate that, Andrea Flores? Because you and I both recall during Trump's separation, family separation 1.0, it was suburban moms, some of them avowedly apolitical, who said, I cannot believe this is happening in my country. In that child, I see my own child. Moms don't want to see ICE agents showing up at schools. I
hope chat didn't take that as me doing a Destiny and be like, I can say it if I want to. Like, it's like, no, I mean, I literally don't. I am not. The reason I'm not saying it is not because of what Twitch or YouTube will do to me. The reason I'm not saying it is because I don't want to say it.
Churches, there used to be sensitive areas where they were not allowed. The fact that they now feel emboldened, feel as though they can show up in places where they're not just traumatizing the person they are taken into custody and their loved ones, they are traumatizing entire communities.
I think a lot of people, public leaders especially, misread the 2024 election. And there is this argument that immigration writ large was unpopular.
So many Democrats have misread this. So many Democrats, even like the Podjohns, right? Even Democrats that aren't like your, standard, like Seth Moulton, Elise Stefanik. Wait, no, Elise Stefanik's the Republican. Why do I always mix her up with, oh my God, what the fuck is Slotkin? Yeah, I always mix her up with Slotkin for whatever reason, right? Yeah, they're not just those people, right? There's a lot of people that are like, well, we all know that Biden was just letting, open borders is no longer a policy. Like they're basically agreeing with the Republicans. They're basically saying, like, what the Democrats have done by caving into Trump has basically been like, oh, geez, you caught us. We were trying to, affect the election with mass, importation. We were trying to do the great replacement. We thought we had those white people, fucking cooked, but I guess you caught us. You're right, Trump. We were trying to do a bad thing. We're the bad guys. Sorry about that. We'll never do it. Like, they're acting like they're fucking, that fucking Trump is right. What do you think that does? What do you think that does to the polls? What do you think that does when you were literally cutting off, like, any sort of empathetic approach towards, towards freaking asylum seekers? and people that this country's foreign policy has absolutely ruined, who are moving out of their country, coming to the United States out of necessity, right? To save themselves, to save their families, to save their own lives, right? And like, what do you think it causes when you just truncate that and you say, oh, I guess we're not going to do that anymore? I mean, that's fucking ridiculous. I'm so disappointed in Democrats for just, and you could see, right? The one thing I want to hear from Democrats is that, like, I stand for something. I believe it. Even if it's a Democrat telling me, listen, I'm going to vote for this bill against, trans participation in sports. Like, I'm gonna vote for a really, like, I have a little bit more respect for the Democrat that says, like, I know it's fucked up, I know it's transphobic, but I got to do it, than the one that is basically like, is basically like, well, that, but there's differences between the sexes, and so it's unfair for, yes, it's unfair for freaking. What was Jink's example? LeBron to switch to identify as a woman and play in the WNBA. Well, fucking of course, LeBron, like, yes, that's testosterone. There's a difference between LeBron and a trans woman. And I don't think people fucking realize that. And it's the Democrats' fucking fault. Because nobody's got any guts there. Nobody, like, what I was trying to say, Chad, is, it's a Democrat that votes for a, anti-trans, anti-immigrant, or a racist bill or whatever, but knows that it's wrong. I'm saying that, like, I hold this person kind of like above somebody that's just, what I'm trying to say is there's that person that still has a sense of right and wrong and just feels like they can't, bring themselves to do the right thing for political survival, and somebody that literally doesn't care. Like, I was supporting trans rights because I thought it was popular. I thought it was the thing to do. I thought I would be perceived as being on the right side of history. Now that this Rufo campaign has gone forward and I'm seeing polls that are negative for trans rights, I am going to go with that because I don't really believe in anything. That kind of Democrat is a scumbag and they should be run the fuck out of town. And, if it wasn't for the fact that tarring and feathering somebody is probably a violent act, seems like something that maybe would be, if we could just make them look like a chicken, right, without harming them, that would be great. That would be great, right? Not that I'm advocating any harm towards anyone. I am not. But yeah, no, this pisses me off.
And so you saw a lot of analysts say, well, people want mass deportations. The majority of people want mass deportations. But I think a lot of public leaders really dropped the ball because this is what they need.
What people want is for shit to change. And if they've got nothing, if they got nobody giving them an example of something that needs to change, that could make their lives better, then yes, they'll fall for shit like, yeah, hey, if there's less immigrants, then maybe you'll be paid more. Maybe you'll get a job easier. Maybe your rent will go down. And all you got to do is sacrifice somebody that did nothing wrong to you. All you got to do is just sit on your conscience and let the windfall that comes from turning the other way when something is wrong is happening. And thankfully, there's people out there, I'm talking about the general public that you saw there on the streets of DC giving ICE a hard time, chasing them away, right? Luckily, there are people like that. Unfortunately, there's not enough of those people in office as Democrats. There's not enough of those people in the Democratic Party establishment. And that is something that needs to be changed, or chat. The harder, the harder realization to grapple with is that, maybe the Democratic Party is just washed. And I don't say this in a trite way. I recognize that it takes a long time to build a new party. And if the Democratic Party is washed, as bad as they are, that's going to fuck us up. That's going to make things harder. That's going to make it take longer to turn around. And because what we really want is somebody to get in there and be like, every single executive order that Trump did, I am now doing an executive order to undo, right? Somebody that's literally going to unroll everything. And there's going to be so many Democrats that when they get in there, they're going to be like, yeah, we're going to undo this and we're going to undo that. But you know what? Actually, I kind of like this one. No, I don't want to be I don't want to be accused of being soft on crime. So let's leave that Lake and Riley Act in there. And that's literally what he's using to bypass due process and send people to CCOD. And these fucking coward ass Democrats they're less than worthless. Like, right? They're
It means you need to go into every community. You need to go into schools.
Economists have said that inflation has started to go up due to mass deportations, tariffs. Yeah, this country doesn't run without immigrants. The way that things are set up right now, you don't eat without immigrants. The country doesn't function without immigrants.
You need to go into healthcare facilities. You need to go in places of worship. That is what.
And these communities get broken apart. They get shredded, right? They're not taking out people that are just kind of, you know, they're here and they go to work and they go home and they're not involved in their community. They're ripping out people who are an integral part of the communities that they live in.
Mass deportations have always meant, but when people said, well, President Biden lost the election in part due to the border and immigration, you are missing a huge piece of what immigration means in the United States, which is all of these essential community members going about their lives and being violently arrested on the job, at school, at church. It's really just...
HK, I agree with you, but something you need to understand is that Biden... He tried the way that he thought would get him the least pushback. And because of that, he wasn't able to cancel much. He could have canceled everything. And he didn't. Right? He wanted to nibble around the edges. That's the problem. That's the problem with Democrats. There is no appetite for... And these people, they're trying to figure this out. Like, what is the formula? How do we beat back Trump? Trump sounds like he believes what he's saying. Your average Democrat obviously believes in nothing other than the fact that they would like to still be in Congress next year. They would like to run for Senate in a few years. They would like to eventually run for president, right? They would like to be talked about well by the chattering class, not as some kind of bomb-throwing Zoran Mamdani radical, but as a responsible adult who compromised and did the right thing, right? That's the problem with Democrats, Joe Biden included. And yes, Joe Biden's probably the most progressive for almost all of us. Yeah, maybe for straight up for all of us, right? The most progressive president that we've had in our lifetime, and it's still not enough considering the speed and the muzzle velocity of what Trump is doing. We need somebody who can match, if not exceed, that speed on the other side. And that's going to be difficult, and it's even compounded more by the fact that the Democratic Party is so feckless. And while I would love for it to be reformed, infiltrated, taken over, and changed from within, I don't know if that can happen. And that scares me. Anyway.
Disturbing, and it's important now that leaders step up and explain what's happening.
I think it is so telling, Cornell, that they feel so emboldened, that they know they need to operate so quickly. And the fact that Americans are seeing these images, seeing these videos, and they're paying attention. There was new polling this week. It shows just 43%.
Well, if you're saying they can't do anything, well, they're like, they've got no, they like, Republicans have the presidency and the two houses and the Supreme Court. Yeah, point taken. I'm talking about when the Democrats are in power and how conservative, small c conservative they are, how risk averse the Democrats as a group and the different administrations, whether it be Obama's or Biden's, or had Hillary won in 2016, her administration would have been. That's the issue. That's the issue. We need fighters, and we've got Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. I'll have to run that by the Baileys first. I don't know if the Baileys are gonna like me, expanding the Supreme Court.
Americans approve of Trump's immigration policies. I wonder, in your own focus groups, in your own polling, if you can identify the nuance of what it is that folks are seeing that is not sitting the right way with them.
Well, yeah. You see, the thing is with the Republicans, you do see like bold actions being taken that don't give a fuck about the pushback, right? With the Democratic analog to that, as Zara's saying, would be declaring like universal amnesty and legislating a pathway to citizenship. And then what you have is the Democrats saying, oh, you don't like undocumented immigrants, do you? Well, guess what? These people are no longer undocumented. Here's your papers. You know what the difference between an undocumented immigrant and a documented immigrant is? It's a piece of paper. It's a formality, right? It's policy. That's the difference. We don't have anybody on the Democratic side that's willing to just go 10 toes down and be like, oh, do you hate that? Do you hate that? Do you think that's unfair? Oh, do you think that's open borders? Are you going to call me an open borders person? Well, guess what? I got rid of illegal immigration. That's what Trump would do if he was somehow magically, like, you know, in a Charles Dickensonian, fever dream, right? If he was visited by 3 ghosts and convinced to completely change his politics, that is the way that Trump would do that. You don't like it? Tough. They're citizens now. They're your neighbors, right? ICE, you can't do shit to them. You can't touch these people. You can't touch these people. They have the paper that they can shove in your face and tell you to get fucking lost, right? And never come back because they got nothing to say to you, right? That I would love to see that. I would love to see that on the Democratic side of things. Yeah, bizarro Trump, but that's wild.
I think these numbers are a big deal because let's level set for our viewers here. You know, Trump and Republicans overall have had huge advantages on immigration. It has been a winning issue for them. And I've seen polling numbers where now it's even more underwater. His job on immigration is even more underwater than that. And we've seen in polling where Trump's attacks on immigration has actually made more Americans positive about immigrations and immigrants than we've seen in quite some time. So it seems to be backfiring at a broader level. But I will tell you, I was.
Oh shit! Did we lose the butterfly goal while I was cooking? Yeah, looks like it. No butterfly today. We're at 47% out of 100%. We're kind of nearing. We're getting close to the end of the stream. I am going to show you that Destiny crash out before we're done. So we still do have some time. But if you want to see Ethan's meltdown over Philly D's coverage of the Hasan and Destiny thing, or the Bad Empanada smoking on the Destiny pack, or the Asmongold numbers being fake and being bots, or Dan Saltman leaving Destiny, now is the time to make your play, because that shit does not happen if this number stays at 47%, unfortunately.
You know, behind folks with glass 2 days ago, with some Trump supporters from the last election, and I would like to say that they have remorse, but they don't. Right? They have no problem with what he's doing around immigration, around tariffs, around any of this stuff, and to a certain extent, they think he's keeping his promises. You know, he made these promises about mass deportation. He made these promises about tariffs. And they believe he's keeping his promises. Now the question is, and I do think this is a base play, because Republicans are much better at feeding their base and keeping their base energized than I think Democrats are. And this does not seem to be, moving or turning off Trump's core base that much. But I do think when you're looking at the midterms, I do think the moderate swath of middle Americans see these images. And I hope they're saying, this is not what we signed up for. This is not who we are.
Well, I mean, there's where the rubber hits the road, Jacob, with voters, and then there's where it hits the road with the actual municipal leaders, county leaders who have to implement these policies. You have New York City Mayor Eric Adams this week asking the Trump administration to stop these arrests in the New York immigration courts, which you've been reporting from.
So Eric Adams is this weird, strange bedfellow of President Trump because of his own legal problems, but even he cannot afford to avoid any longer the family separations that are happening on a daily basis here in Lower Manhattan. The images, and I would recommend we should go together. I mean, Nicole, I know, wants to go as well. Everyone should go down there, just like we did for the Trump trial, to see what it looks like as these families are being ripped apart from one another, as masked agents are standing in the hallways, literally taking people out. They're trying to do the right thing by showing up to their immigration hearings. Many of them have ongoing asylum cases. Many of them are being told to come back by a judge for future hearings, whether it's in a month or 2 months or a year or 2 years. And these agents are ripping them out of the hallways and putting them into a secretive room on one of the floors in the detention centers and then being immediately deported. Karen Bass said something, the mayor of Los Angeles, as those raids started in L.A. at the beginning of the summer. This is a petri dish, I'm paraphrasing, but this is basically coming to a city near you. And Eric Adams has made the choice now to speak out against the Trump administration.
Something did happen yesterday. I don't know. It's weird because we're streaming so late at night, right? But the previous day, right? He's expanded the thing that he's doing in DC to 19 states, I believe.
What they're doing here in the courthouses in Lower Manhattan. I promise you, it's not just...
You want to take a guess on who the governors of those states are? You want to guess who the mayors of the cities that are affected are? Yeah.
To be in Miami and in Los Angeles and in Washington, D.C. with $175 billion or whatever the number is that they got at ICE. This is coming to communities all across America with Democratic and Republican mayors. And just like there's no...
Wait, all state, is that right, Ducky? All states with Republican governors, it's sussy. I was assuming it was like the opposite. So the Republican governors, right, if Trump wants to do this shit with the Republican governors, he can just basically ask them. And they have to do whatever he says, even if it's, unpopular in their state. Republicans generally, they take orders from their dictator. I haven't checked on, I'm just guessing what I would guess that, he's going to expand this to 19 states that are Democrat run. And then he's going to, just have the Republican governments implement this stuff, cooperate with ICE, for him.
A Republican way to take out the trash, as LaGuardia famously said about what goes on in New York. There is not a particular Democratic or Republican way to deal with your own citizens, even if they're undocumented being...
Yeah, crime doesn't go down. It just actually increases. Yeah, and what about the crime in the White House? What about the bribery that's going on right in front of our faces? What about that shit?
Ripped out of your communities and destroying the way of life.
What about white collar crime, chat?
United States of America. Everyone is going to be faced with this on all levels of government.
Okay, so wait, Sophia, do you have some info on that? Wait, Texas included. Let's see. Pause that, and let's get back to. I'll cover the rest of Destiny. It just kind of auto-played, chat, and when I saw what it was, I had to watch it, so.
This should be a wake-up call for a lot of people in his cult. This should be a wake-up call for a lot of his orbiters that maybe everything he was saying was...
I'm going to need your help on this. Have we seen this before? Because like I said, between the different Hasanabi industrial complex channels... there is definitely some overlap, if not straight up people putting out the same video with a different thumbnail and title, because that's just how the industrial complex works.
A lie from the start. This sex pest, who has now been outed as a file as well from his community, here's what he recently had to say, and then we're going to move on to the news.
If this is the norm for political...
What is this? Heads up, there's a video of a Kick streamer committing at least attempted murder a few hours ago. Victim was beaten. This is like an IRL streamer, I'm assuming, in what was supposed to be a stage wrestling work. Victim is awake and stable. Damn. Yeah, Kick is... right when Ethan was ready to switch and become a Kick streamer, right? And now he's doing an anti-Kick. Like, he went from being very critical of Kick... a lot of stuff happened on Kick, right? There was a streamer who was going on an Omegle-like app and being inappropriate with minors. There, you know, somebody crashed a car on stream. There's just been a bunch of like, you know, ridiculous infractions on Kick. Ethan was right, you know, they're covering that stuff. And then somebody got in his ear and was like, hey, you could be a Kick streamer. You know, hey, we got Destiny on Kick. You know, the Destiny viewers would love to watch some H3, right? And he's like, oh yeah, you know, I think we'll do that. I think we'll go to Kick. And now I think it looks like he's changed his mind again, because he's just put out another video over the French content creator that died as a result of abuse that he faced in a hype house.
Commentary, you could very easily justify attacking or killing Hasan. 100%. If the
but yeah, help me out, chat. Have we seen this? Have we seen this? Did we watch this?
Every single Zionist, every single Jew, everybody in Israel, even your content creator's wife or whatever in the West Bank. Like, if that's the norm, then you could basically kill every online content creator you want.
I think we saw this, right?
Like, if that's how we're gonna run these norms down, it's insane. I don't know. Somebody find the quote of what I said, and I will keep saying things like that, and I'll constantly keep doing things like that. And I hope Hasan keeps.
He's so badass, dude. He's so badass. I like that. I like that. It's just, this is not what I said at all. Like, my point is, and I'm going to repeat it one more time. Okay. It doesn't matter who this person is. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite content creator. It doesn't matter if it's me. If I'm
gonna go grab some food, chat. You try to figure out if you've seen this before and let me know. And I feel like I can't tell, chat, because I've watched so much of this coverage and I can't remember which parts I watched on stream and which parts I haven't. Does this seem new to you? Does this seem like new content that we're watching here? And again, apologies. Here, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab noodles.
Trained with the Israeli occupying force, went into the occupied West Bank territory on a night raid, and I got shot at. That's free game, okay? Because the occupied people have a legal right to militarily resist against the occupational force. That's it. That is a matter of international law. Take it up with the UN. You can clearly people try to actively move the conversation away to something I didn't say, because that's a position that you can't really defend, right? That's not. Like, you can't just be like, I don't think that occupied people have a legal right to militarily resist, engage in armed struggle against an occupational force. This has nothing to do with like individual content creators. Like, what I'm talking about is very clearly well defined within international law, and also reiterated over and over and over again. Okay, what he's trying to say is, oh, dude, you should go and Hasan. Yeah, this is not the first content creator that is like actively called upon their fans to kill me, and it probably won't be the last. As a matter of fact, I was hanging out with file neo-Nazi. Now we know why he was hanging out with him on his own stream. Also, at the time when that file neo-Nazi Sam Hyde was also doing the haha Hasan Piker, I'm gonna come to your house and kill you. So this is not the first time he's done shit like this. Stockman pieced out on his podcast with Epstiny. Yeah, that's shit. He's just trying to, I think the reason why his second in command, who utilizes his community because he has no motion outside of that, to engage in these like stalking operations, is only distancing himself because he is an advertiser of Ethan Klein's podcast. And he feels like it's going to look bad for Ethan if Ethan attacks me. And then I turn around and say, dude, you're getting money from this dude who is giving you all these talking points, and this community that is like actively defending someone trying to procure use material. Like, what the you have no leg to stand on. So I think Dan thinks if he just like cuts ties for a little bit after actively defending Destiny, hopefully that'll give Ethan some stronger legs to stand on, when in fact it doesn't work that way. I mean, this is his business partner. This is Dan Saltman is the person.
Some parts were edited out in the pre. Oh, so there is stuff that. Is it just like that we're seeing extra images on the... Yeah, I think you're right. I think this is a repeat, right? This does feel like a repeat. I remember him talking about Dan Saltman, but yeah, it's edited different. Like,
person that is the connective tissue between these two people. And he is directly funding He's one of the last remaining podcast funders, redact.dev. As you guys know, that's Dan Saltman's company. And he's giving the talking points to Ethan, and his community is actively in here. They're in here probably.
The Ela part wasn't in the earlier video. This part is a repeat. Goddamn. I mean, like, I appreciate the work that they put into that means that these channels are actually, you know, doing some work and editing it and not just clipping it straight out. But at the same time, it makes it hard to.
Right now, losing their minds, looking for something that they can misconstrue, as they do every single day. This clip was posted. This clip was posted on the Destiny. Wait, what? They're defending D, losing my mind at the complete inversion of reality here.
Yeah, we definitely saw this. Okay.
Completely taken over by Destiny fans. They all think Destiny's a victim of a years-long harassment campaign by Hasan when it's the other way around. Hasan ignored him for years. Yeah, so that's awesome. The only thing I will say here is that
I feel like we saw this yesterday. Yeah.
Destiny has been dealing with Hasan for far, far longer than Ethan. Ethan literally said that Hasan brought up Destiny the first time they met in person. He survived genocide of the Palestinian population and thought, this is a great opportunity for us to farm some. Yeah, no, there's a justified.
Would tell him to hold on to CP for a civil case just doesn't seem.
Did we watch him go over the Willie Mack stuff?
Israel's genocide of the Palestinian population and thought, this is a great opportunity for us to farm some drama clicks. And unfortunately, there are a lot of not very intelligent people.
I think
who
I'm just going to be like an Ethan Klein
note from this because they're just like kind of watching something that's easily digestible, and they go, "Oh, this is a bad person. We shouldn't listen to him." And now he is jumping ship. So. It seems like the walls are closing in.
Case started. Just to be clear, he's admitting to having alleged CP downloaded on his computer. He literally has the video open as I'm talking to him. I go, bruh, there's been allegations at least since my last video that she was underage, and you still have potential CP of her? He replies, I have an obligation to preserve relevant evidence, etc. So I created backups of all of the important/relevant conversations. He continues, I don't think I'm allowed to delete it, lol. I don't know if it counts as hiding/destroying evidence. And I reply, talk to a lawyer, that seems crazy to me. Who keeps this sort of stuff on their computer without 100% knowing if they're supposed to or not? Isn't that something you want to confirm? I continued, you just let me know you have CP videos saved to your computer. You knew it was alleged that she was underage. You still have them. Do you see how fucked this is? So now I've confirmed that this guy has child porn on his computer. In my 8 years of reaching out to people over allegations, I've never had anyone admit that to me. The last message he sent me was, 1, I don't even know 100% of her age was legitimately less than 18 when these were taken. So basically, he's not 100% sure if he has child on his computer. He's just 99% sure. Got it. 2, I'm pretty sure I have an obligation to preserve stuff related to my court case. I've talked about it with my lawyer already, specifically with regards to the Rose stuff. So he went from, I don't know if I could delete this, to my lawyer says it's totally fine to keep. I don't know the law, but the idea that his lawyer would tell him to hold on to CP for a civil case just doesn't seem likely to me. I don't know. LawTube can figure that out. 3, if something were to come out of this, I don't know if I'd want to wipe everything and not have something to turn over to the authorities. If hypothetically, whenever a political creator is about to give a hypothetical, you know you're about to hear some weird shit. If hypothetically her boyfriend or whatever was actually trafficking her or getting her to other dudes on video for him, and if there was ever some kind of investigation into that, am I hurting the chance of looking into him by deleting all of this stuff? Oh, so now the reason he's keeping the CP.
Yeah, no, there's a justifiable reason for it. He actually has the utmost highest morals at all times. Wow, from the guy who has actively debated the ethics of ethical CP, ethical CSAM, comes an opportunity for him to have that in his hard drive. Interesting.
Is because of
Destiny be like, I'm a white hat file. Actually, you don't understand.
A hypothetical criminal case that he is not pursuing at all. Okay, maybe these reasons are legally sound advice that came from his lawyer. Maybe he's lying and just saying anything to make it sound better to me. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I just know this guy's admitting to having CP in my DMs, 60 gigabytes according to him. Seriously.
Yeah. Destiny be like, excuse me, what if there was a nuke that was about to go off in New York City and the only way to stop it is to insert a USB,
if you recall,
into my computer and watch it? What then? And then, of course, the intellectual titans cult of sycophants will literally look at that and go, that's an amazing argument. I never thought about it.
Yeah, classic debate, bro.
Like that. Actually, you are right to do so. That's one of the most like ridiculous aspects of this this entire situation. Beyond the criminal element, beyond the fact that like
what is this scenario? Made up scenario? I mean, like this is just a debate. This is what debate bros and not just like not just Destiny, but we saw Vosh doing this during the non-compete debate, right? One of Vosh's literal responses to EJ and Luna was, but what if aliens? What if an alien... Wait, whoa, I'm trying to remember what it was. What was the alien scenario? Does anybody remember that? I should have clipped that out as like a standalone, because that was a perfect illustration of what's wrong with debate bro culture. Now, chat, when I'm saying that, understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying that anybody that debates or watches debates or likes debates or analyzes debates is bad. I am just saying that the culture, the blood sport culture, started up by, Destiny, continued by Vosh, got traded in by, right-wing streams like the Kill stream, people like Andrew Wilson, right, is rotten to the fucking core. That's all I'm saying. I'm talking about a specific online culture. Remember the Vosh argument? It was awful. What was it, Sarah? I can't remember what the point he was trying to make. I just remember like, but what if aliens though? Aliens! So small. Oh, you got me. I'm sorry. Luna and EJ, pack it up. You're washed. You're done. Vosh just beat you with what if aliens. That weird Wick guy? God, yeah, Wick had like a whole stream on what? Do you remember the racist stream that he had? I can't even remember. Like, chat, I've been through too much. I can't remember. I'm like, I sort of remember like a really racist moment on Wick's stream with that VTuber frog, but see, Samstedy clocked her as a minor in his first message. Yeah, very similar to the Chud Logic situation, right? There's nothing I hate more than two idiots who know nothing arguing about what they don't know. On one side, you have insane hypotheticals. On the other, you have somebody who calls them idealism somehow. No, actually, there was a point to the non-competes side of it. It just wasn't how I think Vosh had learned theory, I guess. But no need to I guess we don't have time to, I would love to, like, we're at 47% chat. We definitely don't have time to relitigate. I shouldn't have even brought it up. I just couldn't remember what Vosh's aliens argument was about. All right, I'm gonna kind of push us forward because, yeah, again, if we're only at 47%, the stream's gonna be a lot shorter. And I want to make sure that we are getting in the stuff that is truly important. Not that I don't believe in the power of chat to miraculously pull the stream out of an early end, but I also am not counting on.
Off topic, but new info. The rats have jumped ship. He privately admitted to keeping alleged CSAM, and police are involved now.
We definitely saw this. Okay.
We obviously have the Ghislaine Maxwell thing. Off topic, but new info. The rats have jumped ship.
Yep. Okay. All right. So I promised you some Destiny. We're gonna have to go to like a kind of disreputable source for this. But yeah, the stream is all about Destiny's crash out. And just in case we don't hit the bonus skull, let me go. Yeah, this is a very disreputable source here that I am typing into the search. This was a former Destiny fan that calls themselves Ryle Kittenhouse. This is from 3 weeks ago. But now they are fully J-Stalk pilled, I guess, and they've turned on Destiny. So let's see. Here it is.
Okay. First thing is going to be boring as fuck. All right. Okay. I don't know why. I do know why. Willie Mack decides to run and make a video.
You sent me the Vosh clip with a timestamp. Thank you.
Like 2 hours after DMing me. Now I understand. I get it.
Yeah, that's his channel name, Ryle Kittenhouse. I mean, there was Destiny. Wasn't Destiny's debate against Jink about Kyle Rittenhouse? These fuckers love Kyle Rittenhouse. This is the biggest community of non-right-wing fans of Rittenhouse that I have ever seen. How do you hit the bonus goal again? Well, every time that somebody does a super chat, a super sticker, if they get themselves a membership, if they gift a membership, if they support me on Throne or sign up for the Patreon, or if they support me on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub, that, or other ways, obviously, that number goes up, right? The 47 out of 100, that's the bonus goal. Right. That's what keeps me on a little bit longer. And it's just so that I can focus in on, you know, if I'm not hitting this number, you know, every night, then that tells me that I need to do less streaming and more work in terms of, you know, making videos, you know, expanding the community. So that's basically what that is. But
okay, we have to do the Destiny bad because
it's a way to justify longer streams, basically. If I can monetarily justify them, then I will definitely be here for that. And I love covering, because I don't know, you know how I work. I go into a topic, I pause it way too much. We dig deep. And so, you know, it's nice to have one other topic to be able to cover during a stream. So it's not all the same thing.
It's too much heat from other people, which, listen, I get it's a lot of heat online. Okay, that's fine. I get it. I understand it. And Ethan, obviously, with this whole, I noticed all the comments on the video where people were like, wow, I noticed that the crew was.
Much love, Red Heart.
Sky B, you totally caught me biting into a peppercorn bunch. Is that what I call it? But thank you for the super chat, and much love back at you. All right, so that gets us to 57.
Was like very giddy and excited and happy this episode, when it seems like they're usually very sullen and they don't say anything, because anytime Ethan is criticizing his son, all of them are in the sunken place behind their desks. But when it was me, oh, they're so excited.
This is dark. I want to point out how dark this is, right? First of all, the fact that this guy has been exposed as having sexted a 17-year-old that he should have, from the screenshots that we've got, it looks like should have known was not 18. And, you know, and even after this person failed to provide proof that they were of age, I guess the other thing that people have been talking about that I probably have not mentioned to the rest of chat is that there's also, oh my God, Yashoki, thank you for the gifted membership to Jordan L. Jordan L, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. That's how we get weasels. That's how most of the time we get weasels, through you know, the generosity of people in chat, because I realize that not all of you can afford to support me, you know, financially, and I totally get that. There's a lot of streams and online projects that I would love to be supporting financially if I had the money to do so. So, yeah. So wait, yeah, the dark stream here, right? Destiny, you know, he probably shouldn't be streaming. He should be, I don't know, talking to his lawyer, talking to his therapist, talking to his family, right? Because the shit has hit the fan. But this motherfucker is in denial, and he is under the impression, he's got a very Trumpian sense of reality, right? Trump feels like reality is just a slight inconvenience. And that if he can manipulate, pull the right strings, then he can get reality to work for him. He doesn't have to deal with reality. Destiny has learned all those lessons and more, right? And is very much of the mindset. In fact, I feel like there was a quote from him saying, I can just meme through it, right? I can meme through it. Oh, you know, what the thing about me being on, you know, sharing NSFW with a 17-year-old, you know, I can, if I make funny jokes, then people will be okay with it, right? It's just memes. It's just, yeah, it's just memes. No, Destiny, it's just a 17-year-old. That's what it is. All right. And like, so the other thing that I don't think I've shown you yet, but I know that people have been talking about this, is the person in question, whose name, well, online name is Rose, right? Apparently has been doxxed because of Destiny fucking around with Kiwi Farms as well. Don't have much, but I hope this helps. This does help, Columbia Rican. This does help indeed. But yeah, the so the Destiny met this person while like browsing I think a Twitter hashtag that said like MNSFW. And there's also a clip of Destiny talking about that he's found this hashtag called MNSFW. The M apparently stands for minor, right? So NSFW, but minors. There's also like various NSFW tags on Twitter. Now, what you need to know is that is for selling nudes. That is for selling NSFW, right? Which is also something that people do on other websites that verify your age. I'm sure you can think of some examples of such websites, right? And if somebody was on that platform and was verified, you would know that that person is of age. That person is at least 18 years old. That is not where Destiny found Rose, right? Destiny found Rose through Twitter, selling NSFW, pictures on Twitter, and that right there is a pretty good clue that this is not a person that would pass age verification. There was a lot of clues. There was a lot of clues for Destiny to figure out that this person was not of age, and it seems like he just didn't want to know, right? So yeah, after that, you can't debate your way out of this, but he's gonna try. That's what makes this so dark. And also, I want to point out the editing, chat. As much as I am not a fan of the what do you call it? Like the thing that the person the channel's named after, right? I gotta say, that's pretty good editing, right? And it adds to the darkness of what we're watching, right? The fact that everything is twisted and warped, it looks like Destiny's stream is melting, and it kind of is. This man's career is melting as we watch it. So yeah, this is more of we're sinking into the darkness. He also keeps saying, I never messaged Rose on IG. Yeah, what does that have to do? You started bringing up Tinder. Oh yeah, Tinder does not age verify. Sorry, Tinder did not age verify at the time, right? And even now, I don't think their age verification is super strong. Yeah, didn't have age verification until 2 years after he met Rose there, or after he met Rose. Neon glow of firearms in the back. Yeah. Oh my God, chat. This is Chekhov's gun, isn't it? This is the fucked. I don't want to look. I'm making it really dark, aren't I? You know what I'm saying, right? If this was a play, you know what we'd expect in the third act, right? So, considering the first two acts, those guns have been sitting on the shelf, right? I'd say no more.
To repost or retweet or retread whatever stuff pops up online. So the thing is, you know what? Actually, this guy said it best. Hold on, wait.
Yo, I am Sophia. Thank you. What? Thank you, Anonymous. Again, chat. I mean, I just as I say, I don't believe in miracles. Just as I say, I don't believe in miracles. Look at what's happening here. If I can figure out how to I got some, wait, there they are. Wait, Mad Gene, you just got jellyfish. I should have just looked on the screen. You got jellyfished. What, does it not say their people's names? It doesn't. PH2 car, you just, there they are. Okay, thank you. Wow, it's almost like Twitch is listening to me. Yeah, I am Sophia. You just got jellyfished. Mumbles459. You just got jellyfished. Polypie. You just got jellyfished. Erna I hope I pronounced your name right. Either way, you just got jellyfished. Mad Gene 1. You just got jellyfished. PH2 Car. You just got jellyfished. Princess Manifesto, sorry, Princess Manifesto. I'm sorry, I can read stuff. You just got jellyfish. Masonic 007, you just got jellyfished. 4 unwed cats, still, out there giving JD Vance hell. You just got jellyfished. And Steric Man, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Because it means that all those people will have the ability to post jellyfish in chat amongst other emotes as well. Wow. Okay, I didn't expect that. But thank you nonetheless, anonymous gifter, for making it rain on just raining jellyfish. It's raining jellyfish is what it's raining.
Can't defend yourself. Answer here. I'm trying to meet your request of giving non-stop defense because your baby ass can't defend yourself. Keemstar will make insane accusations, groundless accusations, but then he expects you to defend yourself. In fact, he likes it if you'll come on his show and defend himself. That's how his operation works. And so he goes, oh, well, he didn't say anything in his defense, so he must be guilty. Have you ever lied?
Does it feel like we're drunk watching this? You know what I mean? The weird like wraparound distortion that we're getting. Does it feel like, I haven't been drunk in a long time, so I can't remember. I feel like this is what it feels like though. It's disorienting. Space doesn't work in the same way. I don't know. This is dark. This is really, let's rewind Ethan and understand that when Destiny's talking about Ethan, there's a very good chance that he's not that any outrage that you see, any smoke that Destiny seems to have for Ethan is very likely performative, right? He's helping Ethan out because Ethan is the vessel for his campaign of hate against Destiny. This campaign that outlives the creator. Chat, this is like that stand from JoJo Part 5, the Notorious B.I.G., right? It's a stand without a stand user because the stand user is dead, and the stand user dying is what activates the stand. And then once that stand is like after you, it's really hard to deal with. And canonically, chat, it's out there floating somewhere in the Mediterranean Sea still. They don't actually kill Notorious B.I.G. They just basically, escape from it. But yeah, this is like, this is some dark shit, right? Destiny's stand activated when his career was destroyed, when he could no longer harm, zombie Destiny could no longer harm Hasanabi from the grave. He then hands it over to Ethan Klein to carry out. It's like he's possessing Ethan, right? He's jumping into Ethan and making him repeat his lies about Hasan.
Answer here. I'm trying to meet your request of giving non-stop defense because you're.
But when it was me, they're so excited to repost or retweet or retread whatever stuff pops up online.
Wait, he's talking about the H3 crew here, isn't he? Is that that's who he's starting off burning? Is the H3 crew?
So the thing is, you know what? Actually, this guy said it best. Hold on, wait.
Can't defend yourself. Answer here. I'm trying to meet your request of giving the
stand that sticks to you to your back when someone looks at your back. Cheap Trick. That's from part 4, right?
Stop defense because your baby ass can't defend yourself. Keemstar will make insane accusations, groundless accusations, but then he expects you to defend yourself. In fact, he likes it if you'll come on his show and defend himself. That's how his operation works. And so he goes, oh, well,
wait, is he justifying, is this Ethan justifying accepting the Keemstar merch? They did did a stream where they showed a package and they said, we got another like scary package, right? And you're thinking, is it skulls? Is it something scary? Is it a threat? What is it? And they open it up and it's from Keemstar, and it's a bunch of LolCow Live merch, which then the crew puts on with no sense of irony, right? This is the guy that compared many times called Hila, Ethan's wife, a horse, and encouraged people to post anti-Semitism at them on Twitter, right? Could Notorious Big catch Made in Heaven? Oh my God, that's a good question. Wait, is Made in Heaven the one from the video game, or is that the one? Wait, what? Is that the one from part 6?
Say anything in his defense, so he must be guilty. Have you ever lied to anyone on YouTube? What are you, the fucking FBI? I don't have to.
I'm not going to play this game of every single time.
This is Ethan's Keemstar nuke. Okay, so yeah, Poochie Stan from part 6 is eventually evolves into Made in Heaven.
Insane person releases some random or piece of paper or whatever that I'm going to come and run through all these communities and try to give some crazy explanation for whatever else. Because one, the only thing that's happening is I see that every single thing I possibly say gets either misconstrued or drawn out to the most absurd reality possible, to where...
Is it me, or does Destiny give off incel energy? Imagine if you took an incel and placed him at the top of what ends up forming into a streamer social hierarchy, right? Like, he starts off streaming, nobody wants to be a streamer. He's like a esports, StarCraft guy. People who really like StarCraft are impressed. Nobody else is impressed, right? And then as time goes by, more and more people get into streaming. It becomes a bigger thing, a bigger audience, right? And he's kind of grandfather. And again, the term grandfathered, right, has a interesting history. But he's kind of grandfathered in there at the very top. Incel Charles Manson, geez. But yeah, he's kind of so he's at the top. So you take somebody who would normally, probably live out his life as an incel, confused and scared of women and hateful of their choices in men, and resentful, and so on and so on. You take this person and you put them in a place where they've got access. They've got a casting couch. Like, understand that Destiny runs his community like Harvey Weinstein's casting couch, right? A lot of these orbiters are manipulated into situations in which they will make themselves available either digitally through pictures, like with Rose, or in person, like a lot of other people whose names that I will kindly not mention, that were there were orbiters that basically were put in a position where it's pretty fucking clear that a career that they very much wanted. Chat, if you poll like kids in high school, and this always blows me away, right? If you poll kids in high school, like, what is your dream job? What would you like to do when you grow up? What would be the absolute best thing? And a lot of them are saying streamer. A lot of them are saying streamer, which is wild to me because this is just how I get by, right? That's how I make a living. But it's a pretty precarious, life to live. And yeah, Destiny finds himself not where I am in the barely sustainable like category, barely making it category, but in the like, I have like mansion money, I have Ferrari money, I have let's build a new pool money, right? I have yacht money, right? And so with all that shit, he has he's living, I guess, the incel's dream, right? Where he can treat people like literal fucking NPCs, use them and abuse them, throw them out when they displease him, replace them with somebody else who also wants the job, who also would love to have the clout. Because all he's got to do, and I experienced this myself, right? After I talked to Destiny, first of all, while I was talking to him, my numbers went way up, even though I'm not agreeing with him, right? When I put out the video of the talk that I had with Destiny, I got, some of the highest views that my channel has ever gotten. So yeah, it does, I can see where it's tempting for people. I can see why people, you know, this is just somebody that can sort of bestow. And he didn't like me, chat. He didn't agree with me. He didn't like me. Imagine if I was another streamer, Chad. Imagine if I was Food Shops, right? And I'm the one person in this fucking wilderness of everybody being like, Destiny's a pedo, Destiny's a creep, saying, actually, Destiny is based, and he's right, and Hasan is bad, and all the people, the detractors, the former orbiters, fuck them, right? I mean, like, that's what it is, and he could even give it to Food Shops. Food Shops is like the fucking, you know, like the scavenger at the bottom of the pond, just eating whatever falls to the, you know, the eating the scraps of whatever falls down to her level. And Destiny's now taken this, you know, this bottom dweller up and said, present it to the sun, and like, you know, I give you Food Shops. Thanks a lot, Destiny. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So yeah. And he uses this power. I mean, I'm not saying that he's having, you know, I'm not implying any sort of relationship between himself and Food Shops. You know, obviously, you know, I talked to Destiny and he didn't try to, you know, get in my pants or anything. So it's not like universal. It's not like he's doing this to everyone. But yeah, a lot of, you know, especially female streamers that have, you know, engaged with Destiny, you know, find themselves being given an offer that they kind of can't refuse, and he lords that power over them in order to have not just a, you know, not just like, you know, nudes that he would never get sent, not just relationships that he would never have, but it's essentially a harem is what it is, right? He gets to be at the center of a harem anime. This is Destiny in Tokyo. This is Destiny Muyo, right? This is Destiny's Gate. I don't know. I can't think of any other harem animes, but yeah, it's a cult. I mean, yeah. I mean, not that all of them are true believers. I mean, some of them know exactly what position that they're in. I mean, it's like a Harvey Weinstein thing, right? You know, you're working in Hollywood. You have big dreams. You want to be, you want to be in movies, right? You go and you try out for different roles. You're getting rejected. You're getting rejected. You're getting rejected. You finally get something. You're like you know, what are they, you know, it's a minor role, it doesn't do much for you, and then along comes this guy that is like, you know his name because you've seen it on movies, and he's saying like, I would love to put you in my movies, all right, but I also want to have sex with you, and the implication being that it's going to be a tit for tat, it's going to be a quid pro quo, right? And yeah, that's essentially, he has engineered Harvey Epstein, Jesus Christ, what am I saying? Harvey Weinstein. He has re-engineered Harvey Weinstein's casting couch in political streamer form, which is kind of wild.
Nicholas Oreo Cakes or whatever is saying that I'm threatening Willie's wife because I said she was a Mossad agent, which, because I have to clarify, was a joke, okay? I wasn't joking. I'm sorry for that joke. To the best of my knowledge, okay, I can't say 100%, but to the best of my knowledge, Willie's wife is not a Mossad agent, okay? Number one. And number two, it feeds the content network for all of these people.
Don't ruin Tenchi Muyo. I mean, yeah. It's a cute anime. It is also a harem anime.
We just make content out of all by responses based on no matter what I say, okay? I was hoping that, I guess Ethan wouldn't have his Destiny. I know that he's like been hungry to like kind of show some disavowal of me, because every time him and Hasan fight, Hasan like uses me as some attack vector to go after Ethan, which is weird because I mean, at least it should be proven today. I have traded a total.
Every time I try to eat some noodles, I got to respond to something. That's a reversal. That's an inversion of reality. All right. Hasan uses Destiny as a vector of attack on Ethan. Do you see what's wrong with that? It's that it's the exact inversion of the truth. In reality, Ethan is the vessel of the fucking dead, zombified, washed campaign to try to character assassinate a streamer before he could become mainstream. Guess what? He's already mainstreamed. right? But it carries itself on even after Destiny has lost all credibility to any sane person. Nobody's listening to what this guy has to say, right? Nobody gives a fuck. But he then launders it through Ethan. Ethan is the attack vector that Destiny uses to get at Hasan, right? After having burnt his own credibility. In many cases, because of his obsessive, Ahabian, fixation on ruining Hasan, but yeah, also because of his own. Now, people will, if you ask Counterpoints, oh my God, I saw Counterpoints talk about this chat. This is what I'm saying. There's so much going on with this. This is such a watershed moment, and I would love to share more with you. There just isn't time, especially given that I'm taking way too long to put voice to this, right? But oh my God, Counterpoints was basically saying, listen, do I approve of the things that Destiny does? No. But, he's bringing up Destiny's good points. He's saying he's friends with him. He's just a friend that's got a vice, right? As in what Counterpoints is implying is that the right and proper and normal thing for a red-blooded American male to do is to find yourself a woman and make her a wife and get her pregnant, keep her in the kitchen, and Trad Connor. Why does nobody call him Trad Connor? We should be calling him Trad Connor, chat. I really do think so. I really do think that Trad Connor is the appropriate nickname for that guy. But because he tries to play a centrist and a fence rider, and he's really not. He is very right wing. I've talked to Connor Points, by the way, and tried to convince him that solidarity with working people, which he seems to espouse, is more important than his fixation on vices, right? Which I don't know, according to him, could be anything from homosexuality to Destiny's array of fetishes. But honestly, chat, his fucking sexual interests are not the problem. His lack of respect for other people, his treating other people like fucking NPCs, treating them like cum rags, honestly, chat. That's the problem with Destiny. All right, another South Park reference. I guess that shit gets in my head.
Total of 2 messages with Ethan in my entire life. I've said this before. I think it was I don't even know when. It was after October 7th when Hasan's chat was spamming insane shit. And I went over it on stream, and I think Ethan DM'd me and he asked me, he was like, wait, where did you get the chat message from? And I told him. I think this might be 2 years ago. Yeah, these are so, but I think Ethan is so desperate to get away from the Destiny controls me narrative that he decides to do his little unhinged bullshit on a stream. Yeah, I'm going back to where I was before, which is I'll wait until my court case is over. I'll go over filings as they come out. But this, I realized, well, I didn't know that Willie would make a video with him.
Really convenient. He can't talk about this stuff at length. He can't explain this stuff. He can't convince you why he's not a horrible person, because that would get in the way of his court case. Now, however, whenever he wants to, I don't know, say, go after Pixie again, somehow he can talk about the court case, but no, he's got to, and right now, basically, right? He's talking about it, but in terms of, giving satisfaction, being able to, oh gosh, I shouldn't say giving satisfaction in this context, right? In terms of giving the audience the satisfaction that they want, which is knowing that their streamer, despite everything they've heard, is not a bad guy. He's not actually a bad guy. And if he is a bad guy, then Hasan's worse, and we need him to get Hasan, because Hasan's, there's always a justification. There's always a justification. But he can't give you, if you're a Destiny viewer, that justification because of the court case. However, he can apparently crash out over this stuff. So let me not get in the way of his crash out.
Crying into the camera, oh, this is 911. Record. I can talk about more of this when my case is over.
He was talking about Willie Mack there, crying into the camera, calling the cops.
Soon, but who knows? Whenever stuff gets read. Oh, now we've moved to the 17, 18. Here's the thing, okay? When it comes to ages for hooking up with people in general, I feel like you can play this game, regardless of how far you want to go.
The most obvious question in the world, Destiny, Why were you sharing NSFW with a 17-year-old? Why were you sexting with a 17-year-old? Right?
18 and older is an adult in the United States. If people are like, oh, you should wait until they're 21, then I feel like it would just move to 21 and older. Like, oh, why are you hanging with a 21-year-old? Or why are you hanging with a 23-year-old? Like, listen, you're an adult. You're an adult. I don't know what the point is of moving the bar on this. If you think that like 18 years old is like a horrible age of people to hook up, then maybe we can make like tax brackets for
tax brackets? Wait, what? Your Hatto Bars, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub.
Consent, but I don't know. Like, it's just funny to see the bar moving on this. I don't care.
Am I vastly mispronouncing your name? I feel like I am. I feel like there's something I'm not.
Whatever. Listen, I'll say what I said before, okay? Whatever you've read about me online, or whatever you want to post about me, it's true and worse, okay?
Edgelord.
All of it is true and worse.
Edgelord.
Okay? The feds are coming.
I'm sorry, Destiny. Destiny. We need to get Eminem, because this man is stealing Marshall Mathers' flow from 1999. All right. You know what he said? He just said, I am whatever you think I am. If I wasn't, why would I say I am? This is literally just a fucking Eminem track. What the fuck? Like, what the actual, oh, I had this fan this whole time. I could have been cooling myself off. Oh, wait, that's all right. The fan picks up on the, there you go, chat. You like that? ASMR. No, that's the reason I don't turn the fan on. Now I remember. It makes extra noise. And we don't need extra noise today, all right? We got enough noise coming out of this squawker right here, Destiny.
Mossad and the KGB are tracking, okay? They will be here one day. I've been streaming for 16 years, but this is the last one, okay? The walls are closing in this time. For real, for real, for real.
I don't know, Destiny. Like, whether or not you go to jail or not, you're still a bad person. And people in your chat, unironically, like, consuming your content, I don't know how I can get around saying that they are also bad people, right? You haven't even given them an excuse to hang their hat on, which is what they're in there for. They're in there hoping that you will be like, this shit was a deep fake. Those screenshots were not me. This was a fake Destiny pretending to be me. And I've been slandered. And like, here's the proof, right? They're hoping for a miracle, chat. But unfortunately, they are not in my chat where miracles happen with regularity. Wait, what the fuck? 30 out of 100? What just happened? Oh my god, chat, that's a reverse miracle right there. No, I'm gonna fix that. It's 130 out of 200. Like I said, miracles sometimes do happen. We are getting some bonus content, it looks like, today. And in fact, we're only 70 points away from getting double the bonus content. What is in first place? I think it's still Ethan's Meltdown, yep. And looks like Bad Empanada Smokes on the Destiny pack is in second place. So we're definitely, it looks like, getting, you know, the Ethan's Meltdown. Remember, though, you know, when you donate, or if you have donated, you can affect the outcome, right? You can let me know, like, put my money towards Dan Saltman, put my money towards Asmongold, put my money towards whatever that's on the list, right? If you want to. So, but it looks like right now we're leaning strongly towards Ethan's Meltdown. And if there's going to be a second item on the bonus content, it looks like it would be Bad Empanada Smokes on that Destiny pack. We are 70 points away from that, just to let you know where we're at. So,
Real, okay? They're closing in. I swear to God they are. All right. I've never been more on edge and afraid of the walls closing in as I am right now. Okay. Seems like you have an actual case of defamation from Ethan, no? Maybe, maybe not. The thing is, lawsuits suck. They're expensive. It's annoying. I don't even know if it's worth it. And I just don't care that much. Because you know what? We just keep on.
Here you go, Destiny. Okay. First of all, you can't shut me up. All right? It's been tried before. It failed. Chud Logic famously called me a roach. Did he call me a roach because he thinks I'm disgusting? No, in fact. Chud Logic apparently very much does not think I'm disgusting. He called me a roach because of my ability to survive, all right? But if you want to shut me up on this one thing where I think that you're being performative about the Ethan thing, I think that you and Ethan do communicate through Dan Saltman, and you do coordinate your hate campaign against Hasan with Ethan Klein as your skin suit, right? If you want to shut me up about that and prove me wrong, sue the motherfucker, all right? Until then, I'm calling this kayfabe. I'm calling this is all kayfabe. This is all wrestler shit. This is all, oh my gosh, I really hate the other wrestler that I'm fighting against. We totally hate each other. We're not going out for drinks after this. Kayfabe. Kayfabe, everybody, right? If you want to shut me up about that and prove that it's not kayfabe, sue the motherfucker. Ethan slandered you. Stand up for yourself, sir. Stand up for yourself. Step out of that cuck chair and let him know that he can't get away with defaming the name of Destiny that, you know, should be said only with respect. Prove it, Ethan. Put your money where your mouth is. All right, if you want to shut me up. Otherwise, I'm going to say what I think is obvious to anyone with half a brain, that this is fucking kayfabe.
Rolling. Okay. Bro, I can't believe how quick these two are to believe anything they read on Kiwi Farms, and they've been harassing them for the last few months. You know what? That's how it goes, okay? I just don't know why you talked to Willie Mack at all. I don't remember. I think he messaged me on something. But I mean, I'd been in communication with him. I just didn't expect him to run and make a YouTube video in 2 seconds based off some DMs with us.
I'm sorry. Can we go over this again, chat? It's a short Willie Mack video. You're actually tempting me to you're highly tempting me to rewatch that video, right? But basically the gist of it is that Willie reaches out to Destiny because he's gonna do a video on what's happened with Destiny. He's talking to him on Discord. Somehow he can see, or Destiny shows a video of Rose. And Willie's like, is that 17-year-old? Do you have NSFW stuff? It looks like you have NSFW. Is that what I'm seeing? Is that what it is? Destiny's like, yeah, do you want some? Would you like me to send you the file so you can enjoy it too? I guess that, you know, if Willie was, you know, super, you know, into that, maybe that's a way of shut. It's like almost like an Epstein move, right? Of like now he would be compromised too. Of course, Willie Mack was not interested in the NSFW of the 17-year-old. Willie Mack was interested in content. That's what he was talking to Destiny for. And Destiny's basically lets him know in no uncertain terms that he has got what Willie Mack interprets to be CSAM saved to his computer. Willie Mack asks him, why haven't you deleted this? He says, I don't know. Maybe I'll need it for a court case, right? I got to keep the CSAM. On my hard drive because what if the judge, you know, like the idea that this would be the piece of evidence that frees Destiny. Like we were gonna send you to jail until you showed the, you know, the NSFW images of the 17-year-old that you've got on your hard drive, right? You were totally going to jail until then, but now Destiny, you're free to go. You're free to go. That's gonna be the smoking gun. That's gonna be the piece of evidence that sets him free, right? It doesn't make sense. And so Willie realizes that Destiny's not thinking right, and also he has just divulged a crime. He has just divulged a crime that Willie Mack would not like to, despite him being a sussy buck on so many different levels, despite him being like, you know, a fucking empty suit of drama slop commentary, right? Willie Mack does not want to be an accomplice to Destiny's crime, right? And so he calls the cops and reports it, and that's the video. And honestly, you gotta respect him as a content monster he is. Honestly, don't think it's kayfabe. Epstiny called Ethan's stat a PDF just a few hours ago. I don't know. Prove it to me, Epstiny. Prove it to me by suing Ethan Klein. I would love to see that.
Yes, obviously I would have approached that conversation with a lot more care in terms of how I'm phrasing things, obviously. But you know what? Whatever. Listen. Whatever you want to believe. Believe what you want, okay? The feds, they're on their way, all right? I'm just trying to stream before they get here. Inshallah, ABH3. Oh, I'm so glad he finally found his voice. I wonder how awkward it feels when his boss is sitting there railing on his Turkish idol, and he has to sit there and hold his tongue the entire time, knowing that he's getting f***ed by Hasan's entire...
How fucking cool would that be? I hope you're right, Loopy Loves, right? Life, right? I hope you're right and it's not kayfabe, because if this is not kayfabe, Destiny and Ethan could do the most amazing thing by suing each other into fucking oblivion. That would be sick. I would be here for that. I would become a fucking law tuber. I don't know. I would try to take like law classes, right? Because like, I mean, I would be covering nothing. Okay, no, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't wish that misery on myself like that. But like, yeah, I would cover that in depth.
Fan base the entire time regardless, and there being a spineless cook actually isn't helping him at any part of this whatsoever, but that's okay. And Ethan has to feel bad too, because he's sitting there while his whole crew is awkwardly staring at him because nobody wants to participate. It's all good. H3 has been a girly pop gossipy channel for a while now. His audience is likely a majority women who watch things like RuPaul.
So people are telling me that C. Samstony, I love that name, or you could say Molestiny. I don't know. You could say a lot of things, right? He's earned all the monikers now, right? None of the monikers are out of bounds or inappropriate at this point, because he's basically confessed to everything. But he definitely called Ethan's dad a pedo. And so Snow is saying, I agree with this allegation. All right, where and when did this happen? Do I need to trash taking itself out? Yeah, pretty much. 2 trash fires, like two men on top of a burning dumpster, on top of separate burning dumpsters, right? Shooting flamethrowers at each other, pouring kerosene all over each other. Oh my God. This is the greatest show on earth right there.
Talk pop culture, celebrity relationships. It was inevitable. I actually disagree. I feel like the H3 fan base for the most part is actually one of the more chiller fan bases on the internet. I think it's because, not to pull my woke card out, but I think it's because it's like probably a little bit more women versus men. Like it wouldn't surprise me if that fan base was like 40% women. But then also because they do kind of like more.
I mean, it was like 2 years ago. It was Girly Pop Nation. But yeah, a lot of those people have left. He doesn't realize that, or maybe he does realize. I mean, like, look, I mean, this is true. You know, this is true like 1.5 years ago, maybe. But now most of those Girly Pop Nation people have left, and they've been replaced with your fans, who aren't really Ethan's fans, right? If Ethan does goofs and gaffs, they're not interested. They don't think he's funny. They probably think he is a bit chud logicked, right? They probably call him the arsler behind his back, right? But yeah, they're there for the, I guess the, you know, Hasanabi takedown streams, the fuck iDub streams, the, you know, like what did Frogan do this week stream, the Denims is stupid stream. Like they're there for all that shit, right? They're just not there for the actual H3 podcast, which used to be a comedy podcast. It used to be Babe Nash.
More pop culture stuff, it does get a bit more grounded. Like I see a lot of comments popping up, even in that H3 subreddit about how
calling the H3 fan base chill is ridiculous. They're I mean, it's basically his own fan base.
Streamers are cancer and all of those communities are cancer. And that's about like 95% correct. It is a special type of cancer. Although again, I would point my fingers to Hasan and for that. And AB and all the little people that are hiding behind the desks that are too afraid to say anything in those segments. I would say that those people are like, you can point fingers directly at those kinds of people to blame. I think it would be way more interesting and more fascinating to have policy-oriented debates. If somebody disagrees on Israel-Palestine, you know, we can fight over the massacres, you know, in Hebron or other places pre-48, you know, justify or pre-40, justify all the back and forth fighting and who's right or wrong. Like, I think those would be super interesting and fascinating discussions to have, but nobody wants to have those conversations. They just want to call everybody up, press or whatever the fuck else. Hold on, wait. I just had another random fan snap me nude. Check this out. I'm showing it to all my friends right now. How old is she? Oh, I have no idea, but check this out too. And this.
Do you get it, chat? Do you get it? Do you get it? Hasan at some point flashed his, flashed his phone. And somebody saw a nude that somebody had sent him in the phone. Like they saw a little tiny thumbnail of a nude. So I guess what Destiny did in sharing an SFW of himself in sexual congress. Sorry, I shouldn't say sexual congress. It makes me think of that video that somebody shot on the floor. Do you remember, chat? Some dude was getting railed on the floor of some staffer or something was getting railed on the floor of Congress. That's what I think when I say sexual congress. But yeah, in an amorous embrace with his orbiters, that we're okay with you filming him or you filming them, Destiny, in some cases, but in other cases, not so much. But definitely we're not okay with you sharing those images, right? Sending them the images, giving the NSFW, giving the spank material, as it were, to other people that they did not know that they would be shown to. That's the same thing as Hasan being sent nudes because he's a fucking himbo.
This one out too, and this one out too. But yeah, I think listen, if that's what people want online politics to be, then I guess that's what online politics could be. It is what it is. Tell everyone you make more than them. Pretty sure Ethan makes more than me. Those guys are loaded. AB, Olivia, and
do you mean Lauren Boebert giving her husband a handy at the movie? That wasn't her husband, Burpel. I'm sorry, Burple. That was not her husband. She was not with her husband that night. She was with Beetlejuice. No, she was with, there was her new boyfriend after, was she cheating? I can't remember if she was cheating at the time or if she had, if they'd separated by then.
And our cooked Hasan agents that never defend Ethan when they beef. It's insane. Yeah. But I mean, like, it's also by design too. Oh God, I don't want to give them charity. It's by design too, because anytime these people step out and criticize Hasan, that entire network of people is also going to come out and harass all of those people as well, right? So AB, Olivia, and all those people, if they don't toe the lefty line, you know, they're going to come under huge fire from that side as well. So they kind of have to, because if you don't toe the line on their side, then they're going to get called token figures or, you know, Uncle Tom's or...
I'm sorry. In what way were they towing a line? Does nobody remember that? It was during the Biden administration, not to like blame it on Biden. I mean, talk about open borders, right? You had open legs under the Biden administration, apparently. But yeah, it was during, I think it was during the Biden administration. There's a video that came out of like, you know, two guys going at it in one of the congressional chambers, in one of the rooms that they you know, in the building, in the Capitol building. And I think they got in trouble for it.
Whatever else. So I mean, like, to be fair, they're in a rough position as well. So, but I mean, like, it's whatever. That's okay. Take a deep breath. Fortress arc it away. Not really. Well, I feel like I need to do like a 1 month video game break, maybe. I still think the Ryan Beard memes were probably my favorite. The making the video at me who has the scariest and most dangerous.
Ghost Boy, thank you so much. It was a White House staffer, if I recall correctly. Yeah, totally Biden's fault. Totally Biden's fault. Biden stands for open borders and he stands for open legs. He stands for open. Anyway, I'm not going to say it. Anyway.
Dangerous community on the internet. And then announcing that he's making a video on Hasan Ethan and that he's going to be fair, and the lefties bully him so hard he has to stop. He can't even finish his research for the video. I think that was funny. How is it that after every drama / scandal involving you is over and settled down, you seem to somehow get right back into it? Because like 95% of it is and I don't know.
Excuse me. Wait. Sorry, 95% of it is what? Open. Thank you. Open borders and open zippers. That works better. Two dudes banging in some kind of congressional hall. I was almost jealous. A little bit jealous. I don't know.
For dealing with crazies online, I guess. Although this might be the one. This is it. Have you sworn?
But you know, no. He just said. Did you hear what he just said? Like, you know, how come you're, you know, this shit happens and then you're always like right back at it. You know, you fall off the horse and you get right back on. And they're talking about with getting exposed for, I don't know, abusing his orbiters. Like running a fucking Harvey Weinstein style casting couch with his orbiters, right? Of asking a 17-year-old for dating advice of how to win the heart of one Lauren Southern, right? This is the kind of shit that he's like...
He can't even finish his research for the video. I think that was funny. How is it that after every drama / scandal involving you is over and settled down, you seem to somehow get right back into it? Because like 95% of it is...
Do you interpret this as being over and settled down? Chat, that is the sound. I'm sorry, I'm eating a spicy, like these are like flat noodles, but they've got these bird's eye chilies in them. Like this thing. A very hot pepper right there. And then it's also got these peppercorn bunches. They're like, it's like a grape bunch, but these are peppercorns. And so it's making me hot to eat it. And so I kind of need to cool down, but I also get that when I have this fan on and I'm talking, that the sound gets into the mic, right? It says, I'm guessing that's happening right now.
And I don't know. It is what it is.
Oh God, chat. You know, speaking of it is what it is. I'm supposed to bully you. I'm supposed to bully you until you like the stream. All right. So please like the stream because I don't like bullying you. I do not want to bully you. Right. So please, please, please like the stream so I don't have to bully you. Also, whenever I go live, I put a link to Blue Sky in the pinned, both on YouTube and on Twitch. So if you also don't want me to bully you about that, if you're a Blue Sky user, maybe slip over there in another tab, in a separate tab, and give that thread some love if you could. I would really appreciate that. And again, chat, I don't like to bully you on stream, so let's avoid that if possible. But yeah, that really helps me out when you like the stream, and it also helps me out when you like the thread, when you post in the thread, when you repost the thread, any of those things, right? On Blue Sky. So with that being said, let's get back to the content.
And I have a penchant for dealing
100th like. Hell yeah, we got 100 likes today. Nice, Frickson.
crazies online, I guess. Although this might be the one. This is it. Have you sworn off friendships with content creators? Yeah, kind of. I'll say this again, and I don't think this message can't carry. The thing that's the most annoying, I think, about all of this is that she was actually 12. No, I'm just kidding. The thing that's the most annoying about all of this is that
isn't that what Nathan? Oh no, sorry, Nathan said something. Oh my God, Nathan said something really horrible. Like he mentioned 10-year-olds somehow. His kid is like.
I think a lot of people, and I keep seeing these comments pop up on my own subreddit. I might have permabanned you for this also. By the way, if I permabanned you, just email the mods and they'll unban you. Okay. The most annoying thing is like people keep thinking that all of this drama keeps popping up like every month, every 6 months, like over and over and over again. But it's not. It's the same story that gets rehashed or refiltered in a slightly different way from the.
So just like he was able to put the Chud Logic story to bed by reacting incredulously to it, he doesn't see why reacting incredulously to legit accusations that he hasn't disproven, he's just memed away. He's just swept away, right? He doesn't get why is that still interesting? This is old news. This is old news. I already beat this rap. No, Destiny, this is going to continue to come up until you no longer stream. Or until you sue Ethan Klein, either way.
Revenge leaks at the end of 2024. Like it's the same story over and over again with a new twist or a new thing or a new added whatever. But people have this perception that there's like a crazy thing happening like every few months. But it's not a crazy thing happening every few months. It's just a stupid shit from this person I talked to back in 2020.
Person says, I'll follow you on Blue Sky, but I only have one Blue Sky account and it's for following the prawns. Okay, well, I'll upload some prawns. Just kidding.
2023, 2020. Yeah, it's just annoying. Can you respond to Willie's reply? Because to be honest, your defense is not convincing. Good.
Yeah, no shit.
But the reality is literally every single thing I've said has gotten twisted and has gotten morphed or moved to like the most ridiculous in the universe. So I'm going to shut the fuck up and not talk about this till my court case is over. Okay. Because I'm bounded. I'm
honestly just vibing. I feel like people haven't talked about Epstiny enough.
Restricted like 15 different ways from saying stupid shit. Such that in talking about a hearing that I had with Pixie, like their lawyers already like I think 2 days ago, like moved to file a motion. It was like, we're trying to get this thing sealed and he's still talking about the transcript and blah, blah, blah. So like, no, it's not worth it. Because none of it is obviously doing me any favors anyway. So yeah, this is not an argument that I'm going to win at the moment publicly, which is fine. But so.
I love the prawn, cook it on the Barbie, you know? Hey, oh, it's a Trump reference. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh my God. I didn't even get that. Just vibing. Oh my God. I thought it was just fatigue. I thought it was understandable fatigue with this topic, but no, it is literally you're quoting Trump there. I was just a little slow on that. Love prawn, cook it on the Barbie. You know, I just found out that prawn and shrimp are two different species. They're not the same. I thought that when I was cooking prawn at that Or that like grill. What the fuck was that restaurant that I worked at? I thought when I was serving prawn that they were just, it was a fancy name for shrimp, right? But they're not. They're different.
Except to wait until my case is over. Recently heard you say you used to play EVE Online. Any chance we get some casual EVE gameplay, or are you done with it for good? EVE gameplay, well, actually, I shouldn't say anything because I haven't played the game in maybe a decade, is sitting on a gate or on a pos for 6 hours, praying to God that the enemy fleet warps in so you guys can actually do something, and praying to God you don't get wiped by stealth bombers or something first.
It sounds a lot like... What is that fucking game? Astro Empires. Right? Anybody ever played EVE Online? Wasn't prawn a slur? Oh, you're right. It was a slur in the movie District 9. Yeah, they called the aliens prawn because they, I don't know. I don't remember why. King crabs are also not crabs. What? Oh, this is the whole thing where everything keeps on evolving into crabs. Nor are coconut crabs. Yeah, forget the pedo case. We want EVE. What is EVE, chat? Is it like is it similar to Astro Empires? I don't even know if that shit still exists, but I know I wasted way too much time when I was younger on something that sounds very much like what he's saying, like waiting on a lonely planet in space for somebody's fleet to warp in.
Or there's a really cringy Sino drop that nukes your whole fleet because you weren't ready for ships to come in or whatever. But I'm genuinely asking this is, how is it that you don't break down when it seems you have friends moving around every few weeks? I've been watching you for 3 years. I'm a new viewer, and it seems you have friend changes every few weeks, and everyone turns on you every so often, except Dan. I understand the online world is a wild place, but I believe that what the average person thinks is important, not for something about how you maneuver in life. That makes sense. My base.
Except for Dan. Space exploring MMO game. Yeah, like I played something similar, but it was kind of like a browser game. I mean, they were getting graphics. I think by the time I quit playing it, they, you know, when you'd fight somebody, you could watch the battle, like it would simulate the battle. But when it first started out, it was just like, you know, you put your fighters on the carrier, you take the carrier to somebody else's base. You click the attack button and it says like you got like 50 fighters destroyed, your carrier is damaged this much, you took the base and raided this much resources from it, or you know, it was like basically browser game stuff, right? But it was very addictive, and people would form guilds and you know, get really obsessed about it. People would farm each other. But I don't know if that's like the same thing as what he's described. I've never played EVE Online. It's like StarCraft, you get killed and... oh, that's why he likes it. In some cases, it's permadeath. Damn, that's hardcore. There's a spreadsheet with a better GUI. That sounds a lot like Astro Empires.
Baseline. I've said this a lot. I don't think people believe me when I say this. Generally, if somebody has a hard time understanding me, or if somebody thinks there's something that is just doesn't make sense, it's usually just because people don't take what I say at face value, which is fine. I don't care. That's because I'm a secret manipulator slash.
You're a brazen fucking liar. You don't just manipulate people, you fucking manipulate reality, Destiny.
Mental.
You're a fucking little black hole of reality distortion, is what you are.
Slash whatever else. My expectation for people online is already as low as it possibly can be. Like, it's kind of every online friendship, there's just like a fuse attached to it. I just don't know what the timer is on the fuse. That's just how I approach it. So it is what it is. Although, to be fair, for the Ethan stuff, we didn't even have a bridger relationship. So what are you going to do? You probably know, but the snark post that Willie was reading off is almost verbatim the KF post. It doxes a girl. Yeah, I'm aware. Same thing with Hasan on stream, just reading down Blav posts, which is, you know what? Hey, listen, I see you.
Now, chat, this is not an original thought, all right? This is probably something I heard from Klein or J-Stalk, but let me rewind him.
The KF post, it doxes a girl.
Yeah, KF, Kiwi Farms, right? That's an interesting website that has also come up in previous Destiny lore that I've covered. Who was that lore about? Oh yes, Keffels. Keffels, who tried to get what the fuck is it called? Cloudflare to drop Kiwi Farms, right? And all these fuckers would say is like, oh, so just because something's on Kiwi Farms means that I can't use it as information to go after Keffels? Oh, well, just because something's, oh, you think that Kiwi Farm, just everybody that posts there is automatically evil? It's just a website, dude. It's just a website. These people were defending Kiwi Farms up to the point where Destiny even proposed possibly helping them pay their legal bills, right? Helping them stay on the fucking internet despite them being, dropped by by various servers, right? This is what a wild inversion. Now Kiwi Farms is like, this is an argument that Keffels would have made, right? If you attack me with something that is mentioned on Kiwi Farms, even if you never fucking looked at the website, well, you're just spreading Kiwi Farm slander, right? That was their rhetoric against Keffels, right? It's so weird how things have changed. Now Kiwi Farms is bad. It turns out Destiny, it turns out Keffels did nothing wrong. I should dig her ass up and apologize, apparently. Okay? Apparently she was right about Kiwi Farms, maybe amongst other things. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm aware. Same thing with Hasan on stream, just reading down Blav buffers, which is, you know what? Hey, listen, I see you. I see the way you move, okay? +1. Wow, Chattermax, thanks for the gifted subs, buddy. At Destiny, your issue is that politics is so virtue heavy that if you do things like hook up with people over a decade younger, you'll get attacked. Shouldn't you adjust a bit in that regard? So I'll say the same thing I think I already said at the beginning of the stream, but I'll say over and over again. All of this drama is drug up from old conversations. It's the same thing getting recycled over and over and over again. That's like nothing. None of this is from 2024. None of this is from 2025. Like it's all
classic code,
recycled.
Classic fucking code.
Running for office, so it's not like I'm trying to be a politician or some shit.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Unlike Dylan Burns.
Also, Trump is president. This guy's civilly liable for was banging prostitutes while his wife was at home.
Oh my god! What?
RPGs like Path of Exile or Diablo 2.
Wait, I'm sorry.
They are the perfect background game.
Trump committed a...
The thing is that ever since I started my Vivancing stuff, I don't have as much of an interest in like playing a game while chatting with people who are doing things, because usually I can focus on the conversation a bit better. Like if I was going to play a game, I think I would just play.
Wait, Trump cheated on his wife? I mean, Trump obviously did a lot of other things too, including, non-consensual things, right? But motherfucker just said Trump cheats on his wife, so I can talk to all the 17-year-olds. I can share NSFW with all the 17-year-olds I fucking want. Wow.
Play a game, which I might. And maybe I'll do that soon. Wow, for Moroni. Thanks for... Fuck, I don't... Oh, 20 gifted subs, buddy. Just curious, do you do therapy or do you have some system that helps cope with this shit?
Good question. Good question, Destiny. When's the last time you talked to a therapist?
Or you're just built different. I am built different.
Or did you talk to a psychometrician instead by chance? What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet that fucking Ghislaine Maxwell Ghislaine Erudite gave him the therapy.
Right. And I do therapy with myself. Okay.
I'm my own therapist. That's the best therapist you could have. Yeah, definitely.
And then also I said
I do therapy with ChatGPT. I pay for don't worry, I pay for the upgrade, right? It's really good. ChatGPT is the best therapist.
Okay. This is my last response to any of this, and then I'm done. Okay, I'm not talking about any of this because literally none of this is helping me publicly. So there's literally no point in doing this. Destiny said if you can't respond to the leftist court case with Pixie, fair enough if true. I think you should probably get on stream with his legal counsel and have them explain why having alleged CP since November is okay in this instance and legal. I've not seen one lawyer agree with this. I don't know how you have to be to think that that any lawyer would ever agree to do this. The whole point, like, why would your lawyer ever counsel you in a public setting, in a public forum? Part of the whole, like,
I don't know, ask Fresh and Fit's lawyer.
Benefit of patient-client confidentiality or, not patient, lawyer-client confidentiality. is that these conversations aren't accessible to the public. So
Look,
the idea that any law firm
here's the
would be
deal.
like, oh, hey, let's do something.
No, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. He absolutely could have a lawyer on, right? Those would be billable hours, as would any preparation that the lawyer needed to do. I'm sure if Davy, was here, he'd tell you the same thing, right? Those would be billable hours, including the hours in preparation for the lawyer being on the stream. But you absolutely could have a lawyer come on your stream, not to give you private legal advice, not to air out stuff that you are better off keeping between you and the lawyer. But the lawyer, all the time, chat, lawyers do press conferences. There's not a big difference between a press conference and appearing on stream. So yes, if like, if your lawyer wanted to speak from an authoritative point of view on your behalf, I'm pretty sure, yeah, you just have to pay him. You would just have to pay him.
Some legal counseling in a
I'm sorry, I shouldn't assume it's a him. You would just have to pay them.
Public setting is beyond stupid. Number one. Number two, to assume that I'm not like in contact with anybody or having conversations about things that are going on is also beyond. But it's not. Sorry, hold on. I keep over this. Okay, this is not. It's not. Okay, this is intentional. I understand. Like I said before, I understand that people catch a lot of heat when they are associated with me, and so sometimes you have to do the performative, like, oh my god, like, is OBS recording? I got to report. Like, I get it, okay, but don't pretend that you're like after some actual information or actually, because if anybody gave a fuck about any of that at all, there'd be a lot more questions for other people involved. But listen, I get it, okay.
Other people involved, like the former 17-year-old. Or the boyfriend? Like, what other people is he talking for? Hasan? Where would there be more questions for who?
Okay, that's really it. I'm not feeding this machine any longer. We will chat more once my case ends, which is either in 1 month, 6 months, or 1 year, I guess. Whenever, Does Olivia have any political opinions?
Hey, Destiny, how about 6 months to life?
Culturally socialist, but I would sort of say the same thing about someone, even Ludwig or even Atrioc. I think most of his I have no idea. I don't know the political positions of anybody on the H3 show. I just know that all of them are in an awkward position because obviously they did leftovers with us on for a while. A lot of them are very, I'm trying to think of a nicer word than like beholden or captured by, because that makes them sound like they're children. But like obviously there's a lot of audience pressure, not even from the H3 audience though, but from other people related to the staff. So they're in weird spots. Is there no limit to how much they can keep dragging it?
I'm sorry. The staff is on Ethan's side. There's no getting around that. Right? If they wanted to equivocate or something like that, it would be by it would have to be some form of protest, right? And they're not doing that. If they feel differently than Ethan does, then their job is too important for them to say that, right? And there's a very good chance that many of them do not feel like that, right? I don't know. I don't get that feeling that I don't get the feeling, I get the feeling that AB disagrees with certain things that Ethan has said about the Nakba. I get the feeling that Dan Sverdlov probably disagrees with Ethan about communism, but they're not being super upfront with those disagreements. That's not their job is obviously more important.
With motions, I have no clue. Well, no, I guess there's not really. I think at some point you can push for like a Rule 12 thing or something. But you're right. In civil court, you can spam the docket as much as you want. I had a crazy woman e-stalk me last year, and it turned my life into a mini nightmare. It's sent from one of those girl groups like the Epstiny. It was total B.
Oh yeah, you had an issue with following. Oh, do we still have it set up on Twitch for followers only? I didn't realize that. District 9, they called the aliens prawns because it's another term for shellfish, because they exoskeletons are like shellfish. Okay, that's why. Okay, I couldn't remember if that was that or if they had like the shrimp kind of mouths or something. What do you call those things like the ants have? Maybe because lots of flesh from exoskeletons taste the same. Yeah, I don't know. It's very popular where I'm at right here. Shellfish is prawn, lobster, and shrimp. Very big deal in Thailand. Would you mind sharing your lore with DGG and your experience? I asked mainly because I've noticed you are knowledgeable about names like JStalk, and you've had experience in the political scene. Yeah, I don't know. Are they called mandibles? They have the mouse too. They have the. I mean, I'm kind of jealous, right? It would be so easy, chat, to eat these noodles on stream if I had some kind of little like extra things that were like, I wouldn't need the chopsticks. I just hold this up and be like, it would chopstick it for me. Now you want coconut shrimp? Columbia Rican, I am up to my ass in shrimp here. Honestly, they put, Thai cuisine puts shrimp in like everything, like, right? In fact, there's some fruits that I really want to try, and I find that I can't order them without shrimp paste. I can have sweet shrimp paste, I can have dry shrimp paste, but what I can't have is no shrimp paste, right? What I can't have is just chili salt or just, plum salt or something like that, right? But yeah, they're like tamarind. Like there's one place I always go for fruit, and they have tamarind, but it's all like soaked in shrimp paste. And then I can't remember. I'm trying to remember what the other fruit is too. Oh yeah, I think somebody gave me some santal, which is another Thai fruit that I would love to try. But yeah, it was like I opened it up and it was like, very shrimpy, very fishy. I don't eat animals, so I'm kind of limited in that. But yeah, open up about the lore with DGG. A little bit. I mean, I try to work it in there. I don't want to, bore people. I don't want to like talk about the battle days too much. But yeah, I probably will talk about that some more at some point. Thailand sounds like paradise. I can live on shrimp alone. For some people, it would be. For some people, it would be hell. It would be like my friend from college, right, that came out here with me and then left. He thought that he'd really like it. He thought that it would be paradise. I think he didn't realize how hot it was out here. I think he didn't understand how uncommon English is for people to, I mean, there are English speakers, and especially people that work customer service are going to be more likely to have some English skills and such, and you can get around it, you can translate it with your phone and stuff. But yeah, there was just certain things about Thailand that just he really did not like. There was a bird. He always complained about there's apparently a bird here that was really bothering him. Dylan Burns was mentioned earlier in relation to DGG scandals. What's up with Dylan? I don't know if Dylan is as tightly connected to DGG as he was back in the day. I feel like at one point he was relatively like audience captured. It's because Dylan used to have a show called the Hippy Dippy podcast, right? This was a panel debate show that he'd have weekly, and Dylan would always try to get the biggest guests that he could, and Destiny was kind of like Destiny and Vosh were the big gets for Dylan. And so because Destiny appeared on Dylan's channel so much as a debater, there was a lot of crossover between him and Dylan. I don't know if that's still true. I know that Dylan's kind of like, doing his own thing. It doesn't seem like I haven't seen, Dylan on Destiny's show, or Dylan, like on Talking to Vosh for a very long time. So maybe he's kind of, figured out that it's smart to put some distance between himself and this community. I mean, I wouldn't blame him. I like cooked shrimp a lot, but shrimp paste was another beast entirely. I haven't even tried it because if I'd, I like shrimp, but not enough to eat it every day. I associate shrimp with food poisoning. Damn. I guess you can, there's some wisdom and ancient prescriptions against shellfish, maybe.
BS, but when men are being accused of anything by women, the burden to defend yourself. But keep in mind, I'm not even being accused of anything by a woman at all right now, right? This might be the first, well, actually, I don't know. This is the first time that somebody's tried to cancel somebody for somebody's alleged age when the victim isn't even making any of the accusations. it's just other third parties. Jesus. I don't know. I don't agree with all your BS, but you're not some beacon of morality for me or anything. These people judging us nonstop are living in deluded reality where they find the person they're desperately missing. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't even care. Listen, you want to judge me for whatever, that's fine. But it's just like the idea that like I'm some like seeker of like the whole Anna drama was probably some,
like chat, like as far as Dylan, like I don't think that he's, you know, kind of fucked with Destiny and his community. I mean, I could be wrong. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't, you know, really followed the man's career in detail since he and I intersected a few years ago. But this is yeah, I don't think Dylan has anything to like, you know, apologize or distance himself from in terms of this scandal. I think he, you know, I think he got while the getting was good. I think he got out, you know, at some point. I could be wrong, right? The people that I think really need to say something, and somebody that I'm a little bit surprised about, right? Somebody who apparently wants to debate me is one Hutchinson. Y'all know my friend Hutchinson? Thailand looks like fun, but if I had to do the expat thing, you do it in Kuala Lumpur. I was just there, funny enough, right? That airport is huge. Like I felt like I was trapped in an infinite mall. I felt like I was in the back rooms, like level 77 infinite mall. You know what I mean? That's what it felt like. It felt like I was like, how do I get out? I need to get on a car and go to my hotel. How do I get out of the airport? Right? It's just this infinite mall. But I think it's yeah, Hutch is yeah, apparently wants to debate me. So yeah, Hutch, if you'd like to talk about I would love to get you on record as far as you know, what did you know about Destiny and when? Right? That's the real question I would like to ask you, right? Because you seem like a nice guy. Like if you were my real life friend, you know, you'd probably be a trusted friend. You seem like a honest and kind person. And it's just so weird to see that you're wrapped up in all of this shit, right? Because this is not wholesome at all. This is like the opposite of how Hutch, you know, acts. But yeah, I would love to hear, you know, what Hutch has to say. I mean, maybe he's distanced himself previously. Maybe like Dylan, he doesn't, you know, fuck with Destiny anymore. I know that the Destiny community loves Hutch. They fucking love Hutch. But yeah, I would if Hutch ever wants to come on and have a conversation. And apologies, I think when you tweeted at me, I was in the midst of several days off that I was taking to plan a trip that I had upcoming that really took me longer than I should. I spent 4 days planning a fucking trip, and I was offline when Hutch added me and was talking about it's something for Yaptivist. Wait, what? Hutch is doing this because he hates Hasan. Debate is pointless. Yeah, debate is probably pointless. I would just love to hear yeah, because like, you know, people like Hutch I think are the ones that really need to say. And like what you know, I was looking actually before the stream, I was like, okay, well, we've been talking about Hutch lately. He's been apparently talking at me on Twitter. You know, maybe we should see what his opinion is on this whole Destiny thing, right? And when I looked at his channel, his YouTube channel, there's nothing about Destiny. It's all about Hasan. It's all about the crimes of Hasanabi Piker. All right. And then I was like, all right, well, you know, fair enough. Maybe it's on a stream and he just hasn't had time to make the video yet. So I look at his VODs on Twitch and yeah, there's nothing there either. This man has not been talking about, it's as if this Destiny thing never happened, right? He talks about everybody's drama. He talks about all these cause celebs, and yet somehow this was not a subject that he wanted to bring up. I find that a little bit suspicious, but I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I would love to hear what he has to say about it.
The most infamous woman drama on my stream, and she's like my age. So what are you gonna?
Isn't he defending Destiny? Are you talking about like the one place I didn't look was on Twitter. Is he defending Destiny on Twitter? Maybe, because it doesn't look like he's talked about this at all, and it's been going on for the better part of a week.
Gonna do. One must imagine Destiny happy. True. I love pushing the boulder up.
No. One must imagine NCC happy. And yes, she was, she is, and she will remain so. This was a conversation I had with Sansol, not somebody that matters anymore, although it does look like he's been trying to start up streaming again. But yeah, basically, when I went to war with all these fuckers, I mean, not so much Destiny, but it was, you know, other people at the time, you know, connected to Destiny. You know, I think Sansol and I were friends at the time, and he DMs me and like, why are you like lighting up like literally everyone? And I was like, I think I gave him some, like, you know, I was getting absolutely dogpiled. I was getting absolutely comstered by anyone and everyone, like Demon Mama, K Flogus, like everybody was like shitting on me. Right. And he's asking me like, why are you starting all these fights? Like, why are you calling people out? In other words, why do you have a problem with somebody platforming transphobes? Why do you have a problem with, you know, somebody being racist against an objectively bad person, but still just being pretty gross and racist nonetheless, right? And I think I told him something like, one must imagine Sisyphus happy. Like, I mean, it's a pretty dark thing to say, but I mean, I didn't mean it in a dark sense, right? What does Camus talk about in the myth of Sisyphus? Let me see if I can dredge this up, chat. I'll give you a little philosophy too, if I can. Let's see. Myth of Sisyphus. 2 types of Sudoku. And I don't mean Sudoku. Yeah, so Camus talked about, in Myth of Sisyphus, talks about 2 different types of Sudoku. There's physical Sudoku and philosophical Sudoku. And the ways that we respond to the absurdity of life is often either by one or the other. Either physically playing Sudoku in Minecraft, or philosophically playing Sudoku in Minecraft. And the other option is to roll that boulder and to keep rolling that boulder. And that's the path I took. Philosophical suicide, on the other hand, is an attempt to escape the absurd through leaps of faith, such as believing in a divine order or an afterlife that provides. Yeah, I always took that as, I mean, I'm reading you, unfortunately, this is Gemini's interpretation of Camus. So, but it's just obviously the first thing that comes up when you search this. I remember philosophical suicide as being more like choosing not to choose. Right, it's analysis paralysis, if you will. So if I had a problem with what was going on in the Twitch poll ecosystem at the time, and I just chose not to say anything, and I chose to continue to be everyone's friend, that, chat, would have been a form of philosophical Sudoku. And of course, the physical kind of Sudoku is not a thought that I've ever entertained. I guess I'm lucky in that regard. Camus rejects both forms of Sudoku, advocating instead for embracing the absurd through lucidity, pushing that boulder, lucidity, rebellion, and passionate affirmation of life in the face of meaningless. Damn.
Up the hill. What the fuck? I don't know anything about this man, but he once decided he wanted to debate me, and I was harassed by his fans for months while I said, who is that? What is happening? Who is this? Did we harass this person for months? Did I miss the email on that, guys? On the brigade list? Wow, Bev, thanks for 20 gifted subs. Like,
yeah, exactly, Zapata. I don't agree with everything that Camus ever said. I don't think I'm in line with him, ideologically necessarily, but he definitely, that man could write.
Listen, bro, I'm on a first name basis, okay? With multiple field officers here. They come to my house all the time. I basically just have The reason why my stream is late on Fridays is because I have like my
A lot of stuff about philosophical Sudoku. Is Elephant Graveyard literally talking about Camus in that? I mean, that's my Sisyphus, right? I guess we all gotta face the boulder our own way.
Friday afternoon coffee, okay, with my local FBI field office agents, where they go through the weekly reports on me. You know, like, did you really want to kill this guy? It's like, no, that was a meme. It's like, okay. Why is Dan backing off? Because people are.
Wait, is he talking about being called up by the FBI for all the weird shit that he said?
His wife's workplace and harassing his family. Yeah. But hey, listen, good times. But that's okay. We take a deep breath.
You are disconnected, sir. You think that's air you're breathing? You think that's you that's breathing the air? Destiny, this is a fucking like this is like the king of cope streams here. Right? He's describing a life that he doesn't even recognize because it's not his. It's somebody else's. And, you know, strangely enough, that person came along and reacted to your stream today, Destiny. So, yeah, I do hope that you will find a way to meaningfully interact with the absurd, meaningfully push the boulder, and like leave the fucking orbiters alone. Leave the kids alone. I mean, I guess you did leave one kid alone, and that's why he's a Nazi now, but god damn, I don't want to get into your family life. That's not,
Ew. Oh no. Do you think audiences like H3s are more toxic? Do female-heavy audiences have more of a propensity to be... No, like I've said a million times, I think the H3's audience is like significantly more normal than any audience over here in the political streaming world. Just at least based on the little bit that I've said. I think I'm really far outside of my comfort zone, okay? Because I don't dabble in these communities too much. But from like, I don't even want to associate them with like femcelly stuff. But like, if you go to like femcel heavy audiences, and that doesn't mean just female heavy audiences. So like H3s might be majority.
Here we go. There we go. Okay, so I should be taking us to the bonus content because honestly, that's all we have time for at this point. We're at 130 out of 200. That is good for one bonus content. And if I look again, yeah, it looks like Ethan's meltdown is still in the driver's seat. Funny enough, I can't speak Spanish for shit. Right, I could sometimes understand it from reading, but I can usually pronounce it pretty well. I would read out the Spanish chats too, except it looks like there's a conversation going on, and I usually don't. You know, those conversations are between chatters, so I usually don't read those out. But yeah, it doesn't. I guess also I got to make sure I know what exactly I'm reading. Anyway, yeah, let's try. Let's hit that. Let's just take a little... God damn, J-Stalk, with your Windows 98. What is the reference? Is he like a boomer or something? Is that the reason? Why is he putting up... Maybe he's just into retro shit.
Acknowledging the fact they hit an issue. So the worst part, that's...
Okay, too much music, J-Stalk. Too much music means I don't react. God fucking damn it. Okay, this is the intro. Did you fucking license that show? Oh, sorry, this is Ryle Kittenhouse's channel. This isn't even... Wait, is that basically the... Is this basically the J-Stalk Industrial Complex now, anybody? Let's see if we can get out of J-Stalk talking to Quipman.
A little bit. What? Wait.
or as Chud and I like to call him, the Abomination.
off Connor.
Dude, that donation was so on the money. Holy shit. Oh, fuck.
Oh, this guy's got you and Parry calling him like a child or an abuser.
Wait. I have never said that he is a child molester. I just said that if if Destiny has... Yeah, you think that's that far off?
It's pretty close to being a child molester. He's doing half the work.
No, I'm saying, but do you disagree with that donation?
Or that Connor would hold down the child for Destiny?
Yeah.
I don't think Connor would literally...
Rail was always part of the J-Stalk army. Yeah, and I guess that meant being part of the Destiny army back in the day. Before, just for everybody, I have never heard Queemon sweep for Destiny. I've never heard Queemon defend Destiny. Quipman was always his own man, for better or for worse, often for worst. But J-Stalk was a dyed-in-the-wall DGGer, and I think has recently, said as much. Up until the point where it was revealed that Destiny, was using and abusing female orbiters and running basically a casting couch.
Really hold down the child for Destiny, but I understand what the nation's saying.
Thank you. What's up?
I think Connor's getting a lot of hate. I think Connor doesn't deserve that much hate. He's not that bad. He's not like erudite.
Hold on. The reason I give Connor heat is because he
wait, is that track from Tony Hawk?
Talks about standing on, like, being a principled person, being a Christian, having like deeply held beliefs, and the second those beliefs get tested, he totally folds.
Yeah. This is what's wild about Connor, right? He's very much a traditionalist. I call him Trad Connor. You can call him whatever you want. Just don't call him late for the the donut feast at Dunkin' Donuts, because the man is a former cop. J-Stock was the only DGG orbiter who stood up for Pixie. Saw it on Reddit. Yeah, so I think that's when that was the watershed moment for J-Stalk or Jesticle, or he goes by many names, doesn't he?
Just like all the he said about...
Some of them maybe not appropriate for this stream. Who knows?
Oh, you guys are normalizing food shops to me and Chad like a year or two ago when he was with PV.
Oh, yeah. Connor had a huge problem with food shops, right? Which, makes sense given... Like food shop... She's basically somebody who tried to get attention by, saying... the same kind of shit that you'd expect to hear from a PDF file. I don't know about the ultimate truth of food shops. I feel like it's a complicated and sordid tale, but what food shop is doing, make no mistake, is very much normalizing that shit, much in the same way as Destiny, Vosh, Mr. Girl, right? It's whether or not this is a behavior that food shops actually engages in her real life, the effect of bringing that into content is to normalize it. And Connor, I think, was very much against people platforming. Like, look, let's be real, chat. We're talking about a lolcow. We're talking about a lolcow, somebody that talked about I don't know. I don't even want to get into it. I don't remember all of it. Right. But it was minor attracted related content that food shops was doing, at the most charitable interpretation to get attention, slightly worse because that is a interest of food shops. I don't know what the actual truth is there, but, definitely not somebody that could be responsibly platformed, and Connor rightly called that out at some point, right? This Trad Connor, this conservative Christian motherfucker here, had every problem with food shops. And I gotta say, I mean, the stuff that food shops talks about, Destiny has done, is on the record, right? As having done. And so once again, when he what was it when he was on his red pill arc being accused of misogyny, he put himself next to John Zerka, he streams with a bigger misogynist than himself to try to take the heat off. When he is accused of this kind of stuff, he's gonna be talking to food shops, or he's gonna be talking. I'm surprised he hasn't brought back tomfoolery, but maybe that man has ruined his reputation to the point where he's not even useful for Destiny. But yeah, somehow Destiny has gone to the very bottom of the pond and pulled up the bottom feeder of bottom feeders, just the, raise her to the sun as if she is Simba in the Lion King, right? Out of the mucky depths of the dirty water of the DGG discourse mill comes a truly cursed creature, a veritable creature from the Black Lagoon in one food shops.
And it's like now all of a sudden, no, food shop's actually awesome, and
What about his doxing take, where he said he would have to immediately distance himself from anybody who doxed because that would just be way over the line. Anybody who does that is a psychopath. All of these are ideas on the internet, and if you try to take that into real life, you're a crazy.
Would that confirm his desperation? It certainly speaks to that
person who I have to distance from.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm just a little annoyed that this guy just can't stand behind any of the principles he puts out on the internet.
Right.
I thought for sure the lolicon one, like the one, would be the line for him, where he's like, "No,
Did
we
you
can't
see the
normalize
clip
that."
of his wife coming in and telling him to stop talking about kids so much?
No, but I heard about it.
Very funny. You don't actually hear what she says, but he's like, you hear her come in, open the door. And he's like, my wife's not happy with the state of the discourse right now.
And how is the time off, and how is your first stream back?
Good. Played a lot of the Bazaar. Today.
But that's the answer to both of those questions.
Is it right for me to be jealous of Quipman for getting some time off? God damn.
Time off?
I mean, I guess I took some time off too, but it didn't feel like time off because I was just scrolling through hotels trying to find the perfect place to stay for rude to the Black Lagoon creature who only wanted love. That's true.
Played a lot of the Bazaar?
I to be honest, chat, I don't know much about food shops. I just know that this is not. This is the kind of person that you'd expect, like the way that Ethan platforms people that are like perfect lol cows, right? That if anything goes south with them, like with Jimmy Lee, he can burn them easily. It's very similar to what it seems like Ethan or what Destiny is doing with food shops, right?
Stream? Played a lot of the Bazaar. Oh, what did you cover today? You cover any of the initial stuff?
Oh, yeah, just all this. Just went through all this.
Oh, people keep telling me that a bunch of people in my chat are like, you got to rebuild the Willy Bridge. This rebuilds the Willy Bridge, right? I'm like, no. Not even a little bit? No?
This guy's like an actual... You don't realize this guy has been and is a dishonest piece of shit.
Never rebuild the Willy Bridge. Here, let me see. Like, I gotta say, I'm... Like, the avatar that they gave to Quipman here. Let's take a look at that. All right. There he is. Look at that. Look at that. It's perfect. Oh wait, no, I don't know. I was about to say it's perfect, and then I'm like, wait a minute. Did they put the Gonzo note? Is there some kind of dog whistle that I'm just not privy to? Did I go to Vietnam yet? I will be going, right? I've been talking about it for a while. I was supposed to go in June? Was it June? I think that I was supposed to go to. But yeah, it turns out I fucked everything up. I didn't do my e-visa in time, which at the time Vietnam required an e-visa. They've since allowed a certain number of countries, including the country that I am from, to have I think is it 30 days or 45 days visa-free travel. So I mean that's good, but yeah, I had to. That's when I ended up in Kuala Lumpur. Completely did not even realize I was going there till the day I left. But when I tried to get onto the plane to Vietnam, they're like, "We'd like to see your e-visa, please," and I'm like, "Here's the application," and they're like, "No, you need the visa, you need a completed certified applicant, you need the e-visa, right? And if you don't have that, you're not getting on this plane." So yeah, luckily agent there at the gate realized my dilemma, realized my the tough place I was in, and put me on a plane to Malaysia to Kuala Lumpur instead, and had an interesting night there. It's an interesting place. It's a very big, large. I didn't expect that my hotel was literally like 50 miles from the airport. It was crazy.
He was between a rock and a hard place. Had to take action here. Destiny literally, for some reason, unforced error, just put Willie in like the one position where he would actually have to, like, you know, go completely scorched earth.
And I will have to look this up after the stream because I didn't get a chance to look it up before. I think there's a real chance that he was actually legally obligated to do that. I'm not joking. I think there's a decent chance he's in.
Things keep going south with Jimmy Lee, but Ethan keeps holding audience polls and would use that to justify. Or else ellipsis, are you talking about something that happened like a month or like several weeks ago? Or has he kept on putting up polls for Jimmy Lee? Because I did cover that. In fact, I should probably put out that video. That's a pretty good, and I don't know if people realize that about Ethan Klein. Yeah, literally somebody that sexually harassed, I believe, people at least it was people associated with the show, if not like crew members. If I thought I was flying from another country, regardless of where you're from, you could still go in. Like, I thought, oh, that's how Americans could go to Cuba, was through Mexico. Yeah, I mean, it was, yeah, I guess, like at the time, like and an e-visa is not a super big deal, right? It's not like applying for the visa that I'm going to be applying for at the, it like the educational visa, right? It's just a pretty simple, and I did fill out the application. I thought it was what I thought it was, though. Thailand has a destination Thailand form that you got to fill out every time you come into Thailand. You can, as an American citizen, you can spend 60 days there visa free. You can even extend it for 30 more days and spend 90 days there visa free. But you got to fill out your destination Thailand card, and it's a pretty, you can basically do it on the plane, right? But the e-visa from Vietnam was not the same thing. It's something that can take up to 2 weeks to go through. So yeah, there was no way that I was going to be able to go to Vietnam in time to, like, I would have either had to overstay my Thai tourist visa, which I don't want to mess with that. I don't want to be on the naughty list for Thailand. I want to be on the nice list. So yeah, Vietnam has put blocks for Americans. No, it's not blocks for Americans. It's for a bunch of countries, right? For most countries, it's not a block. It's just a procedure. It's paperwork that you have to fill out ahead of time. And I was, way too cavalier in thinking that, ahead of time could just be like a couple days before I got on the plane. So that's the reason I had to go to Malaysia instead of Vietnam. But this time, I'm going to Vietnam for real. That was throughout about a year. A few years back, it took a lot for Jimmy to finally get cut from the show. Oh yeah, I remember that for sure.
Places where you have to do that, you're legally obligated. If you are suspicious that there's like kind of child sex crime, you are like legally obligated to report it. So I don't even know. I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. It's like, does this undo him like totally like amplifying all of Destiny's lies against you? No.
Yeah, I don't blame J-Stalk for being skeptical about Willie Mack. Like I said, I feel like he's just, he's just doing what he needs to do to distance himself. Yeah, like legally, given what Destiny said to him, maybe he has some obligations there, and also to, burn the bridge with somebody who is standing atop a dumpster fire, shooting flamethrowers at people.
Obviously not.
I love how he can make this video. Dude, he f***ed stuff up in this video. And he makes this video without ever acknowledging the fact that he initially said that this was because Tinder rate verifies.
Yes! And he lies to Destiny and says, oh, I pointed out in my first video that this isn't true. He lies in those DMs to Destiny that he uses in his video. Hold on, let me find this. Destiny says the thing about Twitter age verification, and he literally...
It's really funny. Willie Mack uses some of the same Destiny images that I do.
lies back to him and says, I looked into this when I made my vid. I don't think that is required, but I don't know. I haven't used Tinder in like 8 years. So now when he apparently looked into it, he said, yes, I went and looked this up as I watched. And it's like, no, you literally said, well, Tinder age verifies. I Googled it.
Yep. Just a lying he really is. He's so worthless, dude. He even this up. Like, both him and Ethan are this up right now with the 60 gigabytes of child porn. Right, and then
it's totally irrelevant, yeah.
The different DMs lumped in with this as well. It's like, dude, what are you guys even doing? Aren't you guys like crying that Hasan and Bad and Penel smear you guys all the time? Like, it's so annoying that just they are just like totally worthless, opportunist, dishonest, just subhuman piece of shit. It's so annoying. And it's
I
like,
will say,
oh,
though,
well, no, he went to police, so Willie's cool now. No, Willie is a dishonest sack of shit.
He is.
And he sucks at his job. That's the worst part. That's true. The most offensive part is how terrible at researching and making videos this guy is.
Is that's the worst part of Willie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait. That's spoken like somebody who knows an even worse part of Willie. What does J-Stalk know? What cards is J-Stalk still sitting on a nuke or something? Did you hear the way? I'm sorry, chat. Maybe this is speculation at this point, but it feels like J-Stalk. Oh, that's the worst part about Willie. Okay. If you think like stay golden, stay gold, pony boy. Stay gold, Quip man. Like you, I hope you never find out the real, the real like demonic terror that is Willie Mac, the Willie Mac that I know, right? I don't know. He mentioned Willie Mac amplifying some of Destiny's lies against him. So yeah, maybe it's something to do with that. It's 4 a.m. for you and you just woke up. I always wake up at 4 o'clock. I don't know what the deal is. And it's kind of bad because like slightly too early to wake up. Like I want to wake up at 5 o'clock, get ready, go to the gym at 6 o'clock, get back, and start stream by like 7 o'clock. I mean, that would be awesome, but I can never quite manage it.
I hate just seeing people repeatedly get wrong. Like, fix your process.
Dude, I can't believe that.
The other thing about this channel, right, is that they censor like absolutely everything. Right. So what I've noticed is especially with J-Stalk and Queemon, they could be saying like, I don't know, 20 different slurs, 8 different, like dog whistles, and we would be none the wiser because it's all getting just nuked with that sound.
I can't believe Ethan didn't identify like how big a deal this was. Like this is the thing, right? This is the whole thing. The other thing is,
yeah, agreed, Columbia Rican. They are definitely the Destiny orbiter ship is definitely some messy bitches.
Says we should get to Willie Mac before Destiny deletes these messages, or I hope he exported them because you know what happens when you link stuff from one group chat to another group chat with a Discord link, it auto embeds it.
Yeah.
And if this URL has that same like, although I guess Destiny did you cover his stream? Did you see him basically admit that I did make this group chat?
Luffy loves lo-fi, says Queemon says the R slur like it's his pronoun. Yeah, I think those are his pronouns, actually. Chud and Logic.
Yeah, he basically confirmed that whole email, right?
Which is insane. I don't, like, what is this guy doing? Like...
Which means that those Twitter DMs seem authentic to me. If that email is true, if that was said in that email is true, and Destiny just come out and admitted all that email, it seems like this Twitter DM is authentic. Also, I understand people saying about the header thing. I know about the header thing, but that's mentioned in the email. I don't understand why you would make something wrong, but really authentically, and then explain it in the email as opposed.
It's a real picture. This is what J-Stalk looks like in real life, folks. If you're wondering. This is the actual picture of J-Stalk.
Right?
Dump it.
Wait, say that again. The header thing. I'm.
Okay, you understand that the argument is that the header is wrong. That the header shows Destiny.
Oh, for the sorry, you said the header in the. I thought you were talking about the email. Still, you're talking about the header for the
Twitter
DMs. Yeah, that you could fake it more convincingly. I just think you can't know right now. But yeah, I know what you mean.
No, but what I'm saying is that email was the email that was attached to those DMs, right? That email, until today, the story in that email was unverified. Yeah, and now the story's corroborated. So now it seems like there's a higher chance that DMs are authentic.
Yeah, well, I mean, because those DMs are like I feel like I have to hold myself back from.
Are we talking about anybody know which DMs they're talking about? I don't think they're talking about these DMs. I think they're talking about the like the DMs where Destiny keeps on talking about, like, you know, wanting to give blowjobs or something, and Rose is like trying to talk about something totally different, and Destiny just can't shut up about blowjobs. Are those the DMs we're talking about?
I'm not saying they are true or anything, but the thing, it just doesn't make any sense that you would. Okay, so in this email that gets everything else right, it then says,
"Oh, the one-sided Instagram DMs? I thought I saw one-sided Twitter. I thought they were Twitter DMs. Maybe they were Insta."
Oh, the header's like the wrong way around on this. Like, it says it's Destiny.
Where it's just Destiny talking. Could it be more DMs that we? I mean, they're gonna show. Maybe this is them
on the header, but I don't know why that is. I think it might be because Twitter DMs just like do this after the account's been deleted for long enough.
Okay, yeah, we are talking about the Twitter DMs. Yeah, they're one-sided because you only see Destiny talking. He's talking to somebody, but you're not seeing the replies of Rose, because apparently Rose had deleted at this point. The throat goat can't stop thinking about throating. He is not exactly the goat when it comes to throating, right? His throat could use some training, possibly, or so I've heard.
Say that in the email instead of just faking the correctly.
That's true. Yeah, I suppose. I don't know how damning this will be. I don't use Twitter, therefore I'm unaware of why her side of the DMs are missing, or why his information is at the top of the DMs as opposed to hers. Best guess is if an account is deactivated and you revisit your DM thread with them, that's how it appears. Yeah, I have no idea. But yeah.
Anyway, chat, like I said, we're streamed for too long again. I did it again, chat. I always do this. Ethan Meltdown is in first place. Let's take a look at the bonuses. The only thing that's got a bonus is Bad Empanada Smokes Destiny, and that has got, okay, so how this works, chat. So everybody always asks about, this is the one part of the bonus goal that always confuses people. So let me see if I can take some of the mystery out of it, right? So at the end of the night, I add the results from the poll to the bonus conferred on each of these items by people like you who donate to the stream, and then tell me in chat which of these topics you'd like to see. Right? When you do that, I add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. Nobody said that to me for Ethan's meltdown on Hasan and Philly D, or rather, if somebody did, they took it back and put it on something else. So that is going to just be 42%. Will 42% be enough? Let's see. And then it's in first place, so these other two don't even count because they don't have any bonus. The only one I'm worried about right here is this one. And so here's how Vox Populi works, right? Somebody put $6 on Vox Populi. Somebody put some people put $19 on the Bad Empanada Smokes the Destiny pack. So how this works is I do 19 minus 6. All right. Equals 7. And then I do 7 plus 20. And 7 plus 20 is 27. Now, this is easy math tonight, but I'm just showing for people that are curious how this works, exactly how it works. So do you see how, now let's say, chat, if this was, if instead of being 19, if this was actually 5, do I subtract this and get -1? And then subtract 1 from the total? No, I don't do that. I only go down to 0, right? So Vox Populi never has a negative effect on any pull items. It has just a negative effect on the extra the donation bonus, right? But yeah, no, this is actually 19 equals 7 plus 20 equals 27. So you can see 42 is more. 42 is more than 27. And that means we are selecting this one right here. Ethan Klein's meltdown over Hasan and Philly D. I feel like we saw a bit of this maybe earlier, but let's get to it again because I'm way over time. H3 podcast. H3 podcast. Why don't they have a theme song or something? I bet I could write them a theme song if I really wanted to. Wait, did they do another stream? Streamed one day ago. Or did they just change the what even is in this? I don't remember this show happening. Right, Teddy Fresh collab, future weekend VODs. So when he says VODs, he means like videos are gonna come out, right? He doesn't mean actual VODs.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah, that's
I'm always
very
cold,
rare.
and it's like very hot right now.
Oh,
in my
I'm
opinion.
my
seat is freezing. It's like right under the AC.
Well, anyway, that's what that is, guys. And also, I want to say this to all of the VOD on demand haters. I have a message to all the VOD on demand haters.
He's mad because people aren't watching the videos that he like the low effort videos that he puts out on the channel to try to own Hasan or to capture the algorithm with the Destiny story or the little Tay video, like, right?
On demand, VOD.
The video VODs on demand.
VOD on.
The video VODs on demand.
All video VOD on demand haters, I have this announcement for you.
Vadoodoo.
This weekend, the Vadoodoo haters.
Labubu, Vadoodoo.
With peace and love.
You guys are going to feast. Because on Saturday, we are uploading a VOD.
Panic. A VOD or a VOD on demand?
We are slamming...
Hold on. Can I get it on demand or not?
It's always on demand.
But is it a VOD on demand?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a video.
Thank you.
On demand.
No, that...
On demand.
Okay. That's enough. That's all I needed.
Yeah. It's a video on demand, on demand.
So yeah, this is the joke being that Ethan thinks that VOD means video.
Fucking clanker.
What?
He doesn't seem to realize that he makes VODs every time he streams. And that when he puts out a video, it's not a VOD, it's a video. There's a name for that, right? There's a name for that. But what is he saying about future weekend VODs?
Well, how can I be more clear?
You're a clanker.
Dude, XQC, don't say that about Gabe.
Clanker.
Please don't say that about Gabe. He didn't do anything to you.
You are, buddy.
That's rude. So this Saturday, we're putting out a video on Kick, how somebody got tortured to death there. Fun, very fun topic. Actually, part of it is fun.
Yeah, this is just the Friday show. I think they just thumbnailed it or something.
Part where Drake quit on the same day and had a meltdown. Yeah, that part's fun. So there's a little of everything. So that's coming up on Saturday, and also to all the people saying Ethan is sold out for Kick. Well, tell you what, I was getting ready to, but
now they're not going to stream on Kick.
The minute that they switched it up and let somebody
Curse,
get tortured to death, I said, I don't know about this one. And then Saturday,
So like, wait, Israel kills hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, including children, and Ethan is like, let me show you Israel. Let me show you what a beautiful multicultural country it actually is. And then one French dude dies is killed by, God, it is a fucked up situation, right? But that's gotta, now he's not, anyway, I just wanted to, yeah. I don't really have a point there, chat. But what I do have is some bonus content for y'all, and that bonus content, I believe, is it this one? Or is it this one? Somehow I think it's this one.
Hello, everybody. This is
that Dan Saltman. That Dan Clancy song is kind of a banger. Let's see. Wings of Redemption. I mean, this is the one where they. Wait, is this the one with the? Wings of Redemption back on locale. I don't think this is the right. Must have been this one. Okay, yeah, it was this one. So the two things of note that I want to show you here. First is the package. Right? So Ethan teases this as if somebody sent him another skull. But it's actually from Keemstar. What's in the package?
Right, hold on, guys. You ready? Yes. Don't show yet. Let me look at it first. Oh, there's powder, white powder in here. Anthrax.
Oh, is it the hoodie? Oh, shit.
Wait, hold on. It's not just the hoodie. I see something extra. Is it custom?
Chad, that looks like the, do I still have my Kingdom Hearts hoodie? I probably left it. Chad, I actually had a Kingdom Hearts hoodie. It's so embarrassing. I know. I left it in Seattle, so you'll never see it. But, yeah, it looks like the same material. It looks like the same, like, company that made that. And it was kind of a cheap hoodie, too.
Oh my god.
I mean, you might as well send them this stuff since they will eventually be contestants on Locale Live. They will be the cows getting milked by Keemstar.
Upside down.
So after Keemstar called Hila a horse, told people to tweet anti-Semitic shit on at Ethan on on Twitter.
Not done, guys. Here's mine, Ethan. Oh wow, Ethan Klein. That's me. Let's get it.
The ultimate cow.
Get those cow hoodies on. There's more.
This feels like I'm getting a hug.
It's time to lol cow up.
This is.
Yeah, you're getting a hug from a guy that considers you a horse. Does that really feel that comfortable? You should be embarrassed. This is disgraceful.
That's right.
It's so soft.
Hila's just licking that boot.
Take me out to pasture because call me a cow. I'll be a cow.
You will be a cow. You actually will.
Nice.
Damn.
Good. Very sharp.
I mean,
the quality is not good. Look
it's
at these
pretty
loose
hideous,
guys.
the design.
Yeah, it's
God. What, can you button this?
Thank God we're not live.
That's just a rogue seam.
Yeah.
Dan's not impressed.
Whoa, is Ethan noticing the shoddy quality, the shoddy construction of this stuff?
Damn.
I mean, this is their style, though. This is how Keemstar's merch always looks. And I mean,
always shitty, always falling apart.
I think it's great.
That zipper's gonna break on you in like 2 months.
I'm gonna wear it. I do think it's hideous. Just the blue and the red and the black and.
You look like a Nintendo Switch.
Why does the cow have 3D? He's wearing 3D glasses?
This is America.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's red, white, and
Where
blue.
anything's possible. He threatened to steal your merch. Now he's sending you
This is not the blue from the American flag, though, Hila.
merch.
That's right.
You see, you got my size right.
It is a skull.
This is a skull. Oh, that's the. Okay. There's a skull. It's a fake skull with a Locale Live sticker. So we love the humor. If we love Keemstar for one thing, it's for his sense of humor.
Absolutely.
I want that in my background right there.
And of course, two.
Yeah, there you go, love.
One for love. Well, let's see what it says.
No way.
ABAI.
Anyway, enough of that disgrace. Let's take a look at the. Let's get to the breakdown, as Emma Vigeland says. You know what I'm talking about, chat? Anybody know? Like, sorry, it's from the Majority Report, the Thursday fun half song, right? Is like they're talking about Tim Pool and to Sam Zoll, like, Emma has mistreated Tim Pool. This is terrible. And she's like, let's get to the breakdown. Work, sushi, and poker with the boys anyway.
There you go.
Podcast Silver War. This is very interesting. We really need to talk about the Philly D thing, though. That's why you're even here, right, Hila? Philly D.
So,
Ethan, sorry to interrupt.
Hila came in to get mad at Philly D, who is honestly given them a lot more like charitability than he should have. Let's just say, if anything, that video was like Philly D. By the end of it, he's like helping spread the campaign to try to demonetize Twitch. So, yeah, that's definitely. And Hasan watched it and was just like, that's fair enough, whatever. I would not wear those jackets. Looks ugly as heck.
But Philly D just dropped.
Hey! Philly D dropped.
Hi, this is Nate. You're on Philly D Watch.
You finally put us.
Philly D Watch. Back to you.
Do we not have even the original thumbnail? You guys don't even have the original one because he took me fucking out of it.
No, I didn't screenshot it. It's in
Oh,
the
here
post.
it is. So here's what it came out as.
Back to you.
Now he led with my name, which clearly was an intentional choice, thinking, and he's right, that my name would pull the most views. And he says, the Ethan Klein, Hasan Piker, Destiny situation is crazy. And I was like, Destiny? What is the fuck does Destiny have to do with it? I have nothing to do with Destiny. I don't know him. I don't talk to him. I don't know what the fuck he's up to. Why do I care about what Destiny's doing, Philip DeFranco?
I don't know Destiny. I don't have anything to do with Destiny. Oh, Dan, please quit the pod with Destiny because I can't take the heat. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
You're
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Thank you for invading John's junk. Yeah, he doesn't know anything about Destiny. Never heard of the man.
So anyway, but he puts me and Hasan in the thumbnail, and then I don't know what it is.
Wow, the disrespect.
Did he change it? What's currently?
He did an A/B test between the two.
Yeah,
and then he picked one.
Which one won?
The Destiny Hasan.
The one without you.
Yeah.
I still have the one with you in it though.
So it must be still going through A/B. Yeah.
Let me go incognito. Philip DeFranco show YouTube. All right. Let's get to the bottom of this.
Dropping this while we weren't live. Fucking alpha
This is Hasan
move.
Piker.
So this is what I'm saying. This is an intentional snub. He's watching and he knows. I think he's doing this to intentionally be provocative and just plain rude to me.
Wait.
We know.
I don't even know what.
We know.
I don't know what part of it you're talking about.
We
the thumbnail?
know Philip DeFranco is a Hasan dick rider.
I don't know about that. In fact, I didn't see his reaction, but I heard Hasan was very upset by this video.
I was too. But that's just because
it
Hasan's
sounds like he's doing his job.
Because Hasan's a crybaby.
I don't think Hasan was upset. Chat. Hasan watched this, right? Anybody see this with Hasan? I don't think he was upset. I think he played it off like,
bitch boy, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
I mean, the worst he would have done was called Philly D a fence rider, which he is.
Okay.
Like, he has to be the victim.
Okay.
And he successfully made himself the victim.
Yeah, that's Hasan. Hasan making himself the victim. That's right. It's Hasan that's doing that. I'm sorry.
Philip DeFranco was
For a second, I thought it was you, Ethan. For a second, I thought it was you.
an accomplice in that.
Look it up.
So is that the slight that you're talking about, or are you talking about the thumbnail?
Well, the thumbnail didn't help.
Okay, so we don't care that much about the thumbnail.
He took the only Jewish person out of the thumbnail. Just
ADL, where you at?
I'm just saying, dog.
ADL.
Some
Listen,
anti-sup medic.
He's doing the A/B test. The test is still ongoing. It sounds like.
Don't bring AB into this. He didn't have anything to do with it.
You know what?
Feels innocent. He passed the test.
You know what I'm saying.
AB didn't decide to take the only Jewish creator out of the.
Well, someone said that Hasan was upset with him too.
Yeah.
Right? So
yeah,
damn.
Hasan was upset.
That's
But
what I'm
again,
saying.
I'm going to show
He's
you
not
guys.
pleasing anybody.
Did I not watch it all? I didn't hear Hasan say any. I didn't see Hasan complain about anything. Ethan is going after Philip DeFranco. I hate DeFranco for what he did to Cat Black. Oh wait, when did that happen? Marina shut up, and the black woman who criticized him, but Ethan has no right. Yeah, I must have missed that.
Poor Phil.
Because he's a fucking...
Yeah, and that makes me feel really bad.
Which is why you gotta grow a spine.
No,
You're never
Get
gonna
off the
please
bed!
everybody.
Stop throwing it to everybody.
Stop
Keep it
asking
for
the
yourself,
comments what
bro.
they think. Tell me what you think, Philly.
This is it. We're not playing frisbee.
I
Stop
like that
tossing it off.
I like that he throws it back to me.
Yeah.
Nobody wants it.
Back to you.
Nobody wants it.
Nobody.
I can't believe.
Nobody wants
Okay,
it.
how many times you gone to the comments, Dan, and shared your opinion?
Every single episode that he
Exactly.
drops. Yeah,
How
no,
many
every
of
single
you have
time.
ever gone to the comments
Every time he
and
invites me
taken
to.
and shared your opinion?
I do it for every news story. It's like, here's what I thought about this news story. Then I watch, and I'm like, oh, here's what I thought about this one. It's fun. It's so interactive.
You've
should
never
start
done it,
doing
Nate.
that.
Don't lie.
Yes, I
to me.
do. Yes, I do, bro. Come on.
I know when you're lying.
Some conviction.
Anyway, so he took me out of the thumbnail, but it's called the Ethan Klein Hasan Piker Destiny Situation is Crazy.
I already got pissed when I saw that title.
Right.
Because it is not an Ethan Klein, Hasan Piker Destiny situation.
Right.
It's not.
Oh, wait.
The only reason to bring Destiny into it is to turn
We watched, what? Did we watch Destiny react to this, or was he reacting to... I think he was reacting to... Oh my god, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, wait. Wait, maybe it was from this. We did watch Destiny react to something. Wait, I'm so out of it, chat. I don't even remember if that was... Maybe I watched it by myself.
Hasan into a sympathetic...
Sadly, on my phone.
Character. This whole thing is about him trying to get Hila fucking killed, which, by the way, his response is doubling down on him trying to mark Hila as... He's like, she was a valid military target. She escaped justice. You know, she could have been killed. She should have been.
The point that he was making was that while IDF members are in there doing IDF shit, kidnapping people, like the kidnapping that Hila Klein was involved in, was a accessory to, right? Any violence that befalls, you know, an IDF member in the, you know, pursuance of terrorism. Like, she was a she is a terrorist, chat. She was, you know, and I say that because she has not yet, like, reflected on that and said, God, you know, what I was involved in when I was called up for mandatory service at age 18, drafted into the IDF, like, that was fucked up. That was fucked up. Like, the whole thing, I you know, she hasn't fucking said that yet. Yeah, she was doing terrorism. But he didn't say that she's a fucking valid target 20 years later in Beverly Hills. In fact, he specifically said she is not. Peter Thiel Cadence? Wait, who?
Killed then. That would have been fine. She escaped justice. You know? She's a criminal.
Which is
she
all
committed
wrong.
a crime. She's a criminal.
He's wrong with everything that he said.
Yeah, I don't even think it was illegal.
I don't.
There's a good chance it was in collaboration with the PA.
Yeah, it's really funny. It's really funny. Ethan Klein is going to rely on his own knowledge of international law. Does he even know, though, that he's talking about international law? I don't think that is legal. That doesn't sound right to me. No, with a person with a uniform does something bad to a civilian, it is okay because they have the uniform. Right? That's what makes it legal. The person that's what the law is, according to Ethan. Might makes fucking right. You know, like, breaking the law is not wrong. It's wrong because the cops have a uniform. And they will lock you up. They will arrest you. So they're stronger than you. They're more powerful than you. So therefore it's wrong, right? But if Donald Trump takes over those cops and says what you did was no longer a crime, and actually I'm going to go after some of these people for editorials they wrote for a college newspaper, then the writer of the college newspaper editorial, that's the criminal, and you are no longer a criminal. You did January 6th, but you're no longer a criminal because Donald Trump said, this is fucked up logic. He is the perfect patsy for the fascist takeover of our government, right? This guy wants to talk about Hasan not endorsing Kamala Harris hard enough or explicitly enough. He wants to talk about, Hasan saying that you know, the Democrats or often as bad as Trump when it comes to issues like Palestine, but you are like literally just primed to accept fascist logic, right? Because you don't understand where the law or morality or any of this shit comes from.
The second Intifada, and also according, I went back and watched the story because I was curious. I didn't listen to it in a while. You say you went into someone's house, found weapons there, illegal weapons, and then took the weapons.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did she go into the house? I was under the impression she was in the car, chat. How did she know what was in the house?
Out and arrested the guy. We don't know.
And they arrested the guy in another country, in another place. Like, there's nothing to, like, arrested a fucking... Israel is, you know, holding innocent people right now as we speak, right? If they wanted the hostages back, they had leverage for that in that they're holding a bunch of Palestinians prisoners, and they could have, you know, they were literally offered a trade, and they didn't take it. They didn't take it because they'd rather have more, you know, if they take the hostages out, they lose a good argument.
They were going on arrest of specific people that they knew were either involved in something or, you know, they...
Oh, yeah. And if the IDF says so, I guess we got to accept that. No, we don't fucking have to accept the words of a fucking terrorist. Right? So, Hila, I'll thank you to shut the fuck up, you terrorist.
And they were going on specific raids of specific people. These are not like just going into anybody's home and just like terrorizing them.
The big thing that makes them all scumbags. During the second Intifada, the PA, there was a lot of organizing and coordinating with the IDF to help pick up.
Collaborating, yes, is what the PA did with the occupational forces of Israel. Yes, there was collaborating in the same way that, you know, people in Vietnam collaborated with our government in the fucking war crimes that they did, right? And then by the time that the you know, North won the war and overtook Saigon, these people were asking for a airlift out of there because they knew that they were you know, the people were going to put up with a fucking traitor. You know, they you know, you're talking about fucking treason. You're talking about, you know,
dangerous people. Dangerous people that the PA deemed dangerous and criminal, right? So that's not illegal. That's literally not illegal. And when Hasan talks about it, he's like, they go into these houses, they drag people out by their feet during the nighttime in the bed, and the wife and the...
No, you don't understand, Hasan. These people had uniforms on, all right? It's perfectly acceptable for a uniformed person to drag somebody off of their bed. If they do, that means that person's a criminal. And so it's okay. And then how do we know they're a criminal? Because the IDF went to get them.
The kids are screaming, and they go, and then it's like they punch the kids in the face. It's like, listen, it's a night raid. It's not good.
It's a terroristic activity. What's the purpose of the night raid, chat? I don't even think it's about the person that they're picking up. It's about instilling a sense of fear and learned helplessness amongst the civilians there in the West Bank in Ramallah.
Like when he says that we were valid targets, we were shot at. The Jeep that I was in, as soon as we entered that area, they shot at the Jeep and a bullet hit right here next to my head, but the Jeep was bulletproof. So, like, yeah.
So you're involved in an asymmetric conflict, even with the resistance that was there, you know, trying, you know, fighting the occupying forces, right? The occupying forces have bulletproof vehicles. It was safe enough to bring a person that would ostensibly, now there's been some controversy about what I'm about to say, but from what we've heard from Ethan and Hila, a person that's not trained for that kind of combat, right? They were able to bring, in Hila's own words, a secretary along with them. Now there's a little bit of complexity to this. She's not a secretary. She had gotten bored with her secretarial administrative duties and transferred to another unit, the unit that was involved in the night raids in Ramallah to institute terror in the civilians there, and to assist in the ethnic cleansing, to make the Ramallah unlivable, to let the people there know that their lives weren't worth shit and that any night they could be taken away.
Yeah.
And again, also your secretary, you went on one ride along just out of curiosity of what your friends were going through when they went there.
Yes.
You served in the army for 2 years. You went one time. The rest of your time you were a secretary. You never
I was curious to see what they do. Call me a journalist if you want.
Call you a journalist? I'll call you a fucking terrorist is what I'll call you. I'm sorry, but that is not. If I was like a secretary in the fucking Wehrmacht, right? Who am I doing? I'm doing administrative work for who? For Hitler, for the Wehrmacht, right? It's and if I decide that one night I would like to, ride along and see what it's like to, to apprehend these Jewish people in hiding, right? That's not a bad. That doesn't make me a bad person. Yes, the fuck it does. Yes, the fuck it. No, I'm a journalist though. I was doing journalism. I didn't report it to anybody. Does she fucking know? I mean, like, chat, this is not. I don't want to call her what I'm thinking, but like, just like, what? Does she not know what the word means? Journalist? The fuck? Yeah, journalists were tried in Nuremberg. Although, yeah, people thought that like when you really read about Nuremberg, the conclusion I'm kind of left with is they did not go hard enough on some of the people that collaborated with the Holocaust.
But I actually went boots on the ground.
That's more journalism.
Unlike
than you'll do it.
Only in the cases when they had people who were absolutely, involved in the architecture of a genocide, were they even, the hangings. Some of them with ropes that weren't very long.
Pussy ass bitch, Hassan.
You only think about going to the West Bank.
I'm sorry. You sat in a bulletproof car while your compatriots did a night raid and kidnapped somebody. You want to talk about a pussy ass bitch, Hila? You want to talk about a pussy ass bitch? Did you get out of the car and offer to 1v1 somebody there? I don't fucking think so. Did you drop your weapon and I'd assume a sidearm would be what she would be given? God damn. There's bonus content, chat. Yay.
Bro, it's fine.
She's been there. You've only fantasized about it.
Yeah.
Who is actually considering genuine.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You wanted to go on a raid. You wanted to go on and fantasized about it. You don't see Hassan sitting there watching like videos of people like, of people, dropping, explosives into tanks in Gaza, right? And being like, God damn, that looks cool. Like, you don't see Hassan doing that shit. She literally was fantasizing about what are my compatriots doing? Oh, they go on this exciting raid. Oh, they take the terrorist away, and they go through the house and they find weapons, and they find a copy of Mein Kampf in English for some reason, even though nobody in the house reads English, or like, right? I mean, like, what the fuck? Oh my God, I'm so sorry. This is wow. This is too much.
Going to Gaza.
I know, man. That's a pretty big deal.
I have to say, I know it's in the doc, but the fact that Twitch did nothing is unlevel amount of despicable.
Zero surprise to me.
That is
the fact that the ICC has had nothing to say towards the IDF members is a little bit shocking to me, as well as Zach.
Disgusting.
That's why I'm telling people. I said it in the video, but if you didn't see it, Twitch is demonstrably complicit and will do nothing to stop this.
Yes.
That's why we need to focus on the sponsors. They're the only ones that can.
So there we go. That's Dan Saltman's project right there. That's Dan Saltman's project. That is an extension of Destiny's hate campaign against Hasan Piker that is now breached containment after Destiny has been discredited after, he's basically, quarantined from the rest of the world. Dan Saltman is such a fucking obvious liar. Nobody can take him seriously. Now we get Ethan as the new vessel for this hate campaign.
Can do something. And AT&T recently told Ludwig, do not have Hasan in your videos. We will not do this if Hasan's in the videos. Great.
I'm not watching Ludwig anymore. Why would I? Didn't he? Wait, Ludwig's got some shit to answer for too, doesn't he? Weren't they attacking Ludwig over the Mango stuff? Like this was like Mango's going up doing this shit to people that everybody agrees is way fucking, beyond the line. And Ludwig is there with him, like fucking watching. It's got shit to say. And I feel like a few weeks ago, I feel like H3 called him out on that as a means of being like, hey, look at what your friend's doing, Hasan. Look at what you. But now Ludwig is like, AT&T won't let Ludwig bring Hasan to streamer games, and so now we like Ludwig.
I love AT&T. I'm switching now.
Mm-hmm. The T-Mobile bitch.
Call me.
Just kidding. I don't know. T-Mobile's probably done bad stuff too.
Hear me now, guys. Switch to AT&T, right?
No, that's Verizon. But then he went to Sprint.
No, didn't he jump from Verizon to?
I think he did jump from Verizon, but I don't think it was to AT&T.
He's on Sprint. He's on Sprint.
Yeah, he don't fuck with AT&T.
You know what AT&T stands for? All tits and times of good and mirth. Let me try that again. All titties.
All-time tits. That was a hashtag on a Jamie Lee Curtis video.
All-time
tits.
Tits?
Tits.
Ethan?
All-time tits?
Ethan? It stands for the American Telephone and Telegraph Company.
Oh, that was my second guess.
Tits that sounds fun. Pretty good. This is all American, baby. And that's why they left Hasan.
I just don't know why you're spreading this misinformation about the tits thing.
You're right. What I said is worse. This is the all-American telephone company.
Right.
Just American. There's no all in there.
No, I'm describing them.
It's called the American Telephone and Telegraph Company.
Great.
So basically me thinking about this whole thing, like he could start calling me a journalist instead of calling me a terrorist.
He could, yeah.
Yeah.
Just
and
saying.
I mean, you did
if you did journalism, describe the situation, report back on the situation, talk about what it's like to be an 18-year-old in Israel, talk about all the pressure to be part of this thing that you're told is done in the defense of innocent people. And then rightly call it out as being, but what we were actually sent to there to do was terrorism. I actually witnessed it. I witnessed an act of terrorism. That's what a journalist would do. All right? Unless you're talking about a journalist like the who's the Triumph of Man or Triumph of the Will? What's her name? The filmmaker? Like you're not being a journalist. You're being like a fucking. You're being a fascist propagandist is what you're doing, Hila. 20 years later, you're no longer, bound to the mandatory service, and you're still doing the work of fascists. This is the lady that said Yoav Gallant was such a great guy.
Report it to a massive audience. You came back and you reported on the raid to 1.4 million people. Hasan's only fantasized about it. All he does is read tweets all day.
You're getting
he gets his news
real
on
bad
Twitter.
reviews, by the way, from the chat on that joke.
Yeah, I wasn't good. I'll be the first to admit.
First to admit you're washed.
A tubular time. A tubular time, Dan.
Sure. Yeah, I like tubular times. Yeah,
we're having a good time over at AT&T. So anyway, I personally think Philip DeFranco's a Hasan Dick writer. He's never reporting on his controversies. He's always reporting on him the most favorable way, which is what he did here today. But let's take a look. Now, when I saw this, I was like, great. This is the one time I didn't do anything wrong. All I did was my wife got a death threat. I didn't do anything, right?
And it's a continuous death threat and a smear campaign because he does it all the time, regularly.
Well, he doubles down in his response, which isn't here, which we need.
The response to Philly?
Yeah, there's the clip of Hasan watching.
I'm sorry, chat. I know this is what you voted for bonus content, but I gotta show you something for context, all right?
But also, I'll say, as we're talking about creators that are speaking out about platforms, we've got to talk about how creators are continuing to speak out against a different platform, and that is Roblox.
Okay, so then he moves on to Roblox. Let's see. Let's see what the comments are saying, dude. Most of it is just like in the Roblox side of things. I think it's pretty obvious why Hasan mentioned Hila. He wasn't calling for violence on her, but she's a proud ex-IDF soldier that still defends their monstrosities, and she's also one of the most prominent ex-IDF soldiers, so he was saying no matter who they are, and Hila is at the extreme end of that spectrum, although it is not a call of violence on her particularly. The whole call out to Dila was a direct reference to a specific story she has talked about. She wasn't part of the actual military. She was a desk worker, but she was bored one day and joined a raid on a Palestinian house one day with the actual militaristic part of the military just for fun. So calling her out was appropriate since she's talked about raiding homes before. That's it. And I think a lot of people don't know that, and that's part of the reason why they're like, why is Hasan talking about Hila? She was just a secretary or something, which, by the way, I mean, that's still, you're still participating in the military, but like, that's not even the reason.
That's what I'm saying. Secretary for the Wehrmacht is still doing work, administrative work. What do you think the Wehrmacht is doing? What do you think the Nazis were doing, right? If you're a secretary for the Nazis, you're a secretary for fascism. You may be receiving calls and taking down memos, etc., 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 but you're doing so you're helping fascism run more efficiently. Just because you don't have a fucking gun in your hand doesn't mean you're not a part of that machinery.
Why I was mentioning that specific story. I think it's because people don't know about that, and that's the reason why they act as though it's like so out of pocket. And where is the video? I mean, we've covered it on this broadcast before. She has herself personally explained it. So I don't know why Ethan tries to actively lie to his audience and everyone else out of shame when he should also be he should be proud of it. No, I mean, after all, they did boast about it at the time. It's still on their pocket. It's got 1.2 million views. I mean, this one's better.
2 years that I served in the West Bank.
Oh, yeah. This is actually a comparison that I've made on the broadcast as well. A side-by-side comparison of a former IDF soldier who actually participated in the same style of night raid that Hila Klein had participated in, and how he's reflecting on those events versus how she has consistently defended Israel to this day. This in and of itself is not to say like this war crime in and of itself that she participated in is reason to do any harm to this person. I don't believe that. I think it's fucking ridiculous if you were to claim that I believe that. I think it's ridiculous if you were to do anything at all. Shut the fuck up. That's not my commentary. That's not my beliefs. I don't believe that at all. Just look at the difference between how she speaks about this experience versus how he describes the great details. This person is also a part of Breaking the Silence, a group of former IDF veterans that are against the apartheid and against the occupation. On the left, you have a person who has reflected on some of the cruel acts that he has engaged in. On the right, you have someone who has not.
Very different than defending Israel.
Blue Magician says, I wish October 7th never happened. I wish Zionism never happened. I wish, granting land, the British Empire granting land that wasn't theirs, specifically to one group of people and displacing people from there. I wish the fucking Nakba never happened. How about that? How about let's really take this back, all right?
You can apply for it, and it's a form that you fill out, and if I don't like the second one, then I'll just...
I was about to say I wish 1948 never happened, and then I realized it was the actual Nakba, the actual violence, the actual dispossession of the Palestinian people started before all of that.
find a way to get out of the army. I ended up in a better place that I liked, a base that was far from my house.
Were you revolted by what you had witnessed?
Yeah, definitely yes.
It was kind of like just more of an adventure.
Every Palestinian in front of me was not any more human being like me, was an enemy, a potential terrorist.
You went on like a mission with them
Mm-hmm.
to like a terrorist city?
Yeah.
If Palestinians will get the feeling that the IDF is all the time everywhere, they'll be afraid to attack. So what do you do to get...
Going back a long time ago, Blue Magician, there's still living Palestinians that were there. They have keys around their neck. Those are keys to their houses that they can't go back to, right? Even after they were promised a right of return, right? This is broken promise after broken promise after broken promise is what you've got. You've got fake attempts to negotiate like Oslo, where it was the negotiation was literally the offer was literally poison, not literally poison pilled, but it was the offer included relinquishing the right of return, right? Something that if Arafat had signed on to, he would have had no authority in Palestine after that. He would have betrayed, his people entirely, right? And then you got it told to you by Bill Clinton that goddamn Yasser Arafat, if only he would have signed on, we would have had peace. Bullshit. You were asking that man to sell his people out. All right, say what you will about Arafat, right? But you can't say that that was a good deal that he was offered.
This feeling,
and every single deal, that you would, even the UN partition was bullshit. All right, if you want to immigrate to a place, then you've got to you can't that's. It can be done without displacing people, all right? If you're willing to, move to, Palestine, right, which has been occupied, yes, by, Christians, by Jews, by Muslims, by Druze, by a lot of people, right? And it's just like the whole thing was they were like, nope, this part specifically, only for the Jews. And then Israel like institutes that in their law, codifies themselves as a explicitly Jewish state. I mean, I guess you wouldn't say an ethno state, you'd say like an ethno-religious state.
You make your presence felt. You start your night shift patrol.
They would go every night on a raid.
Right.
In Ramallah. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Break into a house, Palestinian house, of course. Not a house we have intelligence about. I'm the sergeant, I lead the patrol, I choose a random house.
I walked with them to one house.
Wake up the family, men one side, women the other side. Search the place, you can yourself imagine the dynamics, yeah?
You see people in the house and then it's like the soldiers just walk into the house and look through their shit.
Jump from one roof to another, come out through another house, wake up the family, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It didn't stop for 1 second.
Does it feel like a normal neighborhood?
No, it actually looked like a nice city.
The idea is that every Palestinian will feel...
These raids are illegal under international law. Israel's presence in the occupied West Bank...
What's the solution, says Blue Magician? How about start with following international law, right? How about start with withdrawal? We could start right now with like, here's what the solution is not. Occupying Gaza City, all right? Building more settlements. One that cuts the Gaza Strip in half and more settlements now that they're doing in the north of Gaza, right? But yeah, it would start with following international fucking law. How about not trying to terrorize the ICC when they make the correct judgment that Netanyahu is a war criminal? How about Netanyahu goes to The Hague, right? Just for starters, because I can't tell you what the whole fucking plan is. I am not that much of a policy wonk, and we'd be here all night even if I was. But we can start with the basics, right? Stop giving weapons to an occupational force enacting a genocide. Withdraw United States support from Israel.
Bank entirely is illegal anyway. Don't listen to the fucking designations that they specify, like, oh, there are 3 different zones or whatever. It's all fucking bullshit. Every single settler that is settled in the occupied West Bank has settled there illegally. Okay, don't listen to Israel's own legalese will try to create like a security presence in the West Bank or whatever. No, that's all bullshit.
The military is right here. It's to do what we call in the military ליצור תחושת נרדפות, to create the feeling of being persecuted.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what those night raids were about. That's terror, enacting terror on a populace, all right? They're doing terrorism. The only difference is they got uniforms on. So people like you and me, or a lot of you maybe, you're trained to react a certain way. You're trained to see the person with the uniform as good and the person looking like a bad guy from a 1980s, film about the evil Muslim. Coming to cut your head off with a curved sword, right, is the bad guy, right? So we're trained to just, by virtue of putting a uniform on a terrorist, they are somehow no longer a terrorist.
A rogue soldier officer. This is your mission. There is no way of doing it nice.
People are so easy to judge Ela for.
These raids are illegal in Israel law since it's Area A2. It's even illegal in Israeli law, but it doesn't matter.
Doing mandatory service in Israel, right? Everybody goes, I would.
Yeah, I mean, let me give you something actionable, Blue Magician. I'm assuming you're asking in good faith. You sound like you're asking in good faith. Let me give you something actionable. All right. Boycott, divest, sanction. All right. That's what they did with South Africa. It's not a perfect situation still. There's still a lot of dispossession that's been codified into law. The people, the whites in South Africa still, control a vastly disproportionate amount of the farmland and capital in South Africa. There were some Chicago boy economists that kind of got in and convinced the ANC to let them write up the plan. And so, it wasn't perfect, right? But it is no longer an apartheid state. It is still, there's still a lot of injustice that hasn't been resolved. But yeah, boycott, divest, sanction. And what if you want to do that? What do you got to do? You got to throw Trump the fuck out of power. You got to make sure that he never gets power again. You got to make sure that anybody that voted for him is a fucking pariah. And I'm sorry, but we've been through more than 10 years with this shit. And you all have burned your credibility. I shouldn't be a fucking refugee from my country. You should be. You're a traitor. You're a collaborator. You're a fascist tool if you supported MAGA, all right? And you better have a damn good explanation for yourself, or else I don't want to share air with you, okay? Oh my God, that's going hard, isn't it? But see, that's how I fucking feel. I left my fucking country because these fucking people, right? Yeah, you got to take out that regime permanently. And you've got to roll back every single law that's keeping people, that's keeping like colleges, that's keeping, from enacting BDS. There's groups out there right now that want to divest, that want to help isolate this occupation, and they're not able to because there's laws against it, right? So Greg Abbott, we're fucking coming for you, not like physically, but we're coming for your stupid law, right? Yeah, that's what's got to be done. BDS. And right now in chat, in some places, you're not allowed to say BDS. So that's the first thing we got to take care of.
I would have chosen to go to jail and be ostracized by society.
They took.
Oh my God. Yeah, Shoki, I feel the same way. My parents are carrying around their fucking passports and IDs just in case they get stopped by the chuds in fucking masks. I want to make those chuds in fucking masks, afraid that they are going to be traced back to what they've done. I want good people like your parents to be able to relax and stop being afraid. And I want to put the fear of God in those traitors, in those scumbags hiding behind masks.
One time, even though they're not supposed to, because it was not my job. They did it just because I asked and I'm cute.
You asked and because you're cute?
Is it possible for
Like, she was cute, yeah.
a soldier to serve
One time.
territories with a clear conscience?
I don't believe a soldier who served in the occupied territories has clean hands. It's not that every soldier murders innocent Palestinians, but no Israeli soldier who served in the occupied territories, his hands were clean after that. Because at the heart of what you do, there is no way of seeing Palestinians as equal human beings to you.
That's it. And that is why people act as though what I said is
Extra irony from Yashoki. Yashoki says, my dad left Nicaragua after Iran-Contra. I can't imagine how he feels. This is what I'm always saying, is that a lot of the immigration that chuds complain about is caused by foreign policy enacted by the United States. All right? We ruin and we destabilize people's countries. They get the fuck out, try to go and maybe even like earn some money to send back home or something like that, you know, work hard at jobs that nobody else wants to do. And this is how they're rewarded. This is how they're rewarded, with night raids from masked fucking thugs. It's all starting to look the same, isn't it? Whether you're, you know, I mean, it's not exactly the same, right? I don't want to equivocate, but it's the same fucking shit over and over again. And we never learn. As a human species, we never fucking learn. We talk the talk, but when it comes time to walk the walk, people get scared and they want somebody else to do it for them. Like, history is not going to be taken care of by other people. History is taken care of by us. There are no great men of history. There's only us.
So ridiculous because they don't know that and I didn't know at the time either when I did this podcast. Like, only a year after I was done with Leftovers did I ever even find out about Helikhan's participation in an illegal raid in the West Bank. And for the record, I know people will get mad at me for saying this, like pro-Palestinian people will get mad at me for saying this, but like,
Trump wants to get into Venezuela and then Mexico and turn us into Gaza. Yeah, it's not just Gaza, Trump Gaza.
The reality of the matter is, even if someone had done something so inhumane, if they had actually reflected on that behavior and spent every waking moment advocating against that sort of behavior from continuing with that experience that they had, I would never hold them. I would never hold that against them. I would never be like, well, you served in the IDF at one point. That is also something to remember. That's the difference, is the very fact that, like, she's also still unconditionally defending the actions of Israel over and over again.
Saying Israel does that on the daily, the idea
I don't.
does that on the
That's
daily.
not what I'm talking about. See, that's what you're doing. You're excusing people being burned alive and kids being murdered. You're saying Israel does that on the daily. Okay. Now, I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. So are you?
I'm denying that.
Israeli Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
That's pretty spicy.
Yeah. Do we have that one?
Like, come
on.
on.
The other one. I could add.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, there's all these moments. It makes me realize I don't really pay that much attention to Hila. I mean, she's you know, only sometimes there. It seems like only when they're talking about Hasan or iDubbbz or something does Hila want to be. She's only there really for hate at this point. But like, I guess I didn't. I mean, I must have watched this. I'm pretty sure I saw this segment. I wasn't paying attention to Hila's reaction. You want to see that again for anybody that missed it? Oh my God.
I'm denying that.
Israeli Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
That's pretty spicy.
Yeah. Do we have that one?
Like, come on. So are you?
I'm denying that.
Wait, what was? Okay, let's see that one before.
Talking about. See, that's what you're doing. You're excusing people being burned alive and kids being murdered. You're saying Israel does that on the daily. Okay. Now, I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. So are you?
I'm denying that.
As Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
That's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Do we have that
I
one?
mean,
Like, come on.
The one thing that I will say about Hila, and something that I really don't want for people to forget, you heard of someone called Marie Antoinette, and no, this isn't a fucking call to action against Hila. All right, I am not saying Hila should be treated like Marie Antoinette. I think that what happened to Marie Antoinette was that people focused on her because they were more willing to entertain the idea. We're talking about revolutionary France here, chat. They're more willing to entertain the idea that a Germanic foreign, princess was at the root of their of what they saw as their own king enacting treason on them than they were to entertain the thought that their grandpapa, their king, was a fucking traitor. Before then it was always like a traitor to the crown. No, a traitor to the people, a traitor to the country, right? And so people focused, literally thought that it was Marie Antoinette, corrupting Louis. And it was only later that they recognized, that it correctly so, that that they'd been betrayed by their own king. FTW all day, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. And so what I'm trying to point out is that it is going to be a little bit of a if it ever becomes a temptation to focus on Hila instead of Ethan, please understand that happens because there's something about women, right? That, when there's blame to be had, the blame seems to be magnetized towards women. So, I mean, that's all I would say is that, not to, over focus on Hila at the expense of Ethan's culpability here. Reminder that all of Hila's, you laugh, you lose, you laugh and you eat something disgusting entries for the last contest were videos of Orthodox Jews existing. It was as a joke. Goddamn. What is that something about that since Orthodox Jews don't serve in the, they don't have that mandatory service? Is that why they're... Yeah, and Ethan himself has kind of gone off on them. Olette B, thank you. You just got weaseled. And that's a good thing, a call to action against Marie Antoinette. Philadestrian, you just got weaseled. ACAB includes Toad Police, you just got weaseled. Joel Siverud, you just got weaseled. Bloodstone Bystars, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Thank you for the gifted memberships. FTW. I don't know. I'm not saying that anybody in here is doing this, all right? And overall, I haven't seen it yet. I just know that compulsion that humanity was showing even as far as the French Revolution is still very much with us, right? Oh, wait, there's another. Wait. Sorry. I got to simmer down. I feel like that too. Also, Omegastar, thank you for the gifted sub to Ard Ryan. Ard Ryan, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
Get any security assurances against Israel, obviously.
Well, bro, it's not like Israel
that is worried.
Look, it's not like Israel's going to do a precision strike on Hassan. They don't fucking.
Yeah,
but it is dangerous. It's a war zone. Like, I agree, it's dangerous.
Sure, it's a war zone.
Did you hear AB?
But what?
He was in the running for anti-Semite of the year.
Yo, no, they've killed fucking journalists. What are you talking about? You didn't think I would notice? No, I noticed both. I'm just like I don't know, chat. This is a lot to deal with, right? I'm kind of glad to end with something a little bit more wholesome with Hasan. Instead of on that Ethan and Hila clip that was just pissing me off, but
they may.
Nah,
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
They're not
promoting girl boss fighter pilots that bombed Iran, and on the way back with the additional
like chat. What I wonder is how long it is before we see journalists end up dead under mysterious circumstances in countries outside of Israel, outside of Palestine, right? Like, that's next. And they are completely capable of those kind of actions, right? The question I have, Chad, is when is the world going to get its shit together to give Netanyahu the Eichmann treatment?
Is that they had deployed it in fucking Gaza.
When are we going to see Netanyahu in shackles before in the Hague?
Orthodox Jews or the Hasidic Jews that don't want to serve in the military are actually selfish for not wanting to serve. Like all of this stuff that they've done over the course of the past year and a half, actively trying to silence any kind of dissent, not only against them, but also against the Israeli state, is crazy. In a just world, if people truly did see Palestinians as human beings, they wouldn't be coming in here and being like, wow, I can't believe you invoked Hila's name.
You drone striked the Freedom Flotilla in Italian waters.
Participating in an illegal raid in the West Bank. You'd be going, I am horrified with this new information that I just found out. And you'd be going over there to ask them, do you still think what you did was appropriate? How do you value your service within the Israeli occupying forces with your current understanding? What is your current understanding of what Israel is doing? Do you have remorse for the actions that you engaged in? That would be the appropriate.
Wait, yeah, Shoki, you keep on getting these TikToks sitting down to eat my chicken tendies while I watch Hasan live stream Netanyahu genocide trial. That is that like our generation's like going back to brunch or something? We look, we have we have very earthly longings, right? Just some tendies. Just some fucking tendies. Oh my god. And some semblance of justice. Some fucking semblance of justice.
Of questioning. The appropriate line of questioning isn't to be like, Hasan, I can't believe you brought up an illegal raid that Hila Klein participated in. It's so crazy. Yeah, this is what I was talking about when I said girl bossing. Female pilot who participated in attack on Iran. Israeli women are heroes. And then she apologized because people yelled at her. I would like to apologize for my recent story.
Wait, what, Choki? What am I saying that sounds like Choki?
Israeli pilot being a hero. It came off as glorifying violence, which wasn't my intention at all, but I understand how it came off. I wanted to highlight the difference between women's lack of rights in Iran under the Ayatollah and women in Israel being given agency to even fight in combat. That being said, it's not the best timing or situation to make such a point. War is terrible and should never be glorified, and I'm very sorry for the post.
Wait, they're trying to get Kilmar Obrego Garcia to sign a guilty plea with this is terrible, chat. And the sad thing about, talk about the banality of Israel. Banality. I'm sorry. The banality of evil. I am so sorry. I mean the banality of evil. I'm sorry. Talking about the banality of evil, like, right. The plea system is fucked up, is corrupt, is not justice, and has gotten an innumerable amount of innocent people to, lie. And to say they're guilty when they're not, because the other option is you might be put to death. You might spend life in prison. In this case, you might be deported to freaking Uganda. I'm sorry, we're talking about Uganda now. That is fucking wild. I did know that he has been, he's out of custody now. He's still facing trial over those trumped up bullshit charges. We'll hope that he gets a judge that's not absolutely in the fucking tank for Trump. Irony of BV getting tried for crimes against humanity shouldn't be lost on anyone, but as ironic as it is, it's not unique in history, but also What could we expect of a religious ethno-state? Wait, what did I say? Sorry. Oh my god, chat. New person moved in across the hall from me. This guy is like fucking like he's like 1.5 Hasans. Like this guy is yoked. This guy is like, damn, I don't want to say anything too loud. I hear him coming back. Right? But damn.
Yeah, this is the Orthodox refusing to enlist to kill Palestinian in Gaza, utter confusion to their employee Tom.
Well, the big disagreement was that
I should ask him what he's here for. I wonder if he's training Muay Thai.
people are fighting for the Orthodox Jews to get drafted as well to the army because they're not.
Mother.
But Israel.
That's an issue?
Yeah. Is he as hot as Hasan? He's like hotter. Yeah, he's a big big guy, totally shredded. Very low body fat.
Orthodox don't serve.
They don't serve.
Yeah, it's
like insane physique. I very much doubt it is natural.
Don't do that.
But everybody else has to. Everybody has to do it.
Sure.
So it's like, what the
Dude, the Orthodox are such leeches there.
Oh, you're saying the Orthodox Jews in Israel don't serve? I thought that like everyone had to.
Exactly, except the Orthodox.
Get it, Irene? I got no chance with him. I got no chance. But yeah, whoever he ends up with is one lucky partner.
And then the Orthodox...
because they need to sit and pray for God all day.
Oh, I'd be Orthodox as fuck. I would have the things, the wraps and everything. I'd be all about
Yo, Yashoki, thank you for the gifted membership. Susie B, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, they're more mad at the Orthodox Jews not serving than Israel forcing people to serve in a genocidal army, than Israel doing a genocide. It's also funny because like I got out of mandatory conscription.
Oh my God!
And said I was
sleeping with your neighbor is a disastrous idea. It is also luckily BCATK. Wait a minute. Am I getting people's Twitch names mixed up? It is also luckily very much impossible.
Selfish for doing so, and so is Gila. And also the new meta is claiming that I'm a Turkish ultra-nationalist who throws up the...
Oh, the Grey Wolf. He's the Grey Wolf. Chat, I never knew when Chapo called their Patreons they called the Patreons the Grey Wolves. Did I get one, says Midi. I don't, not today. I mean, I guess I could look at the, let's see, I could tell, just by looking at, wait, you did. Oh, that must have been a few days ago. Okay, yeah, MIDI Doctors, you did get a gifted membership on YouTube. Yeah.
Grey Wolf sign since
the Grey Wolves, right? Wasn't that the Chapo? Wasn't that the name for the Patreons on Chapo? So what I'm asking is, did Chapo name? I did. I'm not calling you the wrong name. Okay, I was just making sure because I know that some people have different names on Twitch than they do on, or slightly different names. I have Bolo Young living across the hall. Yeah, pretty much. That number has gone way up, both on the Twitch side and on the YouTube side. Look at that. It's 135 to 161. That is 26, I guess, more YouTube members than we have Twitch subscribers. That is very close. And considering that Twitch, it's still, I want to say much smaller stream, but I don't think it's that much smaller anymore. I feel like Twitch is really come into its prime here, like, or not. I don't know. It's almost to the point, like, so chat, for reference, right? My peak, I don't know, like average viewership, when I was a very popular Twitch streamer, would have been around 100, right? And we're I don't think we're there yet, but we're climbing back closer and closer to that, right? We're to the point where I need to start to think, like, if I'm offered a Twitch partner, do I want it? Because I know in the past I've looked at it and made the determination that it wasn't worth it. That was back when you had to be exclusive. If you were a partner, it meant you couldn't like dual stream. So yeah, YouTube works better for YouTube Premium. I turn my phone screen off. Oh wait, you can do that? You can just turn your screen off and listen? I guess with Premium.
Sincerely, because I'm secretly dog whistling. I can't even go back.
Yeah, look, YouTube gang W, but just barely, and it's actually kind of amazing what Twitch has been. Look, the default would be YouTube, like obviously I still have higher viewership on YouTube than on Twitch, right? But it's kind of amazing that Twitch, especially considering that the subs cost twice as much as the memberships, right? It's pretty amazing that Twitch is even competitive with YouTube.
Country that I grew up in to see my goddamn family, and there's there are
like, yeah, YouTube, Twitch is almost like it's almost like a little league team that's like playing against a minor league team, like, and it's just like, whoa, the little leaguers are like they're very close, like it's not a blowout, right? You'd be like, those are some amazing little leaguers, right? YouTube is Twitch is wait, what is the Bad News Bears? Is that a good reference, or is that just like, I don't mean to be dumb. Is that just like, is that dismissive towards the Twitch chat? I don't mean to be dismissive, but I think was the Bad News Bears like kind of a rags to riches story? Was the idea that they were like, they weren't very good and everybody made fun of them, and then somehow they got shit together and won the championship or something? Is that how that? I don't think I'm aware of the existence of the Bad News Bears. I'm not really, I don't think I've ever watched the show.
There are motherfuckers living in like Iowa and in the comforts of New Jersey and Philadelphia and all around the country being like, this Hasan guy, I learned a lot about Turkey in the last Reddit thread that I read. And this Hasan guy seemingly is famously a...
But wait, I don't know if I'm using that right. Is the Bad News Bears is the whole joke? Like, are they just supposed to be like this? The metaphor would be that like a team that overperforms your expectation, right? But this is like if the Bad News Bears went to the World Series and they were actually like, 3-3 against like what's a good baseball team? Are the Yankees good? The Bad News Bears did not become wealthy? Did they win the World Series at least? They were bad at baseball and attitude. They had a bad attitude. Love the Bad News Bears. Okay, maybe the correct comparison is not the Bad News Bears then. Oof, am I insulting? I don't know. I guess I don't know the references. I'm just trying to find what I'm trying to say is that like the plucky smaller Twitch stream is actually in contention with the much bigger, much better established chat. There were people on Twitch that made it their life goal to keep my like viewership like fucking under 20, right? Which it was for like some amount of time, I think. Like we had very, very low viewership. Okay, I need to read these out. But first I need to figure out to whom do I owe the thanks. And it looks like that would be FTW All Day. FTW All Day, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships on YouTube. Corey, oh my God, I'm going to mispronounce your name. Corey, am I saying it right? Line, you just got weaseled. Diane Meyer, you just got weaseled. Chazardus, you just got weaseled. Germ, you just got weaseled. Conrad, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Sandlot, is that a better one? Does the Sandlot team stay winning? Irene's still standing. Yeah, right. That's kind of amazing considering, like literally people with way too much money and way too much time on their hands spent a lot of effort in trying to erase me from this platform, and it's gotta really hurt. It's gotta really hurt to come back in this chat and find it, about as full as it was at the height of of my Twitch fame. Now I'm a YouTuber though. It's okay.
Nationalist is so crazy.
Wait, are we getting a second bonus topic? Maybe so. Wait, you're right. Let me add these up. Wait. Did I just... Oh my god, which ones have I not counted? I don't think I counted the... I don't think I counted the Twitch sub that just happened, so that's 160. And then I add to that, yeah, 15. So 175. Yeah, we're damn close to a second bonus topic. But yeah, look at that. YouTube's up to 166 now. Okay, so they're 31. There's 31 more YouTube memberships than subs.
Crazy, dude. Then they'll point to me criticizing a prominent Turkish national team player throwing up the Grey Wolf sign and then go, and he knows what it means, so he's clearly doing it as a dog whistle. Okay, then why would I not defend the other guy? That literally, it does not make sense. That is so inconsistent. You're using a video of me criticizing a prominent Turkish athlete throwing up that sign and saying it's a fascist symbol, and then you simultaneously go, oh, dude, you're throwing up the Grey Wolf here. Clearly, you also are an ultra-nationalist, a Turkish fascist or some shit. Yeah, the funny thing is, yes, as this Turkish chatter says, the Turkish nationalist broadcasters hate me, and they say I'm racist against the Turkish race for all of my criticisms of ultra-nationalism in Turkey. The Erdogan guys hate me because they say I'm a agent of the West. Ironically, Erdogan is the biggest agent of the West, but that's besides the point. They say I'm woke and gay. I just don't understand how you can be so...
Well, I mean, you are woke and gay. I mean, you wore lipstick. I almost said lipstick. You wore nail polish, right? That clearly woke and gay.
So far off base with the reality. Like, even if...
Not to mention that that emo photo shoot you did.
If you're just an online...
Very, very woke. Very, 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 very woke. Very, very gay. Sad.
You look at the things that this guy is presenting, and then you look at like what I'm saying, and you still go, yeah, this Hasan guy, he's bad news, man. Like, look at this. This motherfucker is like, this is his 4th thumbnail. Hasan Piker put my family in danger. I need your help to stop this.
It's hard not to laugh at Ethan sometimes, right? Lipstick one day, we'll get there.
And then it's a photo of me holding up a airsoft.
Oh, I thought he was going to be holding up the what? Can somebody tell me the wolf sign? What does that mean? What is that about? Does anybody know anything about that? I've never heard of this before. The only Grey Wolf I've ever heard of, yeah, is like Chapo related.
Gun. And he's making it seem as though...
Don't make me think of No Beard Hasanimo. Yeah, I actually was not in favor. I think he looks... Some people look better with a beard. Not everybody. There's way more beards than there need to be. It means Sepultura. Wait. Oh, the... Like metal... Yeah, wait, isn't this the sign of the devil or something? Isn't this like the... Isn't like the... like Iron Maiden. Or Slayer? Yeah, Iron Maiden, Slayer, that shit.
Like I'm literally trying to hunt down Hilo.
So it's like a Turkish racial supremacy sign for real? What was Chapo doing? Was the Chapo thing unrelated?
Klein or something. Like, was just so psychotic.
Wait, FDW all the day says Wolfgang. Wait, does the W in FDW stand for wolf? Was it for the wolf all day, all along, and I just never knew it?
This is just pure defamation, you know? Good luck, man. I'm sure this'll do it. I knew you were grifting 10 years ago when you were saying the same thing.
It's a sign for a whack Turkish nationalist party.
You are saying now? Exactly. Like, how are you going to A/B test thumbnails and one of your...
The Chapo thing is a reference to that, but it's an ironic joke. It's just got special meaning in Turkey, yeah.
A/B test is just straight up pure slander. Roach had a similar thumbnail with "Killed Him" next to you. I know. It is what it is. It's not the first time a bunch of hyper...
Like the soup?
Nationalist weirdo reactionaries have actively called on my death and my deplatforming at the same time while perceiving themselves as the victim. And it most likely won't be the last.
Yo, okay. Oh no, chat.
I'm looking for someone.
Can we get away with this? Can we get away with this? Okay, now somebody pointed out that we're 25 away from double bonus content. What would the second bonus be? I think I added them up and determined that it would be Bad Empanada smoking on the Destiny pack. So if people are still interested in that content, it is still available, and we're still possibilities looking more likely. Burple with the gifted sub on Twitch to Neopergro. I can't pronounce names. Neopergus. Am I saying it anywhere close to right? I hope so. We're doing a hit back against YouTube. There you go. We're at 36 now to 166. I don't know. At this trajectory, Twitch will at least get to parity with YouTube, and maybe even in like concurrent viewers as well, right? I said it right. Okay. For some reason, certain names I do not read correctly. I do not pronounce correctly. Asmon said yesterday that where do people like Denims and Hasan get their channel topics from, because they are always so puerile and scandalous? The National Enquirer? Yeah, that is funny. Yeah, Asmon is like, we're doing news here. We're doing politics. Asmongold, based. We don't do any of that drama stuff here over here on Asmongold, on Zach Rar. Adam McIntyre. So we're like, what, 19 away from double bonus content here now. Adam McIntyre has said he changed the title and thumbnail 7 times. Oh yeah, Ethan on the video. Yeah, he does this a lot, right? He puts out, I think he usually starts with something that's kind of innocuous because he doesn't want people to think he's obsessed with Hasan, right? So even if there is a Hasan segment, a lot of times it won't include Hasan. He'll be going along, they'll be below 20K, and he just knows that secret sauce of, I don't know, getting, 4K worth of drama frogs is there as an option, and all he has got to do is tell AB to make a new thumb. Wait, is it Love that does the thumbnails? I'm in Thailand. Yeah, Thailand. Correct. Ronnie James Dio of the band Dio. Oh, I'm aware of Dio. Anytime I need to stop time, right? Black Sabbath claimed to have invented wait, Dio invented the devil horns? Dio himself invented the devil horns? Neko Goulet, you just got jellyfished. The Snark, not to be confused with H3 Snark, you just got jellyfished. Baz Potato, you just got jellyfished. Zyram, you just got jellyfished. And Amy B, the OG, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. It looks like, Joel, you have started a hype train this time. Dio got it from his grandma? Wait, who the fuck was Dio? I know who Dio's dad is. That piece of shit. Who is his grandmom? Do we ever see a Dio grandma? Did he talk about his grandma to Poochie while they're in bed together? Totally not having gay sex. Ethan advertises during the live too on Insta. Oh, so he's doing like a blast off in Instagram. Is that what he's doing? Speaking of which, we've got a blast off, not a tweet, but a blast off skeet. If anybody wants to wait, does that complete the second bonus goal? I believe so. I believe that not only completes the double bonus goal, but it also brings us to 206. I think that's right. Did I? No, I did it wrong. 181. Yeah. What? Let's try that again. It's 211 is the number I am trying to type out. There we go. Should I read JoJo's, y'all? I don't know. I've only, let's see. What are the mangas? Okay, so as far as reading JoJo, right, the manga, I've read the bad translation of Part 5, right, which I didn't enjoy, but supposedly there's a better translation now. I read part 6 before the anime was out on Manga Dex. I've read part 7. Yeah, so I've read 5, 6, 7, and 8. Right, everything else I can't really speak to how good the manga is. Part 6 manga was amazing. Part 5 manga, like I said, I didn't enjoy it, but I'm told that there's a better translation of it now. Part 7, oh my god, part 7's about to come out as an anime, so maybe start with that one. If you like westerns, you'll really like part 7. And if you like races like across the country, like you might have seen in a 70s movie about a certain cannonball race, what is it called? Cannonball Run, yeah, which is a real race. I think there's like an actual race that's based on, right? You could watch, part 7 would be the one to read right now, I would guess. Although I will warn you, it begins on a very racist note. Right? I always forget how racist the opening of part 7 is. It's extremely racist. Very, very racist. But, wait, which stand is Irene? I thought you were saying Stan for a second. The ghoul! There he is, Coop Gordon. Oh my god, chat, the ghoul is back. Holy shit.
What say you, Miss McClain?
Yeah, I want to know. Do you still like your dad at all, or are you ready to fucking are you ready to use the what do you call the weapons that like leave you as a puddle on the ground? I'm trying to remember, chat. You know how like there's the guns, right? And then there's the energy weapons. Yeah, are you ready to use energy weapons on your old man? Oh my god, are we gonna get in trouble for this music though? Are we gonna get in trouble for this music? No. This is the thing that sucked about playing Fallout, right? Is that like I got copyright claimed so hard for just having the music on. Why would my dad go to Las Vegas? Hype train coming in to the station at level 2. Yeah, just some plasma. Right, I don't know. Maybe if you're really mad at dad, you want to maybe the energy weapons are too gentle. Maybe they're too painless, maybe they're too quick. Maybe you want to use like a power glove or something like a certain Mr. House. I'm not spoiling anything. Oh my god, that's so light. Oh my god. I feel like this is in the game. Holy shit. There's chat. There he is. So he looks very different than he did in the game, but that's him right there. We did see this man momentarily in the first Fallout season, right? He doesn't. They don't meet him in the present day, present time, but he does play a role in the Vault Tech meetings, and it's kind of implied that they are the corporate elite are the ones that ordered the nukes to go off, so that they'd have an excuse for all these vaults that they'd built. The brother, we drop the bomb ourselves? Wait, you mean the United States does? In the show, I thought it was like implied that BioShock TV show when? Good question. Sorry. Where was the ghoul? I recognize that place from the game. I need to finish this game. There's a Legion! Oh my god, chat, we get the Legion! Wait, did they just say like Hua or something? Is that like the... Oh shit. Oh, that's a freaking... What's the place called? Oh my god, chat, the place without Novak. I was about to like the no vacancy place. Novak, they're in Novak. Wait a minute. He's not gonna let what's his fuck shoot do the is he shooting the evil lady that sold Boone's like wife into to the Legion? Is he doing that shit himself? He didn't want to wait. I didn't know that was an option. I thought you had to have Boone do it. What happened? What happened? Do you not complete the mission? Maybe if you shoot the landlady. Oh my god, yourself. Right? Anytime, house. Anytime. Okay, that's the music again. Got some more Brotherhood members. We get the dad. There he is. Oh, what vault is that? What fucking vault was? Oh my god, chat. I'm thinking about the vaults that are around Vegas. Right? Which vault were they going into? Oh shit, wait, no. Where does the Brotherhood hide out? It's not in a... Isn't it like not in a vault or something? He was a veteran. He went to the China. Yeah, so I think China attacks Alaska, and the first like generation of suits is produced to. In fact, I think it's the only thing that helps the U.S. Push China out of Alaska. Right when they attack is the fact that they've got these suits. They replaced basically tanks with the suits. Right, and that's how the what is it? What are they called? Power suits? Oh shit! Look at that! Wait, what just happened? Was that a proximity explosion? A proximity device? Maybe that he got too close to. I remember that from the game because like you will like there's all these random fucking proximity. God, what are they fucking called? The little explode. They're basically mines that you don't if you don't like look close, you will not see them and you will get damaged by them early in the game if you go the wrong way, right? That's why you go south. Okay, do not go north in Fallout in the very beginning. Damn. Okay, well I don't have Prime anymore. I don't know how I'm gonna watch it, but I love this shit. Fallout's like some of my favorite shit. Was it Zach Galifianakis? I wouldn't. I gotta touch grass and watch Fallout. Yeah, me too. God, I'm excited for this. Okay, well, you know what else I'm excited for? I'm excited for double bonus content, and we got double bonus content today, and that is Bad Empanada. We saw Hasan's victory lap. Let's take a look at Bad Empanada's victory lap. He's done a few videos, but this is the one pertinent to Destiny himself. God, he's got another. I think is this one just basically showing that Dylan, Lonerbox, and Hutch, Xander Hall, etc. were on the payroll. I think he's just talking about progressive victory here, right? But there's Dylan.
Name Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II. What an incredible name.
Chat, if you had to, okay, if you were gonna be in the world of Fallout, right, and you had to choose like a team of streamers to be there with, would Bad Empanada like 100% be on that list? Would you want Bad Empanada like as a what do you call it? Like it's not a party member, but they're like a you know, like Boone. What do you call that? What is the name for that in Fallout? The person that goes with you? Companion. Yeah. Would this be your companion? I feel like there's a lot of strong arguments for Bad Empanada as a annoyingly. Yeah, he would be annoying, but he would definitely have your back. Right? And if you ran into any Legion, oh my god, chat, he's basically Boone. This guy, he's basically Boone. He is a madman. You're not wrong about that, Mitty. I've had some dealings with him myself. If I am going to be in the apocalypse, Bad Empanada wouldn't be a bad choice. Yeah, I feel like arm's length, yes. He's a follower of the apocalypse, absolutely, yes. But but he's ghoulified. Oh my god, he would be. Wait, doesn't it make you extra tough to kill if you're ghoulified too?
Name right. He is a pedophile. Pedophile, meaning someone who is clearly attracted to children. Children, in this case, meaning people under the age of 18 years old.
Oh wait, he's the ghoul. He's Cooper Howard.
Mr. Stephen Bonnell II has very clearly enunciated.
If you want to shortcut most of the game and go straight to New Vegas, there are a few routes you can do that work. Scorpions, Deathclaws, and Cazadors. I do remember the Cazadors up north. And the first two are manageable. What is the deal? I feel like the Cazadors are the real, and maybe the Scorpions too, right? Anything that deals poison damage could really fuck you up. Can you get away from the Deathclaws? Can you outrun them? I've just stayed away from Deathclaws. Ghouls are only stronger against radiation. Oh, and natural aging.
His sexual attraction to minors on many occasions that we are going to be going over here, which allows...
Oh, that's the only problem. Yeah, you're right, MSC. Bad Empanada would kill the NPCs, right? You'd be like, we're supposed to get a mission from her. What are you doing?
Form an informed conclusion that he is a pedophile. It's time to make the Destiny pedophilia compilation, folks. That's what we're here for. So, what do we even start with here? There's just so many clips and, like, chat logs of him.
He's going to be the mutant mayor?
Just sort of openly, like, admitting...
Oh, from what is that town called? Where, like, humans and mutants and, like live together? Humans, mutants, and ghouls live together? I can't remember the name of that place. I don't think I got that far.
This sort of stuff about him.
I want to play some New Vegas now. They're supposedly... Are they working on some kind of a new... Like a reboot or something for New Vegas? Underworld, but that's Fallout 3?
In this clip right here, he just openly expressed his sexual attraction to a 15-year-old child who had apparently sent explicit images to him, and he talks about how much...
You can sneak by the Deathclaws if you stick to the road, and the Scorpions are easy to kill, but that's the longer route to the strip. You come out near Helios. Nice.
Difficulty he had turning her down because he found her really hot, which, to be clear, makes him a pedophile, because if you're attracted to a child, a 15-year-old, you're...
Oh no, Burple, it's based on... Okay, so it's not exactly canon, I don't think. I feel like they have, you know, I'm pretty sure they've deviated from canon at this point, right? And maybe they're even rewriting canon. I don't know, maybe the show is authoritative in that sense, right? But it combines, yeah, the whole story, right? But it's mainly centered around stuff that you would have seen, I think, in Fallout 1 and 2, right? So it's it's basically in the NCR. The first season is, and the second season is, you can see they're headed out to Vegas.
We're a pedophile. Let's listen to this.
So what is the admitting to jerking off to 15-year-olds then?
Oh, God.
I never admitted to jerking off. I think I just said, like, this, I think the log is something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me, or was sending me pictures of herself, and she was hot as fuck. It's, like, really hard to, like, turn down some of these people. I think
Wait, how old was she?
She said she was 15.
Wait, the lady mutant in the radio. Oh, yeah, wait. Yeah. I can't remember her name. God damn it.
Explanatory, right? This man just outright said that he found a 15-year-old hot, meaning he's sexually attracted to her, meaning he's a pedophile. Here's a clip of Destiny being shot.
I'm sorry, Bad Empanada. Actually, the word is minor attracted person.
We'll consider him to be a pedophile because he said that he finds a 15-year-old hot.
Because I shared a picture of a chick that I said, look at this hot jail.
Not just that, he shared the picture of her. Oh man, it's worse than I remembered.
I'm sorry, Bad Empanada. It's not a pedophile, it's an aphebophile.
He shared the picture of her. He shared it with his friends, and he was like, hey guys, check out how hot this 15-year-old is. Okay.
Because I shared a picture of a chick that I said, look at this hot jailbait, that makes me a pedophile? Because
he's shocked at
yes!
the idea, right? He's shocked.
Those are 3 words that should never come out of your mouth. The fuck is wrong with you, Steven?
He then defended this later, and he talked about how he's defended this on multiple occasions. Like, this was apparently, like, not his first rodeo with defending sexual attraction to children.
This is probably the worst one that you could look at. There's not really much of a defense here. I mean, basically the claim that
Cat's Eating Bird says, Destiny, please analyze what the term jailbait actually means.
Made in the paste bin was that when you're a professional gamer, there's a lot of fucking girls that are hitting on you. It's insane. And the scariest part is the underage chicks that hit on you. I mean, it was a pretty brutally honest conversation, but I mean, I'll back up everything I said in that conversation. It's pretty fucking hard. If you're in your fucking early 20s or some shit, and you've got these late fucking teeny boppers that are sending you, these crazy pictures and whatnot, like, not necessarily nude pictures either. I don't, to my knowledge, I haven't received nude pictures of an underage person.
He has, by the way. We'll get into that in a bit.
Although, I guess it's theoretically possible. I don't know. I've never knowingly traded pictures with an underage person. But
yes, you have. Yes, he has. He has.
If you have like a relatively attractive 15, 16, 17-year-old and you're like in your early 20s, like, yeah, that can be a pretty mindfucky experience.
I don't know, man. That sounds like you're a pedophile to me. So
in Destiny's mind and in his community's mind, he is based for, I guess, saying what they're all thinking, but are like they know they shouldn't say that out loud, right? But that's they love this shit, right? There was another content creator named Mr. Girl, who got, I guess, notorious for giving a strangely positive review of Cuties, and his assessment of the movie Cuties, chat, was that it was hot, right? And they somehow loved this guy, right? The Destiny community was just like, oh, yes, we love you. You're so morally consistent. Oh, yes, you will admit that the fucking, like, the tweens in Cuties are attractive or whatever, right? And yeah, he just did a whole bunch of content. Like, he's got a song on his channel, or he had a song on his channel. I think he got banned, but that was literally called I'm a PDF, right? It's like it was like a shitty rap parody, right? Oh god, chat, I gotta show you this. I mean, this is cursed, but let's go to Twitter. What's weird is that this pedo guy here, Mr. Girl, is now calling out Destiny, mainly for how he treats people in his orbit, I think. I'm trying to. God damn it! I'm gonna have to find it. Like,
this, of course, the intellectual titans cult of sycophants.
It's not
off topic, but new info. The rats have jumped ship. He privately admitted to keeping alleged CSAM, and police are involved now. Off topic, but new info. The rats have jumped ship.
Stop.
He privately admitted to keeping alleged CSAM, and police are involved.
Can you fucking... What the fuck am I pressing?
Off topic, but new info. The rats have jumped ship. He privately admitted to keeping alleged CSAM, and police are involved now. Yeah.
Oh my god! Fucking shit!
Off topic, but
I don't even know what's happening. I'm trying to type in a search. I've never had this happen before. All right, get fucked. The fuck? It's something that I'm pressing is control. Chat. The microphone was resting on the control button. That is what was happening. That is, it must have been, yeah, something was acting as a hotkey. I am so lucky my whole setup did not, like, blow up in a way that I was unable to, for fuck's sake. Okay, let's try this again. Mr. Girl, okay. Ew, there's another one called I can fantasize about whatever I want, see if this still exists on, oh no. Oh my god, this shit is horrible. Since YouTube took the absolute, wait, people are mad that they took this down? This is the original video, right? He's in a bus, I believe, with a Rugrats t-shirt.
A lot of children ask me stupid fucking questions. Like if I rape little kids.
Oh my god, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. This is... But look at this. Yeah, he's like...
Pedophile! You goddamn right. I'm a literal pedophile!
That's, this was the hero of DGG, and there's still some people that, like, when Destiny finally... Wait, what was it? I think it was that this guy called out Destiny over something, and then so Destiny, like, after being like, he is totally okay to do all this pedo shit, right? That's great and awesome, and we love that. Morally consistent of him to do that shit, right? Destiny found something to try to cancel him for, and kind of washed him out of the community, but he's, oh my god, Chad, I don't know a lot about this lore. I was disgusted that this guy ever got traction in the first place. It is, you know, like I said, he popped off for the review of Cuties because that, you know, was controversial. But then as far as actually getting an audience behind him, it's because Destiny platformed him. This is a guy singing about how he's a PDF that got a fucking platform because Destiny thought he was awesome. And Destiny's... The DGG community was like all about this guy, and some of them still are. Some of them were like on his side of the divorce. Like I think Will and his channel was Queeman? Was Queeman a Mr. Girl? I feel like Queeman was maybe a Mr. Girlhead. I'm not sure, Chad. I could be wrong about that. Please don't get mad at me, Queeman. I'm not saying that with any degree of certainty.
A chat log of Destiny, but like Destiny talking about looking at pictures of children and arguing that he's not a pedophile, he's an ephebophile. He said, to say that someone who's 30 and who sees a 14-year-old, he wrote that he liked a 14-year-old's what he called nice tits and ass. And
wait, what is this, Tom McDonald adjacent?
He said that calling him a pedophile because of that means you have no idea what you're fucking talking about. A 14-year-old's, quote, nice tits and ass. That's what he said.
Wait, did Destiny surrounds with guys that hide his issues in plain sight? People have said this. People have said that the reason that he's got the reason that he did content, I don't know, you could say this like Nick Fuentes, you know, he does content with Nick Fuentes. Now there's somebody that's like, you know, people are calling him right wing. Now here's somebody who's actually super far right. He does content with Fresh and Fit. People are saying he's a misogynist for doing his red pill arc. Here's dudes that are even more misogynist, right? That he always like surrounds himself with somebody that's like, whatever he's afraid of being accused of, he'll bring somebody. And now he's got food shops, right? Now he's got food shops, so wonder what he's trying to hide there.
That's what this man said about a 14-year-old. Now, here I originally thought this was a chat with a 19-year-old. This was actually a chat with a 17-year-old. So this is a chat with the person, Rose, who Destiny leaked all of that revenge porn that he took of people to, and Rose subsequently shared that revenge porn with many other people, and he shared all that revenge porn with Rose without the permission of any of the people who were...
We don't know this for sure, that Rose shared it. I think Rose claims it was her boyfriend. Wait, is that even right? I don't know. There may be a third party. Yeah, Rose, I think, claims that she was hacked. So she did. So I don't know, you know, how much. Bad Empanada's going to go ahead and say stuff even if it's not confirmed. I'll try to note it when I see him saying something that is not confirmed, just so you know.
So this is a conversation that he had with her. She was 17 at the time, not 19. And he like talked about, you know, sending her pictures of cum shots. And he asked his 17-year-old how she feels about age play stuff, meaning pretending to be even younger than she already was for his sexual gratification. So
wait, actually, I don't know that. It might have been more along the lines of Ava Tyson, where Destiny wanted to pretend that he's young, or like he's a minor or whatever.
Someone who is clearly sexually attracted to children, to the point that he wants a child who's already a child to act like an even younger child for him so that he can get off to it. So the reason why we know that Rose very clearly was under the age of 18 is because Rose was like doing online sex work, like selling porn of herself. But she was not on any of the actual platforms where people do that normally, like OnlyFans and whatever else there is. Because those platforms have age verification to make sure you're over 18, so she couldn't get on there. So what she was doing instead was she was like selling her pictures, I believe on Twitter, from what I've been told. And she would like have people pay for them by an account that was in someone else's name, like a Venmo or something like that was in someone else's name, who was an adult, who was apparently like her online boyfriend at the time. So it's very clear that she was not 18, otherwise there's no reason that she would be doing that. So Destiny was both sending and receiving. Like he was sending revenge porn to this minor. That's a crime in of itself, both because it's a revenge porn and because it's a minor receiving it. But he was also receiving illegal pornography of a minor from her. And Destiny has claimed that he himself is a victim in the whole revenge porn thing, where he shared a ton of revenge porn of people who never consented to having it shared with anyone else. But you have to, ask questions like, why doesn't he go after the person who supposedly victimized him by sharing this then? And the reason for that is because it would reveal that she was 17 years old, and he would be in a whole lot more trouble than he's already in legally regarding all this gross, disgusting shit that he did. So there's that too. You can see here Destiny sharing pictures of a 15-year-old in his little chat here with his friends, who I guess all like share pictures of girls they go out with or talk to or whatever the fuck this was. I don't know what this is, but don't need to know what it is to see what's going on here. He says, dude, she's 15. She sent me pictures. That made it so hard to say no. And then he shares the pictures in the chat. And his friends are like, what the fuck? She's huge. They hear that it's a 15-year-old and they're like, pics, please. These are basically the Epstein files. Like, this is what I would imagine the Epstein files would be like. There's also this pretty horrid clip in which Destiny talks about how he was part of like a supposed stream trolling group that apparently got a very young little boy to show his genitals on stream for them, and he talks about it like it's funny or something.
We went around from fucking channel to channel, like fucking around. Like it was just horrible shit. We went to this channel with this fucking this kid was like 8 years old, and he was fucking broing out with everybody.
Okay, you intentionally went to the channel of an 8-year-old. That's pretty weird already, but what next?
In this chat. For whatever fucking reason, this kid decides to fucking take his pants off and fucking wiggle his 8-year-old dick on stream. I can't even believe it. Oh my fucking god. It was like, I didn't even know, like, we were on Skype, we were like, holy shit. Like, we had to do like a double take because we didn't even fucking know, like, what the fuck was on. Like, we were looking at like an 8-year-old dick, like, on the fucking screen. And his fucking brother, we called him Captain Push-Ups, would like come in the room. And this guy was like fucking 14 years old. He had his shirt off and he was like this, like watching this stream the entire time and shit. Oh my god.
Totally normal behavior for adults to be engaging in, right? Destiny once also admitted that he was just going to what he called a crazy island to hang out with 14-year-olds. And he said, it's totally legal to do this there because the age of consent there is 9. Very interesting. I'd just like to note that Destiny and his community, like, constantly accuse other people of being, like, child sex criminals. They just make that up about them when he's on video and in his own, like, chat logs just saying this stuff openly all the time. The revenge porn scandal is just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm trying to remember the last person I saw doing content with Destiny that I wanted to like reach out and be like, hey, there's maybe some things you don't know about this guy. Am I thinking of the CNN piece, or was there somebody else, right? Because, you know, like, I mean, back in the Progressive Victory days, like, Destiny was a big part of that. And I feel like there's a lot of the whole reason that we sort of need to talk about this is that this guy has a way of being Teflon like Trump, right? Shit happens. He's got no excuse for it. And he literally says like with this scandal, he's just going to meme it away. He's going to make, and he's making jokes about it, right? Like he was like, I got to pull up a minor meme for you. And he's talking about the minor, right? Here, let me show you this meme from the other day. If I can find it. Is it this one? Yeah, this one, right? He's talking about this meme, a minor, but it's like, I gotta pull up a minor meme. Oh, not a minor like that. Not a minor like that. No, like the actual minor meme. Anyway.
That's just like what he's admitted to, what he's like openly being sued for and stuff. But there's so much other stuff here that is so bad that he doesn't want to get out there. He really doesn't want people talking about it. That's why Destiny started blocking me, by the way, because I started talking about this stuff. Same reason why Vorsh stopped talking about me. Now, I had a interesting encounter with a Vorsh fan a couple of years ago. This was like during the era where Vorsh would like very weirdly have arguments about child pornography all the time and like the ethics of child pornography. Very fucking weird shit to be engaging in. And I talked to like this Vorsh fan and it was crazy. It was genuinely funny because like this guy was like, he was like coming onto my stream to like, I don't even remember what it was. It was like prove that to me that Vorsh isn't a pedophile or something. And he ended up arguing for ethical child porn using what he called the Destiny argument. And this is very relevant here because what I'm going to show you after I show you this clip, don't worry.
So I think there's a distinction to be made between the possession of child porn, right, and the distribution of child porn, right? So I don't know if you're familiar with like the Destiny's argument, right? This is
the Destiny's argument. I love the way he says that. It's like, are you familiar with Occam's razor? But the Destiny's argument, for them, this is like a named like rhetorical tool or like argumentative tool or whatever the fuck you call it, sort of thing. Like the Destiny's argument. What a moment in internet history this was.
Kind of goes into the branching of the
I would
Destiny's
prefer
argument.
it if you would cite non-streamers when
Wait, well, it was Mini Minutemen? I can't even remember who disappointingly Mini Minutemen did some collab with him some months ago. There was somebody else too. I can't remember who it was.
It's like the Destiny's argument.
Wait, did he for real go to Epstein's Island? He's got to be joking about that. There's no way. Like, Destiny's just not famous enough to get for Epstein to try to blackmail him.
That is a really funny phrase.
Hold on, I cited
what is this,
streamers
like
because
Occam's razor, but for the modern era?
I cited streamers because
the Destiny's argument.
I think we would know both examples, right? Like, because they're both public figures. But if you don't want me to, I can repeat that argument, right?
Has Destiny also argued against child porn being illegal? That would be really funny.
No. So the problem, right, is that there's a distinction to be made between the possession and the distribution of child porn, right? So in philosophy, we can.
In philosophy, is this really what philosophers do? They just sit around talking about like legal child porn, all that. What?
Some of the philosophers, yeah, some of the philosophers were doing literal abuse of their mentees, of the young men that they were charged with teaching philosophy. They would teach more than just philosophy. Let's just say, I don't know if Bad Empanada is aware of this, but yeah, a lot of there's a lot of sussy philosophers out there, and not even modern ones. Even some of the stuff that Foucault has said would give Destiny's takes a run for their money. Foucault was the original debate lord.
What was the Destiny's argument? I think I vaguely remember it. Here was Destiny's argument. Okay.
So this is the hypothetical Destiny's argument.
This is not hypothetical. I'm talking about real things.
Listen to me. Just listen. You don't listen, okay? So
oh my God.
Let's say that we get permission from adults who had child porn made of them in the 80s or whatever, right? And then with their permission,
this is the funniest thing I've ever said. They're not giving permission.
We made like we used like old. Hold on. Well, let's say that they did.
You
right?
can't sign a contract 30 years later that says, this was all okay.
Let me just finish. Okay.
I mean, this is literally the ethical CP debate, right? This is what, whenever anybody says those words, and we call it, CSAM now, right? But when people say ethical CP debate, ethical CP argument, this is some version of what they're talking about. Maybe it's a bastardized version. I've heard the version that Tom Foolery talked about was like they were gonna create it like digitally. They were gonna digitally create CSAM and give it to minor attracted persons so that they did not do pedophilia in the real world, right? That would be some form of harm reduction. You give CSAM to the minor attracted person, and then they don't mess with actual kids. I think was the idea.
Pornography. You're trying to make this is
Emma Panda covers the island thing. Wait, what? There really is an island thing? I mean, Destiny didn't. It was part of his IDF field trip. I mean, there is a little bit of a connection with Ghislaine's father, but look, I'm not saying he was a pedophile. I'm saying that Foucault had some very bad takes.
Ridiculous. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my...
And it wasn't just Foucault, Random 3PO. It was unfortunately a lot of French intellectual... It was widespread movement that Foucault was lending his voice to.
So that's the Destiny's argument. Like, what if, say, someone made child sexual abuse material of you, and then 30 years later you signed a waiver that, like, retroactively made it okay? That's the Destiny's argument. And now they call this ethical child porn, right? In Destiny's community, this is known as ethical child porn. And Destiny's community is now full of people who cite this argument as proof that child porn can supposedly be ethical. Like, this is just...
People say that Foucault didn't read what he was signing. There were many petitions to sign for freedoms during that student... Right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sartre signed it too. This is what I mean. There was, like, this was... Look, what even... God, I'm trying to remember who it was. Author from the early 1900s. I can't remember his name. But I read his book for class. And one of the, he's talking about meeting a shepherd boy, like a child, I think, shepherding sheep or something, and then going to or bringing the boy to his house or something. And just, it's like the whole fucking scenario reads like, wait, did something happen to this child? Like, why are you bringing, I don't know. There was just like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to indict all French people as pedophiles. I know it sounds like I am. What I'm trying to point out is that there unfortunately was a strain of I don't know, acceptance of that particular sexual interest within France. It was very much active in the late 60s.
A short selection of screenshots of people referencing Destiny's ethical child porn argument in his Discord server. Oh my god, I've totally forgot about the rest of these images here. This is a deleted video from Destiny's channel where he talks with all the greatest people, like Infrared has, Brittany Venti, I don't know who that is, but I hope that they argued against this. Lauren Southern, Stardust, that's the oh my god person. About...
Wait, what did Stardust say, oh my god? What was that about?
Ethical CP. This is an archive of that. Amazing, right? Here is Destiny, a screen cap from Destiny's stream where he created an illustrative image of the potential Goldilocks zone that could possibly create ethical child porn. Here is Vorch.
Look, chat. Like, I know this is confusing. I know this sounds like a bad take and everything, and people are questioning me in chat. But what I'm really trying to say is that all philosophers are sus pedophiles. is really just like that. I mean, is that so controversial for me to say that everybody that engages in the practice of philosophy is just a pedophile waiting to be exposed? Is that so wrong for me to just damn the entire field of inquiry as being sus? Stardust didn't repeat any arguments, just repeated, "Oh my God." When was this? I have not kept up with Stardust's career either, I must admit.
Stating his approval of this argument. This is where Vorsh got his start, from Destiny's Discord, where he had riveting discussions with Destiny and his other Destiny fans about Destiny's position on CP, as shown here. So the streamer Destiny, real name Stephen Kenneth Mongold II, is pretty unambiguously a pedophile. It's just totally obvious. The evidence is very clear. He is sexually attracted to minors as young as 14. From
today's philosophy enjoyers also, says Reed.
Just the evidence that we went over, possibly even younger. He should be locked up. He should absolutely be locked up as soon as...
Yeah, and the debate bros are obviously the modern day inheritors of the proud tradition of philosophy, right? Yeah, they would call these people philosophy pedophiles back in the day, right? Philosophy perverts.
As possible. He hasn't just committed sex crimes like distribution of...
Wait, I'm trying to remember. Did I officially make philosophy my minor at some point? Oh my God, minor. That's the worst part about it. You said minor. But anyway, no, I'm trying to remember. I think I was tempted to go into philosophy, and then I had a blow up with the head of the department, right? She was teaching a psychology class that I was taking, and I said she gave us a test, right, which everybody thought was going to be super hard, but I took it early, and it turns out the test was like pretty easy. And so one of my classmates is asking me, she's like, "You took the test, like, well, I can't give you any answers." And she's like, "No, I don't want answers. Just tell me, is it hard? I've studied for it like this much. Do you think that's enough?" And I was like, "Listen, I studied even less than you did, and I got, had no problem. I think that was an easy A," right? And this gets back to the teacher as, "Hey, Irene said that your test was an easy A. Irene said that you were a pushover." Right? Somehow this becomes like me insulting the teacher, right? Me insulting the teacher's ability to teach, right? And it wasn't. I was just saying, no, you're fine. You've studied enough for the test. That's all I was saying, right? And this lady fucking went from being my best friend, from being like, I think she was my mentor, right? Or my advisor or something like that, right? And she just hates me. She just hates me now, and there's nothing I can do about it. So I'm like, I guess I don't get to major in philosophy. And it turns out that's probably for the better. Around 1:30 for the Stardust clip. Wait, what? Just tell me who was Stardust debating?
Revenge porn against adults. He also is clearly attracted to children. And on at least one occasion, we know that he has...
The core philosopher of PDF.com, Bosch,
engaged in criminal activity with a 17-year-old. But even just off what we know that he said, he is dangerous.
I didn't get a psych degree, chat.
He's an absolutely dangerous criminal.
Got a nutrition degree.
Predator. And it is incredibly wild that him and others around him accuse others of this sort of thing when they do it for real, and they've openly talked about it on their fucking streams for like a fucking decade or more. It's unbelievable the level.
Oh my God, chat
comes from these pedos.
I accidentally gave you an 8-hour stream. I was thinking about maybe like delving into the second video by Bad Empanada.
He has been outed as an offending pedophile.
I should probably get ready for tomorrow's stream, honestly, at this point. It's 6 p.m. where I am, and yeah. Here, I'll leave this on for a second while I figure out what we're doing.
Sex criminal. I already made a video called Destiny is a Pedophile, which was clipped from my stream last week. And there's been clips of him for 10 years, literally 10 years, just out there of him admitting that he's attracted to kids. So this shouldn't be surprising. The guy's outright said that like he's attracted to 14-year-olds.
All right, here's the deal, chat.
Stuff like that on like a dozen occasions. So this is not surprising at all.
We're rating Neuro Detergent. Let me. I'll let Bad Empanada. I almost called him Vlad Empanada for some reason. Let Bad Empanada play us out. Today, I also want to thank all of my Patreons. Everybody that is a Patreon of mine at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Let me do those now. Shouts out, fancy shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Chokey. Shouts out to Buffy. Shouts out to Big Owl. And shouts out to Animus. And a very, very fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. That being said, I have been nocommentchick. I'm going to play you out with Bad Empanada as we raid out. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, everybody that likes this video, including those who are liking it right now because you forgot to do it until now. Thank you as well. I do appreciate you. Thank you to everybody who engaged with my thread on Blue Sky. That helps me out too. And thank you for to the people that got us to double bonus content for the first time in a long time. That is a very good thing for the stream. That is a very good thing for the content. So yeah, I'm going to let Bad Empanada play you out while we wait for you to be rated out. Into
not just a pedo, but also an offending pedo who literally received
we already rated
child sexual abuse material from a 17.
Oh my God. I love ending on a note of CSAM. Right, where Bad Empanada actually says what it stands for. But if you're wondering, that's what it stands for. Anyway, much love, everyone. Take care of yourself and each other. I will be back to you tomorrow with more content. Until then,